You clicked on this post-apocalyptic audiobook because you're ready for a story that doesn't hold back. And Signals from the Dust delivers exactly that. Over the next chapters, you'll witness Lena and Marcus navigate a world where shattered glass cuts deeper than betrayal, where scavenged supplies mean the difference between life and death, and where every sanctuary is a potential tomb. But before we dive in, consider hitting that like button and subscribing if you haven't already. Let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We'd love to hear from you. Without further ado, let's get started. Chapter 1. Shattered Glass. Bleeding Bonds. Glass falls like snow. Sharp snow that cuts the air and cuts the skin and reminds you that winter never ended here. The bottle explodes against the window frame and the whiskey spreads across cracked linoleum in dark amber streams. Lena drops low. Her body knows before her mind catches up. The crack of the rifle comes after the glass settles, after the silence stretches thin between them. Marcus lies beneath the window, his face pressed against the floor where dust motes drift in slanted light. Blood or whiskey? Hard to tell in this light. The liquid pools beneath his shoulder and she crawls toward him through the glass fragments. Each piece finds skin. Each cut is small and necessary. "You alive?" she says. "Think so," he says. His voice comes from far away even though he lies 3 feet from her. Distance works different now. Everything is far away or too close. Nothing occupies the middle ground anymore. The store shelves lean against each other like tired old men. Cereal boxes with sun-faded colors, candy bars turned to powder, a register that stopped counting the day the lights went out for good. She presses her palm against his shoulder. The wetness is warm. Warm means alive. Cold means you have seconds to say goodbye, if you believe in goodbyes. "Just the bottle," he says. Glass cut the jacket, nothing deeper. Lena exhales. Her breath makes small clouds in the cold air. Spring should have come by now, but the seasons follow their own rules. The earth spins, but the calendar means nothing. Time moves forward, but weather stays frozen in the moment. Everything broke. The sniper waits. Somewhere across the street in the skeleton of the department store, windows dark as empty eyes. Each shadow could hide a barrel. Each shift of light could mean death traveling at the speed of sound. She counts the shelves between them and the back door. 7 rows of empty metal bones. Fluorescent tubes hang like broken ribs from the ceiling. Some still hold glass, others just hold darkness. "We can reach the storeroom," she says. He nods. Movement costs energy, and energy costs time, and time costs everything. They crawl, elbows and knees against cold concrete. Glass crunches beneath them and makes small sounds. Tiny music for the end of everything. Each note sharp and brief. The cigarettes rest in her jacket pocket. She took them from the counter when they first entered, before the window exploded, before the bottle became 1,000 pieces. Smoking kills, but starvation kills faster. Everything kills eventually. The storeroom door hangs open. Darkness beyond. Darkness means safety or death. No way to know until you step inside. Knowledge comes too late or too early. Never when you need it. Marcus slides through first. His boots disappear into black space. She follows, and the darkness swallows them both like a mouth closing. Inside the storeroom, cardboard boxes lean against concrete walls. Most are empty. Some hold treasures, soap, batteries, canned goods with labels too faded to read. The lottery of survival where every prize might kill you. She feels along the walls for a light switch. Old habits. The power died with everything else, but fingers remember what the mind tries to forget. "Can you see anything?" he says. "Boxes," she says. "Maybe food." They sit against the wall and listen. The building settles around them. Metal expands and contracts. Wood warps and splits. The slow conversation of decay. Beyond the walls, the city breathes its shallow breath. Wind through broken glass. Plastic bags dancing on rusted wire. The percussion of things falling apart at their own pace. Her stomach speaks in small sounds. Hunger has its own language. Urgent and simple. The body keeps score even when the scoreboard lies dark. She takes out one cigarette, strikes a match. The flame reveals their faces for 3 seconds, long enough to see they are still human, still here, still counting moments and heartbeats. The cigarette tastes like paper and regret. She takes 2 drags and passes it to Marcus, sharing poison because solitude kills faster than nicotine. Tomorrow we find the source, she says. The source of what he says. The shots, the sniper, the thing hunting us. Maybe the thing hunting us finds us first. Maybe it already has, she says, and takes the cigarette back. Outside, something moves. Footsteps on broken glass, heavy boots that know where they are going. The sound comes closer. Methodical, patient. She stubs out the cigarette against concrete. Darkness returns and brings the waiting with it. The door frame makes a rectangle of lesser darkness. Through it, the main store stretches like a canyon filled with shadows. The footsteps stop. Silence hangs between the walls like a held breath, like the moment before falling, like the space between question and answer when you already know the answer will hurt. Marcus shifts beside her. His jacket rustles against cardboard. The sound travels through stillness and announces their location to everything with ears. She places her hand over his mouth. Gentle, firm. The gesture says, be quiet and stay alive and trust me, even when trust costs everything. The footsteps resume. Closer now. Glass grinding under heel, boot treads finding purchase on debris. Someone who knows how to move through ruins without falling through weak floors. Light appears in the doorframe, flashlight beam cutting through darkness like a white knife. The beam sweeps left, right, probing corners where they might hide. She counts their options. The emergency exit behind them. Locked. The loading dock to their left. Chained shut. The ventilation shaft above their heads, too small for bodies. The light finds the cigarette ash, the tiny gray pile on concrete, evidence of occupation, proof of life in a place meant for the gone. A voice speaks from the main store. Know you were in there. Male voice. Calm, like someone ordering coffee, like someone asking directions. The tone of everyday cruelty dressed as politeness. Come out slow, hands empty. We can talk. She knows what talk means. Talk means leverage. Talk means they want something more than bodies. Bodies are cheap. Information costs extra. The light withdraws from the doorframe. Footsteps move deeper into the store, hunting other shadows, checking other corners. She touches Marcus' shoulder, points to the emergency exit. He shakes his head, points to the chains. She nods. Chain cutters require tools they don't have. Tools require planning they didn't make. The voice calls again from somewhere near the front windows. No need to make this hard. Just want to know what you've seen, where you've been. Simple questions. Simple questions have complicated answers. The truth makes you valuable. Lies make you gone. Silence makes you both. Marcus reaches into his jacket, finds something metal, shows it to her in the darkness, knife blade catching reflected light from the main store. She shakes her head. Fighting means noise. Noise draws others. Others mean odds that favor the house. The house always wins eventually, but sometimes eventually comes later than expected. The flashlight beam returns, stronger now, closer, hunting with more purpose. They crouch behind a stack of boxes labeled seasonal merchandise, summer items for a summer that never came. The light finds the wall behind them, finds their shadows printed against concrete like photographic negatives, like impressions left by sudden brightness. Now the voice holds less patience. See your shadows. Count your heartbeats. Both of you breathing too loud. She thinks of the sniper across the street, this voice in the store. How many others wait outside? The mathematics of survival where every equation ends in zero. The beam swings toward their corner, toward the boxes that hide them, toward the moment when hiding stops working. In 3 seconds they will be visible. In 5 seconds they will be talking. In 10 seconds they will learn if talking keeps them breathing. She grips the cigarette pack, feels the individual cigarettes through cardboard. 17 left. 17 small measures of time. 17 brief escapes from the math of staying alive. The light creeps closer. Chapter 2, Scavenger's Last Stand. The flashlight beam cuts through their shelter like searching fingers, like blind eyes learning to see. The boxes labeled seasonal merchandise offer thin protection against illumination, and what illumination brings. She counts heartbeats, his, hers, the person holding the light, all hearts beating at different rhythms, all hearts counting down toward the same final number. Come on out, the voice says, reasonable, patient, like a teacher calling students from recess, like someone who has time to wait and ammunition to waste. The beam finds a gap between boxes, finds the concrete wall behind them, finds the edge of Marcus' jacket where it meets the floor. Blue fabric turned gray in artificial light. She reaches for the cigarettes, takes one from the pack, strikes a match. The flame blooms between them, and she holds it steady near the bottom of the nearest box. Cardboard catches easy. Fire spreads along the edges like water flowing uphill. Smoke rises in thin gray streams and carries the smell of burning inventory. Of futures that never arrived. What the hell, the voice says. The fire finds the next box, and the next. Small flames dancing on corrugated edges. The smoke thickens and spreads across the ceiling like fog made of ash and possibility. She grabs Marcus' hand, points toward the loading dock. The chains hang loose now that she looks closer. Rust has eaten through 2 of the 3 links. Time has done what bolt cutters could not. They move while smoke builds. While the voice in the main store calls for backup, while fire creates chaos that costs attention, the chain snaps when Marcus pulls it. Metal fatigue winning the patient war against human engineering. The loading dock door rises on protesting hinges. Daylight spills through the gap like water through a broken dam. Outside the loading dock, a delivery truck sits on flat tires. Behind the truck, an alley runs between buildings like a concrete canyon. Dumpsters and debris provide cover, shadows provide hope. Smoke, he says, the voice behind them. Fire and smoke, and they are running. Footsteps pound against linoleum. Heavy boots finding speed. The mathematics of pursuit, where distance equals time equals survival, measured in seconds. They slide beneath the loading dock door, roll across concrete, find their feet, and run toward the alley mouth where daylight meets shadow, where streets open into possibilities. The alley floor holds broken glass and twisted metal, shopping carts turned into abstract sculptures, newspaper pages that chronicle the end of news. Everything the wind collects and abandons. Behind them the fire spreads. Smoke pours from the loading dock like breath from a dying mouth. Someone shouts orders. Someone else shouts locations. The language of organized hunting. She turns left at the alley mouth, toward the business district where office buildings lean against each other like tired monuments, where windows stare down like empty eyes that have seen too much. Marcus follows. His boots find rhythm on broken asphalt, the rhythm of forward motion, of distance growing between hunter and hunted. 3 blocks from the store, they stop behind an overturned bus. The bus rests on its side like a sleeping animal. Windows broken, seats scattered, destination sign dark. We need supplies, he says. She knows this. Fire consumed their temporary shelter. Fire consumed the chance to search the storeroom. Fire provided escape, but cost opportunity. Every solution creates new problems. Listen, she says. They listen. Wind through broken windows. Plastic bags dancing on chain-link fences. The distant sound of something falling apart at its own speed. But no footsteps, no voices, no immediate death approaching at walking speed. The cigarettes rest in her jacket pocket, 16 left now. She used one to start the fire. 16 small celebrations of breath in a world that makes breathing difficult. Inside the overturned bus, they find seat cushions turned to foam and fabric, a purse with credit cards that buy nothing, loose change that counts towards 0. But beneath the driver's seat, Marcus finds something useful. Road flares, 4 red cylinders that turn darkness into temporary light, that announce location to friend and enemy equally. She climbs through the emergency exit, stands on the bus side, and surveys the intersection. 4 directions leading to 4 kinds of unknown. North toward the residential district, south toward the industrial zone, east toward the river, west toward downtown. Each direction offers dangers. Each direction offers possibilities. Choice becomes paralysis when all choices lead to the same mathematics. The radio station, she says. What about it, he says. Still broadcasting, still sending signals. Someone alive enough to push buttons and speak into microphones. He climbs up beside her, looks toward downtown where the radio tower rises above other buildings like a metal finger pointing at empty sky. Signal could be automatic, he says. Recorded message playing on loop. Ghost voices for a ghost world. Could be, she says. Could be people. People with walls. People with food. People with answers to questions we have not learned to ask yet. They climb down from the bus, begin walking toward downtown, toward the radio tower, toward the possibility that someone somewhere still believes in tomorrow. The residential district spreads to their right. Houses with dark windows, lawns turned to meadows, cars sitting on flat tires like abandoned thoughts, each home a story that ended mid-sentence. She imagines the people who lived in those houses, their morning routines, coffee and newspapers, weather reports that mattered, traffic updates for roads that led somewhere worth going. Now the houses hold different residents, wind and weather and small animals that claim empty spaces. Time has become the new landlord, and time collects rent in slow decay. The cigarettes call to her from inside her jacket. 16 opportunities to pause, to breathe smoke instead of fear, to mark time in small rebellions against the mathematics of survival. But cigarettes burn down to nothing. Fire consumes tobacco and paper and leaves only ash. Like everything else fire touches, like everything fire rescues. They walk toward downtown, toward the radio tower, toward voices that might belong to people or might belong to machines programmed to speak after their makers went silent. The sun moves across the sky but provides little warmth, light without heat, illumination without comfort. The physics of a world learning to operate under new rules. Behind them, smoke rises from the store they abandoned. The smoke dissipates into atmosphere and becomes part of the general gray that hangs over everything. The color of endings mixed with beginnings that refuse to begin. Ahead, the radio tower grows larger, more real, more possible. The metal framework reaching toward sky like a ladder built for climbing toward answers. Or toward more questions. Questions that multiply like cells dividing, like problems that solve themselves by becoming bigger problems. She takes out another cigarette, strikes a match. The flame reveals her face in daylight, still human, still here, still counting forward instead of backward. 15 cigarettes left. The match burns down to her fingers and she shakes it out, drops it onto broken asphalt where it joins other small pieces of debris, where it becomes part of the general scatter that covers all surfaces now. They keep walking, keep moving toward the tower, keep believing that movement equals progress, even when progress has lost its meaning. Downtown grows larger in their vision. Buildings that once held purposes now hold only space. Empty space waiting for new purposes that may never arrive. But waiting continues, patient as rust, persistent as gravity, inevitable as the mathematics that govern everything that falls apart and everything that learns to fall apart more slowly. The radio tower reaches toward the sky, and the sky reaches back with wind and weather, and the promise that tomorrow the sun will rise again on whatever remains. Chapter 3. Trust in the Dark. Downtown spreads before them like a museum of interrupted ambitions. Office towers with broken windows. Street lights bent at angles that defy their original purpose. Parking meters still standing guard over empty spaces where cars once waited for their owners to return from errands that will never be completed. The radio tower rises from the center of the business district. Red warning lights dark. guide wires singing in the wind like guitar strings tuned to the frequency of abandonment. She counts the blocks between them and the base of the tower. 8 blocks of urban canyon. 8 blocks where shadows collect in doorways and windows, stare down like empty eyes, judging their progress. We should circle around, he says. Why, she says. Too direct. Straight lines make you visible, make you predictable, make you gone if someone is watching the obvious approaches. She knows this. Military thinking applied to civilian problems. The logic of survival where paranoia becomes wisdom and caution becomes the only luxury they can afford. They turn left into a side street. Office buildings loom on both sides like concrete cliffs. Between the buildings, wind tunnels create small weather systems, eddies of dust and debris that spiral upward and dissipate into the general gray that covers everything. Inside the buildings, she glimpses empty cubicles, desk chairs pushed back from keyboards that wait for fingers that will never type another email, coffee cups growing interesting mold, calendars stopped at dates that no longer matter. Each office held someone's small piece of the world, someone's daily routine, someone's hope for advancement or retirement, or simply making it through another Tuesday. Now the offices hold only the ghosts of intention. A cat watches them from a second-story window. Orange fur and green eyes. The cat has learned to survive in a world without can openers, without scheduled feeding times, without humans to open doors and provide warmth and explain the purpose of scratching posts. The cat judges them and finds them wanting, disappears from the window like smoke dissipating, like hope evaporating, like all the small domestic comforts that used to make civilization bearable. 4 blocks from the tower, they hear voices, real voices, not the recorded emergency broadcasts that play on loop from government stations, not the automated weather reports that announce conditions for a world that no longer checks the forecast. These voices belong to people who breathe and speak and make decisions in real time. The voices come from ahead, from the direction of the radio tower. Male and female voices mixed together in conversation that suggests more than survival, that suggests planning, that suggests tomorrow means something more than simply not dying today. She motions for Marcus to stop. They crouch behind an overturned delivery van. The van once carried fresh produce to restaurants that served customers who had places to go after dinner. Now it carries only rust and broken glass and the accumulated weather of months without maintenance. Through the van windows they see movement, people walking between buildings. 3 individuals moving with purpose rather than the aimless wandering of scavengers or the deliberate stalking of hunters. One carries a backpack that suggests supplies, another holds what might be a radio. The third walks with the confident stride of someone who knows where the dangers hide and how to avoid them. They wear clean clothes, not spotless, but clean enough to suggest regular access to soap and water. Regular access to safety long enough to maintain the small dignities that separate human from animal. Organized, he says. She nods. Organization means hierarchy. Hierarchy means rules. Rules mean enforcement. Enforcement means consequences for those who break rules or simply exist outside the system. But organization also means resources, means cooperation, means the possibility that civilization can be rebuilt from the fragments left behind when the old civilization forgot how to continue. The 3 people disappear around a corner. Their voices fade into the general background noise of wind and settling debris and the slow percussion of entropy. They wait. Count heartbeats. Count breaths. Count the small units of time that accumulate into larger units of staying alive. When the voices do not return, they continue toward the tower. More careful now, more aware that they are not alone in believing the radio signals might lead to something worth finding. 2 blocks from the tower they find the checkpoint, sandbags stacked across the street intersection, a wooden barrier painted with reflective stripes, signs that announce authorized personnel only, in letters large enough to read from a distance that matters for shooting. Behind the sandbags, 2 people wait. 1 male, 1 female, both carrying weapons that suggest experience using weapons. Both wearing clothes that suggest regular meals and regular sleep and regular safety. The checkpoint guards watch the approach routes, alert but not anxious. Patient but not careless. They have the calm confidence of people who know their backup will arrive quickly if needed. She studies the checkpoint from behind a newspaper stand. The stand once sold papers that reported on local politics and sports scores and weather that people could plan around. Now it sells only cover for those who need to remain unseen. No way around, she says. Marcus peers through the newspaper stand window, studies the angles, the sight lines, the mathematics of approach and retreat. Could wait until dark, he says. She checks the sky. Afternoon light growing thin, shadows growing long, darkness still hours away. Hours of waiting while hunger grows stronger and thirst grows more urgent, and the temperature drops toward the kind of cold that makes decisions for you. Or we could talk to them, she says. Talk means revealing themselves. Talk means surrendering the advantage of anonymity. Talk means trusting people who might define trust differently than they do. But talk also means information. Means learning whether the radio signals represent hope or trap. Means discovering whether civilization is being rebuilt or simply repackaged with better marketing. She takes out a cigarette, strikes a match. The flame reveals her face in the growing shadows. Still deciding, still calculating odds, still human enough to hope that other humans might choose cooperation over exploitation. 14 cigarettes left. The match burns down to her fingers, and she lets it die. Smoke rises from the cigarette and dissipates into atmosphere that carries thousands of small fires. Cooking fires, signal fires, accidental fires that consume things people meant to save. What do we have to trade, she says. He checks his pockets. The road flares from the overturned bus. A pocket knife with a blade that folds but does not lock. $17 in bills that represent an economic system that stopped functioning when the power stopped flowing. Information, he says. What information, she says. Where we came from, what we saw, who is hunting whom, and why. Information about the sniper, about the store that burned, about the voices that called them out of hiding with promises of simple questions, information that might be worth something to people who maintain checkpoints and guard radio towers. She finishes the cigarette, drops it onto broken pavement where it joins other small pieces of debris. Other small rebellions against the mathematics of conservation. They stand up from behind the newspaper stand, walk toward the checkpoint with hands visible, with movements that suggest approach rather than attack, with the body language of people who want to talk rather than fight. The checkpoint guards notice them immediately. Weapons remain lowered but ready. Eyes remain alert but not hostile. The professional calm of people who have learned to evaluate threats quickly and accurately. The female guard speaks first. Where are you coming from? North, she says. From the shopping district, from the store that caught fire an hour ago. The guards exchange glances, rapid communication through expression, through the shared vocabulary of people who trust each other enough to work together. You start that fire, the male guard says. We did, she says. Why, the female guard says, someone was hunting us. Fire provided cover for leaving. She waits for their response. For the judgment that will determine whether talk leads to cooperation or simply to different kinds of danger. The guards consider this, weigh the information against whatever they know about fires and hunters, and the various ways people solve problems in a world where law enforcement means enforcing your own laws. You hurt anyone, the male guard asks. No, she says. Just burn some empty boxes, some seasonal merchandise that nobody was buying. The female guard almost smiles, almost allows humor to complicate the serious business of checkpoint duty. Seasonal merchandise, she says. For which season? The season that never came, she says. This time the guard does smile, brief and genuine. The smile of someone who remembers what stores were for, what seasons meant, what merchandise represented when people had money to spend on things they wanted rather than things they needed to stay alive. Come forward, the female guard says. Slow. Keep your hands where we can see them. They approach the checkpoint, step by step. Each step a small act of faith that these people define hospitality differently than the voice in the burning store. The male guard studies Marcus' jacket, the torn fabric where glass cut through, the stains that could be blood or whiskey or both. You hurt, he says. Just cuts, she says. Nothing deep. The female guard points toward the radio tower. That is where you were headed, she says. Yes, she says. Why, she says. Heard the signal. Thought it meant people. Thought people might mean safety. Might, the female guard says, but might also means maybe, and maybe means risk. And risk means you could end up wishing you had stayed wherever you came from. Where did you come from? The male guard says. Everywhere else, she says. The guards look at each other again, another moment of silent communication. Another calculation of odds and intentions, and the various ways strangers can complicate situations that were already complicated enough. The female guard makes a decision. You can see the tower, she says. You can talk to the people there, but they will ask questions. Different questions. Harder questions. Questions about where you plan to go and what you plan to do and how long you plan to stay. We understand, she says. Do you? The female guard says, because understanding and agreeing are different things, and agreeing and following through are different things, and following through and not causing problems are very different things. She nods, accepts the warnings, accepts the conditions, accepts the possibility that safety comes with prices that are not negotiated in advance. The male guard steps aside, creates a gap in the checkpoint barrier, a passage toward the radio tower, toward answers that might be worth the questions they will cost. Go ahead, he says. Stay on the main street. Do not enter any of the side buildings. Do not touch anything that does not belong to you. Do not make anyone nervous. Everything makes someone nervous, she says. True, the female guard says, but some nervousness is more dangerous than other nervousness. The people at the tower are nervous about different things than we are nervous about. They pass through the checkpoint, walk toward the radio tower, toward the possibility that civilization can be rebuilt by people who remember what civilization was supposed to accomplish. Behind them, the checkpoint guards resume their watch. Return to the patient business of evaluating strangers and making split-second decisions about trust and threat and the thin line that separates guest from prisoner. The radio tower grows larger as they approach. More real. More imposing. The metal framework rising toward sky like a ladder built for climbing toward answers that might be worth the climb, or toward questions that multiply like cells dividing, like problems that solve themselves by becoming different problems that require different solutions that create different problems. She counts the remaining cigarettes through her jacket pocket. 13 left. 13 small celebrations of breath. 13 brief escapes from the mathematics of staying alive in a world that has forgotten how to make staying alive easy. The tower waits, patient as rust, persistent as gravity, inevitable as the signals it broadcasts into atmosphere that carries all messages to all destinations equally. Chapter 4, Whispers of Sanctuary. The radio tower base sits inside a compound of chain-link fence topped with razor wire. The fence surrounds 2 portable buildings that once served construction crews. Now they serve whatever purpose the people inside have decided they serve. Generator hum provides background rhythm, steady mechanical breathing that suggests fuel reserves and maintenance schedules and the luxury of electricity after dark. The sound of civilization maintaining itself through attention to details that matter for survival. A guard station sits beside the gate, window glass replaced with bulletproof plastic, communications equipment visible inside, two-way radio monitoring screens. The technology of watching and being watched. The guard emerges as they approach. Male, middle-aged. The calm competence of someone who has learned to evaluate strangers quickly and sleep well afterward. Names, he says. Lena, she says. Marcus, he says. Where are you from originally? The guard says. Boston, she says. Chicago, he says. Long way from home, the guard says. Home is wherever you are when the world stops making sense, she says. The guard considers this. Weighs philosophy against practical concerns, against the immediate need to determine whether these strangers represent opportunity or problem. Weapons, he says. Pocket knife, Marcus says. Anything else, the guard says. Cigarettes, she says. Cigarettes, the guard says. How many? 13, she says. 13 cigarettes might buy you conversation, might buy you information, might buy you a place to sleep tonight if you're willing to trade fairly. What kind of information, she says. The guard unlocks the gate, swings it open wide enough for them to pass through. Wide enough to suggest welcome rather than trap. Information about how things work here. Information about what we expect from visitors. Information about the rules that keep everyone safe and fed and breathing. They pass through the gate, walk toward the portable buildings, toward the generator that provides power for lights and radios and whatever other electrical needs these people have decided they cannot live without. The first building has windows glowing with interior light, warm yellow light that suggests human occupation, human activity. The possibility that people inside are doing more than simply waiting for tomorrow to arrive. Through the windows, she glimpses movement. People sitting around a table, papers spread across the surface, the gestures of discussion and decision-making, of planning that extends beyond immediate survival. The second building stands dark, except for a single red light above the door. The international symbol for recording in progress. For broadcasting messages that travel through atmosphere, receivers that might or might not be listening. This is where the signals come from. The guard says. Who sends them, she says. Different people, different shifts, different voices saying similar things, telling whoever listens that people are still here, still organized, still believing that organization means something. What do the messages say? Marcus says. Come and see, the guard says. Come and join. Come and help build something better than what we had before. The usual promises that people make when they need help and hope sounds better than honesty. Do people come, she says. Some come, some stay, some leave after they understand what staying costs. Some leave because they understand what leaving costs and decide the price of staying is cheaper. He leads them to the first building, knocks on the door, waits for permission to enter. The courtesy of people who have learned to respect boundaries, even when boundaries are drawn in temporary chalk on shifting ground. Enter calls a voice from inside. The door opens onto warmth. Light, the smell of coffee and heated food, and the accumulated presence of people who wash regularly and sleep indoors and maintain the small dignities that separate civilization from survival. 4 people sit around a folding table. 2 men. 2 women. Ages that suggest experience without exhaustion. The faces of people who have learned to solve problems rather than simply endure them. Papers cover the table surface. Maps, lists, charts that track resources and needs, and the mathematics of keeping small groups alive when large groups have failed. Visitors, says the guard. The people at the table look up from their papers, evaluate the newcomers with expressions that suggest curiosity tempered by caution, interest moderated by experience. One of the women speaks first. Lena and Marcus, the guard says. Welcome, the woman says. I am Sarah. This is David, Janet, Michael. We coordinate things here, things that need coordinating. What kinds of things? Lena says. Communication, supply distribution, work assignments. The usual administrative details that someone has to handle when people decide to work together instead of separately. Sarah gestures toward empty chairs beside the table, folding chairs that match the folding table, the furniture of temporary arrangements that have become permanent through repetition. Please sit. Tell us where you traveled from, what you have seen, what brought you to our signal. They sit. Accept the offered hospitality. Accept the implicit bargain that information trades for information and conversation costs whatever it costs. We came from the north, she says, from the shopping district, from stores that are empty and buildings that are falling down and streets that belong to whoever claims them first. Anyone else in that area? Marcus says, hunters, the woman says, people who take rather than trade. People who believe that wanting something gives them the right to have it. How many? David says. Hard to count, she says. They move in small groups. They coordinate but do not travel together. Like wolves who hunt the same territory but maintain separate packs. Sarah makes notes on a paper that already holds many notes. Information collected from other travelers. Other refugees. Other people who have learned to move through the ruins of civilization without becoming ruins themselves. What do you need? Janet says. Supplies, she says. Food. Medicine. Information about where to go next. Where do you plan to go next? Michael says. Away from the hunters, she says. Toward people who trade rather than take. Toward places where tomorrow means something more than not dying today. The people at the table exchange glances. Silent communication through expression, through the shared vocabulary of people who have learned to work together without constantly negotiating the terms of cooperation. We might be able to help with supplies, Sarah says, in exchange for labor, for assistance with projects that require more hands than we currently have available. What kinds of projects, she says? Communication, broadcasting, reaching out to other communities, other groups of survivors, building networks that connect instead of isolate. She thinks about this, about the possibility that scattered groups might combine into larger groups. That larger groups might remember how to become something more than the sum of their parts. How long would we need to stay, she says, depends on how much help you provide, how quickly you learn, how well you work with others, the variables that determine whether temporary becomes permanent. And if we decide to leave, Marcus says, then you leave, David says, with our thanks and whatever supplies we can spare and information about other communities that might welcome travelers. No obligations, Janet says. No contracts. No penalties for changing your mind. Just the understanding that leaving means leaving and returning means starting over. The generator hums outside the building. Steady mechanical breathing that marks time and cycles of fuel consumption, of maintenance performed and deferred, of the small victories that keep complex systems functioning when complexity has become dangerous. She counts her cigarettes through her jacket pocket. 13 opportunities to pause, to consider, to mark decision points in smoke that dissipates into atmosphere that carries all messages equally. Can we see the broadcast station, she says. Of course, Sarah says. Michael will show you the equipment. Explain how we reach other communities, how other communities reach us. Michael stands from the table, tall and thin, with the careful movements of someone who has learned to conserve energy for tasks that matter, the economy of effort that survival teaches to those who pay attention. This way, he says. They follow him from the warm building into the cooling air of evening, toward the second portable building, toward the red light that announces broadcasting in progress. Inside the second building, radio equipment covers 2 folding tables, transmitters, receivers, monitoring devices that scan frequencies for signals from other survivors, other communities, other people who still believe that communication means something. A woman sits at the main console, speaking into a microphone with the calm professionalism of someone who has learned to project confidence across vast distances to listeners who might be losing hope. This is Amanda, Michael says. She coordinates our evening broadcasts. reaches out to communities within a 100-mile radius. Amanda finishes her transmission, switches off the microphone, turns to face the newcomers with the patient attention of someone who has learned to evaluate strangers while maintaining broadcast schedules. New arrivals, she says, Lena and Marcus Michael says, came in from the north, from the shopping district. Amanda nods, makes notes on a log sheet that tracks contacts and conversations and the slow accumulation of information about who remains alive and where they can be found. Hear anything interesting on your way here, she says. Other signals, Lena says. Automated broadcasts, emergency recordings that play on loop. Nothing that sounded like real people talking to real people. The automated signals are everywhere, Amanda says. Government stations, military frequencies, corporate networks, all broadcasting the same messages they were broadcasting when the power stopped flowing. What do the messages say? Marcus says, stay calm, stay home, wait for instructions, the usual advice that assumes someone is still in charge and that being in charge means knowing what to do next. Amanda adjusts settings on the radio equipment, scans frequencies that might carry signals from other communities by other groups of survivors who still believe that cooperation works better than competition. Static fills the building, white noise punctuated by fragments of voice, pieces of words, broken transmissions that might belong to people or might belong to machines programmed to speak long after their programmers went silent. There, Michael says, pointing to a frequency display. That signal comes from about 40 miles southeast. Small community, maybe 20 people. They broadcast twice daily. What do they say? Lena says. Similar messages to ours. Come and join. Come and help. Come and trade instead of take. The standard invitation that assumes people want to work together rather than work alone. She listens to the static, to the fragments of transmission that drift through atmosphere like seeds scattered by wind. Some will find fertile ground, some will grow into something larger, most will simply disappear into the background noise. Do communities answer each other, she says. Sometimes, Amanda says, we coordinate supply runs, share information about weather and hazards, and the movements of hostile groups, the basic cooperation that keeps small communities from becoming smaller. How many communities are there? Marcus says. Within our range, maybe a dozen. Beyond our range, we can only guess. Signals bounce off the atmosphere, travel farther at night, reach places we cannot imagine, and carry messages we will never hear answered. Amanda returns to the radio equipment, begins preparing for the next scheduled broadcast, the routine of reaching out to whoever might be listening, whoever might need to hear that someone somewhere still believes in tomorrow. We should let you rest, Michael says. Find you places to sleep, food if you're hungry. Time to decide whether this is where you want to stay or simply where you want to stop. They follow him back to the first building, back to warmth and light and the smell of people who have learned to maintain the small comforts that make survival bearable. Sarah looks up from her papers as they enter. What did you think of our setup, she says. Professional Lena says, organized, like people who have a plan and know how to follow it. Plans change, Sarah says, but planning continues. Because planning means believing that tomorrow will arrive and that we will still be here to greet it. She gestures toward a corner of the building where sleeping bags rest on foam mats, where personal belongings occupy small spaces marked by careful boundaries. You can sleep there tonight, she says. We eat communally. Everyone contributes labor. Everyone shares resources. Simple economics for complicated times. What kind of labor, she says? Maintenance, security, communication, food preparation. The usual tasks that keep small groups alive when large groups have failed to stay alive. And if we decide to leave, Marcus says, then you leave, Sarah says. With our gratitude for whatever help you provided, with whatever supplies we can spare, with information about other communities that might welcome travelers. The generator hums outside. Steady mechanical breathing that measures time in fuel consumption, in the small victories that keep complex systems functioning when complexity has become luxury rather than necessity. She takes out a cigarette, strikes a match. The flame reveals faces around the table, people who have learned to work together, people who have decided that cooperation costs less than isolation. 12 cigarettes left. The match burns down to her fingers, and she lets it die. Smoke rises toward the ceiling and mingles with the accumulated breath of people who sleep indoors and plan for futures that extend beyond immediate survival. They accept the offered sleeping area, accept the hospitality, accept the implicit understanding that temporary arrangements sometimes become permanent through repetition and satisfaction. But as she settles onto the foam mat, she notices something. Small details, subtle signs. The way people avoid certain topics. The way conversations pause when strangers enter the room. The way Amanda checked frequencies that might carry signals they do not want other communities to hear. Every community has secrets. Every group maintains boundaries between public information and private knowledge, between what they tell visitors and what they tell each other when visitors are not listening. She closes her eyes and listens to the generator, to the radio static from the broadcast building, to the small sounds people make when they believe they are alone. Tomorrow she will learn more about this place, about the people who maintain it, about the prices that safety demands and whether those prices are worth paying. Tonight she counts cigarettes and heartbeats and the small units of time that accumulate into larger units of staying alive. The mathematics of survival, where every equation balances temporarily until conditions change and require new calculations. Outside, the compound night settles over the abandoned city, over the empty buildings and broken streets and the accumulated debris of civilization learning to exist without maintenance. But inside the compound, light continues. Warmth continues. The generator breathes steadily and people sleep safely, and tomorrow will arrive on schedule regardless of what tomorrow brings. Chapter 5. Blood on the Vines. Morning comes with coffee smell and generator noise and the sound of people who sleep indoors, beginning another day of organized survival. Through the building windows, dawn light reveals the compound in detail that darkness had hidden. Garden plots between the buildings. Vegetables growing in soil enriched with compost, and careful attention. The luxury of food that grows rather than food that must be found or taken or traded for with things you cannot spare. She counts the plants. Tomatoes, beans, squash, lettuce. The arithmetic of calories that multiply through photosynthesis, through rain and sunlight, and the patient work of people who believe that planting seeds makes sense when the future remains uncertain. Marcus sleeps beside her on his foam mat, his breathing steady and deep, the sleep of someone who spent the night indoors with doors that lock and people who take turns watching for dangers that approach in darkness. Sarah moves around the building interior, checking supplies, making notes, beginning the daily routine of inventory and planning that keeps small communities functioning when larger communities have forgotten how to function. Good morning, she says when she notices Lena watching. Good morning, Lena says. Coffee, she says. Please, Lena says. Sarah pours coffee from a metal pot that sits on a camp stove. Real coffee. Hot and black and caffeinated. The taste of mornings when mornings meant more than simply not dying during the night. How did you sleep? Sarah says. Well, she says, better than I have slept in weeks. Walls help, Sarah says. Doors help. Knowing that someone is awake and watching helps most of all. She sips the coffee and feels warmth spread through her chest, through her hands, through the small spaces where cold had settled and made itself comfortable. Marcus wakes as coffee smell reaches his sleeping area, sits up slowly, the careful movements of someone checking for pain before committing to full consciousness. Coffee, he says. Sarah pours a second cup. hands it to him with the generosity of people who have learned that sharing creates abundance, while hoarding creates scarcity. What is the schedule today, Lena says. Work assignments, Sarah says. Everyone contributes. Everyone benefits. The basic economics that make cooperation possible when competition makes survival impossible. What kind of work, she says, depends on your skills, your interests, your willingness to learn tasks that need learning. We evaluate people carefully before assigning responsibilities that matter for group survival. Through the window, she watches other people beginning their morning routines, checking the garden plots, testing the radio equipment, maintaining the generator that provides power for lights and communication, and the small electrical needs that civilization requires. One person works alone in the garden, pulling weeds, adjusting irrigation lines, the solitary concentration of someone who understands that food production requires daily attention to details that seem small until they become critical. Another person climbs the radio tower, checking connections, inspecting equipment, the dangerous work of maintaining communication systems that link isolated communities across distances that matter for coordination and mutual aid. She finishes her coffee, sets the empty cup on the table where other cups wait to be washed, where the accumulated debris of communal living gets sorted and cleaned and returned to usefulness. I would like to work in the garden, she says. Good choice, Sarah says. Maria coordinates food production. She will teach you what you need to know about soil and seeds and the patience that farming requires. And I can help with communications. Marcus says. Amanda handles broadcasting, Sarah says. Michael manages equipment maintenance. Both will evaluate your technical knowledge before assigning responsibilities that affect community safety. They finish breakfast, accept work assignments, accept the daily routine of labor that creates value rather than simply consuming resources that someone else created. Maria meets them at the garden plots, middle-aged woman with soil under her fingernails and the patient competence of someone who has learned to coax life from ground that wants to grow weeds instead of vegetables. Experience with farming, she says. Some, Lena says, small gardens, container plants. Nothing like this scale. Scale is just repetition, Maria says. Same principles, same attention to detail, same willingness to work every day whether you feel like working or not. She shows Lena through the garden plots, explains irrigation systems, pest control, crop rotation, the accumulated wisdom of agriculture adapted to conditions that agricultural textbooks never anticipated. This soil required amendment, she says. Urban dirt lacks nutrients, lacks organic matter, lacks the complex chemistry that plants need for converting sunlight into calories. Where did you get amendments, Lena says. Compost from kitchen scraps, ash from burning wood, material salvaged from garden centers that nobody guards anymore. The usual sources when commercial fertilizer costs more than communities can afford. They work together through the morning, weeding, watering, thinning seedlings that compete for space and nutrients. The meditative rhythm of agricultural labor that connects directly to survival without intermediate steps. Marcus works with Michael at the radio tower, learning equipment maintenance, learning frequency management, learning the technical details that keep communication systems functioning when replacement parts must be salvaged rather than purchased. At midday, they gather for lunch, shared meal around the folding table, food grown in their garden mixed with supplies obtained through trade with other communities. The abundance that cooperation makes possible when cooperation replaces competition. How are the new assignments working, Sarah says. Well, Lena says, Maria knows plants, knows soil, knows how to grow food instead of just finding food. Equipment maintenance requires practice, Marcus says. Michael is patient teacher, explains theory and application, shows how systems work and how they fail and how to fix them when failure happens. Good Sarah says, learning means contributing. Contributing means belonging. Belonging means having reasons to stay when staying becomes difficult. After lunch, they return to work. Lena continues in the garden. Marcus continues with radio maintenance, the afternoon routine of labor that creates value and builds skills and strengthens the community through individual competence. But as afternoon progresses toward evening, something changes. Maria becomes distracted, checks her watch frequently, looks toward the compound entrance with expression that suggests concern rather than curiosity. Expected transmission, she says when she notices Lena watching. From which community, Lena says? Southeast community, 20 people. They broadcast twice daily. Schedule never varies, except today. How long since their last transmission? Lena says 18 hours, Maria says. Silence that long usually means problems. Problems that affect entire communities. She thinks about this, about communities that maintain regular communication schedules, about what silence means when silence replaces routine contact. Equipment failure, she says. Possible, Maria says, but their equipment was reliable, their broadcasts were strong. Hardware failure would produce static or weak signals rather than complete silence. What else could cause silence, Lena says. Many things, Maria says. Power failure, fuel shortage, people leaving, people staying but deciding that broadcasting attracts unwanted attention. Or people being unable to broadcast, Lena says. Yes, Maria says. People being unable to broadcast. As evening approaches, Amanda begins the scheduled transmission, reaches out to communities within range, calls for responses that might restore the communication network that links scattered survivors. Static answers her calls. White noise punctuated by fragments of automated broadcasts. Government signals, military frequencies, corporate networks that continue broadcasting messages recorded when the world still made sense. But no response from the Southeast community, no human voices acknowledging her transmission, no confirmation that 20 people still breathe and work and maintain hope that tomorrow will arrive carrying possibilities. She tries different frequencies, different power levels, different approaches to reaching people who might be listening but unable to respond. Still nothing, Amanda says when she emerges from the broadcast building. How long do you wait? Sarah says. Protocol says 48 hours, Amanda says. Silence longer than 2 days means presumed lost, means removing them from our contact list, means accepting that 20 people have joined the larger silence. But protocol assumes normal conditions, Lena says. These are not normal conditions. True, Sarah says. Nothing about this situation fits normal protocols. We write new protocols as we learn what works and what fails and what kills people who guess wrong. That evening, they eat dinner in subdued quiet. Conversation focuses on practical matters, work schedules, supply inventories, the immediate concerns of people who maintain small communities when large communities have failed. But beneath practical conversation runs awareness of the missing transmission, of 20 people who maintained regular contact until they stopped maintaining contact, of the mathematics that govern survival when survival depends on variables beyond individual control. After dinner, she steps outside the building, breathes night air that carries the smell of growing plants and generator exhaust and the accumulated presence of people who sleep safely behind locked doors. Marcus joins her beside the garden plots. Thinking about the missing community, he says. Yes, she says. Thinking about 20 people who were alive yesterday and might not be alive today. Might be other explanations, he says. Equipment problems, fuel shortages, decisions to relocate without broadcasting their intentions. Might be, she says. But might also means maybe, and maybe means we cannot know, and not knowing means imagining worst possibilities. She takes out a cigarette, strikes a match. The flame reveals the garden plants in brief illumination. Tomatoes and beans and squash growing despite uncertainty. Growing because seeds believe in futures that might never arrive. 11 cigarettes left. The match burns down and dies. Smoke rises toward stars that shine with the same indifference they showed when civilization functioned efficiently, when communication networks connected everyone to everyone else. when silence meant privacy rather than potential tragedy. They return to the building, to warmth and light and people who maintain hope through daily routine, through work that creates value, through cooperation that costs less than isolation. But as she settles onto her sleeping mat, she thinks about the missing transmission. About 20 people who plan to broadcast twice daily and broadcast once daily and then broadcast never daily. About the distances between communities. About the dangers that travel those distances. About the mathematics of survival, where every equation balances temporarily until conditions change and require new calculations. Tomorrow, they will continue their work, continue their contributions to community survival, continue learning skills that make them valuable rather than simply present. But tomorrow will also bring another scheduled transmission time. Another opportunity for the Southeast community to restore contact. Another chance to learn whether silence means tragedy or simply means change. She counts heartbeats and cigarettes and the small units of time that accumulate into larger units of staying alive. Outside the compound, night settles over abandoned city, over empty buildings and broken streets and communities that maintain communication until they stop maintaining communication. Inside the compound, the generator breathes steadily. People sleep safely. Tomorrow will arrive carrying whatever possibilities tomorrow chooses to bring. Chapter 6. Hunger's Cruel Grip. The Southeast community never broadcasts again. 48 hours of static, of automated signals cycling through emergency frequencies, of Amanda calling into atmosphere that carries her voice to receivers that might be listening but cannot answer back. On the third day, Sarah removes them from the contact list. 20 people reduced to notation in a logbook, marked as presumed lost, added to the arithmetic of communities that flourish briefly and then disappear into the larger silence. But life continues for those who remain alive. Work assignments continue, garden maintenance continues. The radio equipment broadcasts scheduled transmissions to communities that still answer when called. She works with Maria in the expanding garden plots, learning crop rotation, learning companion planting, learning the accumulated wisdom that turns soil and seeds into calories that sustain life when sustaining life requires constant attention. The tomatoes grow stronger. Bean plants climb support structures made from salvaged materials. Squash spreads across ground that once held weeds and debris. The patient transformation of urban wasteland into agricultural productivity. Food security means community security. Maria says, people who grow food stay fed. People who stay fed stay healthy. People who stay healthy stay alive long enough to solve other problems. How long have you been farming? Lena says, started when I was 12. Maria says, family farm in Iowa, corn and soybeans, industrial agriculture that fed millions of people who never learned where food comes from. What happened to the farm, she says. Same thing that happened to everything else, Maria says. Supply chains broke, markets collapsed, infrastructure failed. Small farms could not compete with large farms until large farms could not function at all. She pulls weeds from around tomato plants. Each weed competes for nutrients, for water, for space. The constant battle between cultivation and entropy, between human intention and natural process. Do you miss it? She says. Miss the land, Maria says. Miss the seasons. Miss the feeling that next year would be better than this year, because next year always brought new possibilities. And now, she says, now next year might not arrive, Maria says. And if next year arrives, it might not be better. Might be worse. Might be different in ways that require learning new skills and forgetting old assumptions. They work through morning and afternoon, watering, weeding, tending plants that convert sunlight into nutrition through processes that continue regardless of human anxiety about the future. Marcus learns radio operation from Amanda, frequency management, power regulation, signal propagation theory, the technical knowledge that keeps isolated communities connected across distances that matter for mutual aid. Evening broadcasts reach 7 communities within range. 7 groups of survivors who maintain equipment and fuel and the belief that communication serves purposes beyond entertainment. But each evening, one fewer community answers Amanda transmission. Equipment failure, fuel shortage, people relocating, people deciding that broadcasting attracts unwanted attention, people joining the larger silence that grows daily. The network shrinks, Sarah says during evening meal. Communities disappear faster than new communities establish contact. Mathematics that trends toward isolation rather than cooperation. How many communities remain active? David says. 7 that answer regularly, Amanda says. 3 that answer occasionally, unknown number that listen without broadcasting. Monitoring frequencies without revealing locations. Why do communities stop broadcasting? Janet says. Many reasons. Michael says. Technical problems, resource constraints, security concerns. The usual difficulties that affect small groups when small groups lack support from larger groups. Or hostile contact. Lena says, what kind of hostile contact? Sarah says, raiders, scavengers, people who follow radio signals to find communities worth robbing, communities that have accumulated supplies worth taking. She thinks about this, about radio signals that announce location, about communities that broadcast regularly, about people who listen to broadcasts and learn where resources might be found. Broadcasting means visibility, Sarah says. Visibility means vulnerability. Communities balance communication needs against security needs. Sometimes security wins. That night, she lies on her sleeping mat and listens to generator hum, to radio static from the broadcast building, to the accumulated breathing of people who sleep indoors and plan for futures that might extend beyond immediate survival. Through the window, night sky shows stars that shine with constant indifference. Stars that watched civilization develop and flourish and fragment into scattered communities that communicate across growing distances. She counts remaining cigarettes. 10 left. 10 small celebrations of breath. 10 brief escapes from calculations that balance hope against probability. But as night deepens, she becomes aware of new sounds, movement outside the compound, footsteps that pause and resume, that circle the perimeter with patience that suggests reconnaissance rather than passage. Marcus sleeps beside her, his breathing steady and deep, the sleep of someone who trusts community security, who believes that guards and fences and locked doors provide protection against dangers that approach in darkness. But the footsteps continue. Multiple sets. Coordinated movement. People who work together. People who have learned to approach defended positions without triggering alarms. She nudges Marcus awake, places her finger against his lips, gestures toward the window where shapes move between shadows, where people evaluate defenses and plan approaches and count the cost of whatever they plan to accomplish. He listens, recognizes the sounds, the careful movement of people who have learned to hunt communities rather than hunt individuals, who understand that communities accumulate resources worth taking. Wake the others, he whispers. Too late, she whispers back. Light appears outside the building. Flashlight beams cutting through darkness. Voices calling for attention, for surrender, for cooperation with people who define cooperation differently than communities define cooperation. Attention inside the building calls a voice from outside, male voice, calm, reasonable, like someone asking for directions, like someone offering help rather than demanding submission. We know you are awake, we know you are listening, we want to talk. Simple conversation, simple questions. She recognizes the tone, the careful politeness that masks threat, the language of people who take rather than trade, who believe that wanting something gives them the right to have it. Through the window she counts light sources. 5 flashlights, minimum 5 people, maximum unknown. Mathematics that favor those outside over those inside. Sarah wakes, sits up on her sleeping mat, alert immediately. The reflexes of someone who has learned to evaluate threats quickly and respond appropriately. How many, she whispers, At least 5, Lena whispers back. Maybe more. Coordinated approach, professional movement. Amanda emerges from the broadcast building, hurries toward the main building. Radio equipment abandoned. Communication network interrupted. Another community about to join the growing silence. The voice outside continues. No need for difficulty, no need for problems. Just want to know about your resources, your supplies, your connections to other communities. Simple questions with complicated answers. Questions that cost whatever they cost when asked by people who carry weapons and travel in darkness and surround buildings where families sleep. Sarah moves to a cabinet beside the folding table, removes items with quiet efficiency. Weapons, ammunition, emergency supplies, the preparations that prudent communities make for situations that everyone hopes will never arise. She hands Lena a pistol, shows Marcus where additional ammunition waits, distributes equipment to other community members who wake and dress and prepare for whatever happens when talking fails to satisfy people who came for more than conversation. Last chance calls the voice outside. Voluntary cooperation. Peaceful resolution. Easy way rather than hard way. The generator continues humming. Steady mechanical breathing that marks time in fuel consumption. In the small victories that keep complex systems functioning until complexity becomes liability rather than asset. She checks the pistol, counts rounds, calculates odds that balance community security against individual survival, against the mathematics that determine whether resistance costs more than surrender. But surrender to people who hunt communities rarely means survival for the surrendering community. Surrender means resource extraction, means forced labor, means elimination of people who remember what cooperation accomplished before cooperation was interrupted by those who prefer taking to building. The lights outside begin moving, approaching the building, approaching the moment when talking ends and other forms of communication begin. She counts cigarettes through her jacket pocket, 10 opportunities to pause, to mark time, to celebrate breath while breath continues, but celebration will wait. Tonight requires attention to immediate concerns, to problems that solve themselves through action rather than through hope. The community prepares for siege, for defense, for the ancient mathematics of those who build against those who take, of those who cooperate against those who compete. Outside, the lights grow closer. Chapter 7, Shadows of the Past. The lights stop moving 50 feet from the building. Close enough for conversation, far enough for tactical advantage. The professional distance that experienced raiders maintain when evaluating defenses and calculating costs. Sarah positions people at windows, fields of fire that overlap, angles that minimize exposure while maximizing coverage. The geometry of defense, when defense means survival for everyone or survival for no one. Lena takes position beside the east window. View across the garden plots toward the compound fence. Tomatoes and beans and squash growing in soil that might soon hold different kinds of seeds. Through the window, she counts muzzle flashes that would reveal positions if shooting begins. 5 confirmed locations. Movement suggests additional people maintaining perimeter security. Mathematics that favor attackers who choose timing and positioning. The voice calls again from outside. Sarah Mitchell. Know you are in there. Know you coordinate this community. Want to talk to you specifically. How do they know her name? Marcus whispers. Information costs less than ammunition. Sarah whispers back. Someone talked. Someone traded names for safe passage or supplies, or simply for quick death instead of slow death. Who would talk? Lena whispers. Anyone might talk, Sarah whispers. Fear makes people cooperative. Pain makes people helpful. Time makes people say things they planned never to say. The compound has sheltered many visitors, many travelers seeking temporary safety. Many people who learned community names and routines and the accumulated details that raiders need for planning successful operations. Sarah remains silent, provides no confirmation that she hears her name being called. No acknowledgement that she leads this community. No cooperation with people who use cooperation as weapon rather than tool. But silence has costs. People outside grow impatient. People outside begin moving again, closer to the building, closer to windows that reveal interior lighting, interior movement, interior preparation for events that everyone hopes will end differently than events usually end. Sarah Mitchell calls the voice. We know your community. We know your broadcasts. We know you coordinate supplies and communication and the small details that keep your people alive. Still, Sarah remains silent. Still, she refuses cooperation. Still, she calculates odds that balance community security against individual exposure. Makes this harder than necessary, the voice continues, makes us solve problems the difficult way, makes us assume hostility rather than assume cooperation. The lights begin moving again. Professional approach, coordinated advance. People who have learned to take communities rather than trade with communities, who understand that taking costs less than trading when trading requires ongoing relationships. Lena checks her ammunition, counts rounds, calculates rate of fire that balances accuracy against conservation, against the possibility that fighting will continue longer than ammunition supplies. Beside her, Marcus prepares medical supplies, bandages, antiseptic, emergency equipment for treating wounds that fighting inflicts. The optimistic assumption that some people will survive to require medical attention. Amanda returns from destroying broadcast equipment, smashing radio transmitters, disabling communication systems, ensuring that valuable technology will not benefit raiders who take communities and liquidate assets. Better to destroy than lose, she whispers. Better to deny resources than provide resources to people who use resources against other communities. Through the window, the lights grow closer. Individual silhouettes become visible against compound lighting. 5 people minimum. Professional movement. Weapons carried with familiarity that suggests experience using weapons against people who resist. Time for talking ends, the voice announces. Time for cooperation begins. Voluntary cooperation or involuntary cooperation. Choice belongs to people inside building. Sarah makes decision that community leaders make when community leaders accept responsibility for community survival. Decision that prioritizes group security over individual comfort, over personal preferences, over moral calculations that matter less than mathematical calculations. She steps away from her window position, approaches the door that separates an interior space from exterior threat, places her hand on door handle that connects safety to danger with single motion. Do not open the door, Lena whispers. Have to open the door, Sarah whispers back. Talking costs less than fighting. Negotiation costs less than resistance. Sometimes cooperation saves more lives than defiance. What if they want everything, Marcus whispers? Then we give them something, Sarah whispers. Something valuable enough to satisfy. Something less valuable than everything. Basic economics when economics operates at gunpoint. She unlocks the door, opens it slowly, creates gap wide enough for conversation, narrow enough for quick closure if conversation fails to satisfy people who came for more than words. 5 individuals stand in semicircle facing the building, weapons visible but not raised. Professional restraint that suggests confidence rather than hostility. People who understand that displaying power costs less than using power. The leader steps forward. Male, middle-aged, clean clothes and confident posture. The appearance of someone who maintains standards even when standards become luxury rather than necessity. Sarah Mitchell, he says. Yes, she says. Thank you for talking. Makes this easier for everyone. Makes this safer for your people. What do you want, she says. Information, he says. Supplies. Cooperation with ongoing operations, standard arrangements that benefit everyone involved. Define cooperation, she says. Communication support. Broadcasting assistance. Coordination with other communities. The usual services that settlements provide when settlements want to continue operating. And if we refuse, she says, then you do not continue operating, he says. Then we take what we need and eliminate what we do not need. Then your community joins other communities that chose confrontation over cooperation. She calculates quickly, resources versus resistance, short-term survival versus long-term independence, mathematics that balance compromise against capitulation. What kind of information, she says? Other communities, their locations, their resources, their defensive capabilities. The usual intelligence that helps planning and coordination and efficient resource allocation. Meaning efficient rating. Lena thinks from her position beside the window, efficient destruction of communities that resist, efficient elimination of cooperation networks that threaten raiding operations. Weekly broadcasts, the leader continues, scheduled transmissions, status reports about community resources and population and supply levels. Regular communication that maintains ongoing cooperation, meaning surveillance, Sarah thinks, meaning intelligence gathering, meaning transformation from independent community into reporting station for people who liquidate communities. Time limit, he says, sunrise to decide. Dawn brings either cooperation agreement or resource extraction operation. Choice belongs to community leadership. He steps backward, returns to semicircle formation. Maintains visual contact with building while providing space for decision-making. Professional courtesy that costs nothing and maintains options. Sarah closes the door, locks mechanisms that provide psychological comfort rather than physical security. Returns to window position where community members wait for leadership decisions. Options, she says quietly. Fight, Marcus says. Cooperate, Amanda says. Run, Janet says. Hide, David says. Each option carries costs. Fighting means casualties. Cooperation means slavery. Running means abandoning resources. Hiding means delayed confrontation when conditions favor raiders rather than defenders. Vote, she says. Democratic process under pressure, community decision-making when decisions determine whether community continues existing, whether people wake tomorrow or join the accumulated silence. Fight, Lena says. Fight, Marcus says. Cooperate, Amanda says. Run, Janet says. Run, David says. Michael remains silent. Maria remains silent. Abstention that suggests acceptance of whatever majority decides. Acceptance of collective consequences for collective choices. 3 for fighting, 2 for running, 1 for cooperation. Mathematics that determine community response to external pressure. To people who take rather than trade. Fighting means preparation. Fighting means positioning. Fighting means accepting casualties in exchange for maintaining independence. For preserving cooperation against people who profit from ending cooperation. Prepare defensive positions. Sarah says, conserve ammunition. Make every shot count. Either we survive until dawn or we do not survive at all. They prepare for siege, for battle, for the ancient conflict between those who build and those who take, between those who cooperate and those who compete for resources that cooperation creates. Outside the raiders wait, patient as hunters, confident as people who have solved this problem many times before, who understand the mathematics that usually determine outcomes when communities resist liquidation. Inside the community prepares, checks weapons, counts ammunition, accepts responsibility for defending cooperation against people who profit from destroying cooperation. Dawn will bring resolution, will determine whether this community continues broadcasting or joins the growing silence. Whether cooperation survives another day or dies with people who believed cooperation was worth defending. She counts cigarettes through her jacket pocket. 10 opportunities to mark time, to celebrate breath, to measure moments between now and dawn when everything changes. But change will wait. Tonight requires attention to immediate concerns. To weapons and ammunition and the small details that determine whether communities survive contact with people who hunt communities. The generator hums steadily. Mechanical breathing that marks time until fuel runs out or fighting ends. Until morning arrives carrying whatever possibilities morning chooses to bring. Chapter 8, The Barricaded Heart. Dawn comes gray and cold with mist rising from the garden plots. Through compound fencing, the city spreads like a cemetery of abandoned intentions. Empty buildings, silent streets, the accumulated debris of civilization learning to exist without maintenance. The raiders wait in positions they occupied through the night. Professional patience. The calm confidence of people who have solved this problem before, who understand that time favors those with resources over those defending resources. Sarah counts community ammunition. 63 rounds total, enough for brief engagement, not enough for extended siege. Mathematics that determine tactics when tactics determine survival. Conserve shots, she says. Make every round count. Accuracy matters more than volume. Economics when economics operates under pressure. Through the east window, Lena watches raider positions. 5 visible individuals. Movement suggests others maintaining perimeter security. Unknown numbers. Unknown capabilities. Variables that affect calculations when calculations affect everything. The leader steps forward from his overnight position. Same professional confidence, same reasonable tone, same polite threat wrapped in diplomatic language. Time for decision. Sarah Mitchell, he calls. Sarah approaches the door, hand on handle that connects interior safety to exterior danger. Connection that opens or remains closed based on community choice. Based on collective decision about cooperation versus resistance. Decided, she says, through closed door. Good, the leader says. What is your decision? No cooperation, she says. No weekly broadcasts, no intelligence sharing, no assistance with operations that harm other communities. The leader considers this. Professional calculation, assessment of resistance versus compliance. Mathematics that determine whether negotiation continues or other forms of communication begin. Unfortunate, he says. Makes this harder for everyone. Makes this cost more than necessary. Cost for whom, she says. For your people, he says. For community members who die defending resources they could share. For families who choose fighting over survival. She knows this calculation. Death versus submission. Independence versus survival. The arithmetic that communities face when communities encounter people who take rather than trade. Fighting means casualties. Fighting means some people die to preserve independence for others. Fighting means mathematics, where community preservation costs individual sacrifice. But cooperation with raiders means different mathematics, means communities become resource extraction sites, means people become forced labor, means cooperation ends and slavery begins, with polite language that describes slavery as partnership. 5 minutes, the leader announces. 5 minutes to reconsider. 5 minutes to choose survival over principle. Economics over ideology. Sarah returns to window position, looks around building interior, at people who accepted community membership, who contributed labor, who believed cooperation created something worth defending. Maria tends wounded tomato plants in window planter, maintaining agriculture despite siege, despite threat. The persistent belief that seeds planted today might grow into food tomorrow. Marcus checks medical supplies, bandages, antiseptic, equipment for treating wounds that fighting inflicts on people who choose resistance over submission, optimistic preparation for pessimistic outcomes. Amanda destroys remaining radio equipment, final transmissions impossible, communication network severed. Another community about to join the growing silence that spreads across the map like infection. 5 minutes becomes 4 minutes. 4 minutes becomes 3. Time measured in heartbeats, in breaths, in small units that accumulate toward moment when talking ends and other forms of communication begin. She counts ammunition one final time. 63 rounds among 8 people. Mathematics that determine how long resistance can continue when resistance requires projectiles that travel at specific velocities toward specific targets. The leader checks his watch. Professional time management. Schedule maintenance even during operations that liquidate communities. The persistent habits of organized people who organize violence with same efficiency they organize everything else. Time expired, he announces. Movement begins outside. Coordinated advance. People who have learned to take communities rather than trade with communities, who understand that taking costs less than trading when trading requires ongoing relationships. She takes position beside window, aims at center mass of approaching figure, breath control, sight alignment, trigger discipline. Skills that matter when skills determine whether communities survive contact with people who profit from destroying communities. The first shot comes from Marcus' position. Clean hit, center mass, target drops immediately. Professional accuracy under pressure. One raider eliminated. Mathematics improved slightly in favor of defenders. Return fire follows immediately. Multiple weapons engaging multiple targets. Glass shatters, wood splinters. Interior space becomes dangerous for anyone who remains visible through windows that once provided security. She fires twice. Miss, hit, target staggers but continues advancing. Wounded but functional. Threat reduced but not eliminated. Ammunition expenditure that produces partial results. Sarah coordinates defensive fire, calls targets, manages ammunition distribution. Leadership during combat. When leadership determines whether community survives, first, engagement with people who specialize in community elimination. Outside raiders advance using cover, professional movement, tactical discipline, people who understand building assault techniques, who have solved this problem many times with communities that chose resistance over cooperation. Amanda screams from her position, blood on her sleeve, wound that affects function but not survival. Medical attention required, but medical attention must wait until fighting ends or fighting kills everyone who might provide medical attention. Maria fires pistol with trembling hands. Civilian accuracy under combat stress, wide misses. Ammunition expenditure that produces psychological effect rather than tactical result. Contribution to volume of fire that matters for morale even when individual shots miss targets. The generator stops. Fuel exhaustion or bullet damage. Mechanical breathing that provided background rhythm now replaced by silence. Interior lighting fails. Communication equipment dies. Civilization reduced to whatever people can accomplish without electrical power. Fight continues in darkness. Muzzle flashes reveal positions. Sound reveals movement. Combat reduced to fundamental elements. Light, noise, movement. Death traveling at predictable velocities toward unpredictable destinations. She fires again. Here's impact. Uncertain whether impact means target elimination or target modification. Mathematics that matter for ammunition conservation but cannot be calculated during engagement. David falls beside his window position. Blood spreading across floorboards. Wound location suggests severity that medical attention cannot address. First community casualty. Mathematics shifting toward raiders despite defensive preparation, but raiders also suffer casualties. Professional advance costs professional blood. 2 confirmed eliminations. Unknown number of wounds that affect raider effectiveness. Combat mathematics that balance attacker losses against defender losses. Second wave begins. Different approach. Smoke grenades creating concealment. Professional escalation when initial assault fails to achieve objectives. Raiders adapting tactics to overcome defensive resistance. Smoke fills compound. Visibility reduced to inches. Navigation becomes memory. Sound becomes primary sense. Fighting becomes random collision between people who want different outcomes. She moves toward building center, away from windows, away from smoke concentration, toward position that provides options when options become scarce. Marcus calls medical emergency. Amanda bleeding heavily. Wound location suggests arterial damage. Medical attention required immediately, or mathematics becomes simple subtraction. She tears bandages from medical kit. Applies pressure to Amanda wound. Blood warm against her hands. Life leaking through fingers despite pressure. Despite medical attention, despite hope that medical attention means survival. Fighting continues around building, gunfire, movement, voices calling coordinates, raiders coordinating assault while defenders coordinate resistance. Professional violence against amateur resistance. But amateur resistance benefits from desperation, from community loyalty, from mathematical certainty that surrender means slavery while resistance means possible survival. Sarah falls, multiple hits, center mass and extremities, wound pattern suggests automatic weapons fire, leadership eliminated, command structure disrupted, community coordination reduced to individual initiative. She applies medical attention to Sarah, pressure bandages, elevation, shock treatment, procedures that matter for survival when survival depends on medical knowledge applied under combat conditions. Sarah speaks quietly, blood on her lips, words that cost breath when breath becomes precious. Radio cache she whispers, hidden frequency list. Other communities, warning transmission, where Lena says, floor panel, southwest corner, behind food storage, emergency communication plan. Sarah closes her eyes, breathing becomes irregular, heart rate becomes erratic, medical signs that suggest time limitations for consciousness, for speech, for life. Keep fighting, she whispers. Keep community alive. Keep cooperation working. Fighting moves inside building. Door barriers breached. Room-to-room combat. Close quarters engagement where training matters less than desperation. Where community survival motivates defensive resistance. She moves toward southwest corner, toward floor panel that hides emergency communications, toward possibility that other communities can be warned about raider operations, about professional liquidation of cooperation networks. Behind her, Marcus continues medical treatment. Amanda stable but unconscious. David beyond medical help. Sarah requiring attention that available supplies cannot provide. Floor panel lifts easily. Hidden compartment contains radio equipment, frequency lists, communication protocols, emergency network for coordinating community resistance against people who profit from community destruction. She activates emergency radio, scans frequencies for active communities, for people who maintain communication despite risks, despite dangers that communication attracts. Static answers initial transmissions. White noise punctuated by automated signals. Government broadcasts. Military frequencies. Corporate networks that continue operating without operators. Then human voice responds. Mail. Alert. Professional communication discipline. Emergency frequency. State your traffic. Community under attack, she transmits. Professional raiders. 5+ individuals. Request warning relay to network communities. Location the voice responds. Downtown compound. Radio tower vicinity. Community eliminated. Survivors scattering. Copy all. Will relay warning. Network communities will be advised. Break communications now. Radio goes silent. Warning transmitted. Network alerted. Other communities will receive intelligence about raider operations. About professional threat to cooperation networks. Fighting continues above her position. Footsteps, gunfire, voices calling surrender demands, raiders securing building, eliminating resistance, converting community resources into raider assets. She remains hidden beneath floor panel. Emergency radio equipment concealed. Communication capability preserved for future operations. For continued coordination of community resistance, but community resistance requires communities, requires people who survive initial contact with raiders, who escape liquidation operations, who maintain cooperation despite professional efforts to eliminate cooperation. Time passes, fighting diminishes, voices become fewer, silence grows between gunshots, mathematics shifting decisively toward raiders who specialize in community elimination. Then footsteps approach her position. Heavy boots, professional movement, people who understand building searches, who know how to find hiding places, who have solved this problem before. Light appears above floor panel. Flashlight beam cutting through concealment. Investigation that reveals hidden compartments, hidden equipment, hidden survivors who believed hiding would preserve survival. Come out slow, the voice says. Hands visible. No sudden movements. Cooperation time begins now. She emerges from floor panel. Hands empty, movements careful, compliance with people who hold weapons and make rules and enforce rules through immediate consequences. 3 raiders stand in building interior, professional competence, clean clothes, confident posture, people who have successfully liquidated another community, who have converted cooperation into resources that serve raider operations. Others, the lead raider says. Marcus sits against wall, bandaging his own wounds, medical attention for injuries that matter for survival. Amanda lies unconscious, breathing but unresponsive. David and Sarah do not require medical attention. Community eliminated, the raider continues, resources secured. Personnel processed. Standard operation completed successfully. She thinks about floor panel, about emergency radio concealed beneath loose boards, about frequency lists that connect surviving communities, about resistance networks that continue operating despite professional efforts to eliminate resistance. What happens now, she says. Transportation to processing facility. The raider says evaluation for useful skills, assignment to labor details that serve ongoing operations, standard procedures for personnel salvage. And if we resist, she says, then you do not require transportation, the raider says. Simple mathematics. Cooperation equals survival. Resistance equals elimination. Economics that determine personnel value. She accepts restraints, accepts transportation, accepts temporary survival that depends on demonstrating usefulness to people who profit from community destruction. But concealed beneath floor panel emergency radio equipment waits. Frequency lists remain hidden. Communication networks continue operating. Resistance continues despite individual capture, despite community elimination, because cooperation means more than single communities, means networks that span distances, means people who maintain contact despite risks, despite professional efforts to eliminate contact. The mathematics of resistance, where individual defeat contributes to collective survival, where community elimination motivates network preservation, where cooperation continues through people who remember what cooperation accomplished before cooperation was interrupted. Outside, compound dawnlight reveals empty garden plots, tomatoes and beans and squash growing despite siege, despite elimination, the persistent belief that seeds planted yesterday will produce food tomorrow, regardless of who remains alive to harvest food. Revised chapters 9 and 10, chapter 9, Fire in the Ruins. The raiders move through smoke like ghosts, learning to haunt the living. Their flashlights cut geometric patterns through the haze, through the accumulated breath of a building that burns from the inside out. Sarah lies against the concrete wall, blood spreading beneath her like spilled paint, like evidence of decisions that cost more than anyone planned to pay. Her breathing comes in small gasps, short conversations between lungs and air that grow shorter with each exchange. Emergency exit, she whispers. Loading dock. Chains cut yesterday when we thought yesterday mattered more than today. Lena checks her ammunition. 4 rounds remaining. Mathematics that determine how long resistance can continue when resistance requires projectiles that travel towards specific targets at specific velocities. Marcus bandages Amanda's shoulder. Field medicine applied under conditions that medical textbooks never anticipated, when antiseptic costs more than silver and bandages represent luxury rather than standard care. The smoke thickens. Cardboard burns with patient efficiency. Seasonal merchandise converting to ash and memory, to smoke that rises towards ceiling tiles that sag like tired thoughts. Movement outside the storeroom, boots on broken glass, voices coordinating search patterns, professional hunters who understand building layout, who solve problems through systematic application of violence. Sarah reaches for Lena's hand, her fingers cold despite the heat from burning inventory, despite the accumulated warmth of people breathing in enclosed space. Map, she whispers, inside jacket pocket, safe zone coordinates, real place, real people. Not like here. Where Lena says, 40 miles northeast, she whispers, across the industrial district, past the bridge that spans the chemical river, place where children still play games. Her voice fades like radio signals at distance, like transmissions that travel through atmosphere but arrive weakened, changed, carrying information that might be accurate or might be hope disguised as fact. Take the map, she whispers. Find the bridge, cross before winter, before the storms make crossing impossible. Outside the storeroom, raiders discuss fire containment, resource preservation, asset recovery from communities that resist liquidation, professional conversation about problems that require professional solutions. Lena takes the map from Sarah jacket, paper worn soft from folding, from handling, from being consulted during moments when direction mattered more than destination. Coordinates written in faded ink, geographic references that assume landmarks still exist, still provide navigation assistance when navigation determines survival versus wrong direction. The map shows route through industrial district, past factories that once produced things people wanted, now produce only rust and weather damage and the accumulated silence of machinery that stopped functioning. Bridge marked with red circle. Warning notation. Structural integrity questionable. Crossing possible but requires care, requires timing, requires weather conditions that permit passage. Beyond bridge notation reads sanctuary, children present, families intact, communication equipment functional, the abbreviated hope that cartographers express when hope requires geographic coordinates. Sarah closes her eyes, her breathing becomes irregular, heart rate becomes uncertain. Medical signs that suggest conversations between body and consciousness are ending, reaching conclusions that cannot be reversed. Stay together, she whispers. Trust each other. Remember that cooperation costs less than independence when independence means dying alone. The raiders breach the storeroom door. Light floods interior space. Artificial illumination that reveals hiding places, that eliminates shadows where people might avoid detection. Professional equipment applied to amateur concealment. 3 individuals enter, weapons ready, movement coordinated, people who understand room clearing procedures, who solve resistance through superior firepower and tactical discipline. Hands visible, the leader calls. Movement slow. Cooperation immediate or consequences immediate. They comply. Hands raised. Movement careful. The body language of people who understand that cooperation costs less than resistance when resistance means elimination. Sarah remains against wall. Blood loss sufficient to eliminate threat potential. Medical emergency that requires attention beyond raider capabilities. Problem that solves itself through biological processes. Others healthy, the leader observes. Mobile. Potentially useful for labor assignments. Asset evaluation that determines value versus disposal. But professional assessment requires time, requires evaluation facilities, requires transportation to locations where captured personnel receive assignment or elimination based on usefulness calculations. Smoke continues building. Fire spreads through inventory that burns efficiently, through cardboard and fabric and accumulated merchandise that converts to heat and ash and atmospheric pollution. Building evacuation necessary, the leader announces. Fire containment impossible. Asset preservation requires relocation to safer environment. They evacuate through loading dock, through gap where chains broke yesterday, through opening that provided escape route until escape became impossible due to professional perimeter security. Outside loading dock vehicles wait. Transportation sufficient for captured personnel. For asset relocation to facilities that specialize in processing community survivors. In determining usefulness versus elimination, Amanda requires medical attention. Shoulder wound that affects function but not survival. Medical needs that matter for transportation, for maintaining asset value during relocation process. Marcus applies pressure bandages, emergency medicine that prevents asset degradation, that maintains captured personnel in conditions suitable for evaluation and assignment. But medical attention requires supplies, requires equipment that raiders carry for operational support, for maintaining captured assets in usable condition during transportation phase. The leader evaluates medical requirements, calculates transportation costs against asset potential, mathematics that determine treatment versus disposal when treatment requires resource expenditure, asset preservation justified, he decides, medical support authorized, treatment sufficient for transportation, evaluation assignment pending arrival at processing facility. They enter vehicle that once transported commercial goods, now transports people who resist community liquidation, who require processing before assignment or elimination. Interior holds bench seating, restraint systems, basic accommodation for personnel who require secure transportation, who represent assets rather than passengers. Vehicle begins moving through streets that remember commerce, past buildings that remember purpose, through urban landscape that remembers function before function became memory. She studies route through window openings, geographic orientation, navigation references that matter for escape planning, for route memorization that serves future resistance operations. Industrial district spreads around transportation route, factories with broken windows, chemical plants with rusted storage tanks, infrastructure that produced prosperity until prosperity stopped being producible. The bridge appears ahead, concrete span across water that flows brown with chemical runoff, with industrial waste that settled into sediment layers, environmental damage that outlasts the industries that created damage. Bridge structure shows stress fractures, settlement damage, corrosion that affects load-bearing capacity, engineering problems that make crossing dangerous when crossing becomes necessary, but crossing remains possible, vehicle weight within structural tolerance, bridge span intact despite surface deterioration, passage available for those who accept calculated risks. They cross toward northeast quadrant, toward coordinates that map identifies as sanctuary, toward possibility that children still play games, that families remain intact, that cooperation survives professional disruption efforts. Water below moves slowly, current sufficient for navigation, but insufficient for power generation. For industrial applications that require rapid flow, river reduced to drainage function for chemical runoff, beyond bridge terrain changes. Industrial development gives way to residential areas, to neighborhoods where families lived when families could afford housing, when employment provided income sufficient for mortgages and property taxes. Now houses stand empty, windows broken, roofs damaged by weather that enters without invitation. Domestic architecture learning to exist without domestic occupation. But some houses show signs of recent habitation, smoke from chimneys, gardens growing in former lawns, evidence that people adapt existing infrastructure to current needs. That survival uses available resources rather than creating new resources. Vehicle continues through residential areas, past elementary school with playground equipment that rusts in weather, past shopping center with parking lot where weeds grow through asphalt cracks. Signs of organized community become visible. Roadblocks that channel traffic, guard posts that monitor approaches, defensive arrangements that suggest coordination, planning, collective security measures. The raider leader speaks into radio equipment, coordination with processing facility, arrival notification, asset delivery scheduling that maintains operational efficiency. Processing facility ahead, he announces, evaluation assignment immediate, cooperation requirements explained upon arrival, standard procedures for captured personnel. But processing facilities mean evaluation, mean assignment, mean potential for access to resources that matter for resistance operations, for gathering intelligence that serves network survival. Facility appears beyond residential district, former shopping center converted to administrative complex, parking areas repurposed for vehicle storage, commercial architecture adapted to correctional applications. They arrive at processing facility, vehicle stops at reception area. Personnel transfer begins, administrative procedures that convert captured individuals into processed assets. But processing means opportunity, means access to facility systems, means potential for resistance operations despite capture, despite professional security measures designed to prevent resistance. She memorizes facility layout, security arrangements, personnel movement patterns, information that matters for resistance planning, for escape coordination, for operations that serve network survival despite individual capture. The map remains hidden, coordinates protected, geographic information that leads toward sanctuary, toward place where children play games, where families remain intact, where cooperation survives despite professional efforts to eliminate cooperation. Processing begins. Individual evaluation, skills assessment, assignment determination based on usefulness calculations, administrative procedures that determine future role in raider operations. But resistance continues. Information gathering continues. Network support continues despite individual circumstances, despite capture, despite processing that attempts to convert resistance into compliance. Mathematics that balance individual risk against collective benefit, against network survival, against cooperation that continues through people who remember what cooperation accomplished before cooperation was interrupted by professional violence. Chapter 10. The Weight of Hope. The processing facility releases them after 3 days of evaluation. Skills assessment completed. Assignment determination made. Administrative conclusion that captured personnel provide insufficient value for continued resource expenditure. Economic calculation rather than humanitarian decision. Mathematics that balance asset utility against maintenance costs. Professional efficiency applied to personnel management when personnel become burden rather than benefit. They emerge into afternoon light that feels different after facility fluorescence. Natural illumination that changes with weather, with time, with atmospheric conditions that artificial lighting cannot reproduce. Marcus checks his shoulder where facility medical attention repaired raider inflicted damage. Field surgery that prioritized function over comfort. Healing that serves mobility rather than complete recovery. Amanda walks without assistance. Concussion symptoms resolved through rest and medical monitoring. Brain function restored to levels that support independent movement and decision-making. The map waits in Lena jacket pocket. Coordinates that point toward sanctuary, toward place where children allegedly play games, where families allegedly remain intact despite regional chaos. 40 miles northeast, she says. Across bridge we saw during transportation, past industrial district through residential areas that might hold communities, or might hold raiders. Marcus says, or might hold nothing except empty buildings and weather damage and accumulated silence. Worth investigating. Amanda says, worth risk assessment, worth travel effort if sanctuary means actual safety rather than temporary shelter. They begin walking northeast, through residential streets where houses stand empty, where lawns have become meadows, where domestic architecture learns to exist without domestic occupation. Some houses show recent habitation, smoke from chimneys, gardens growing where grass once grew. Evidence that people adapt available infrastructure to survival requirements, that shelter matters more than ownership when ownership has lost legal meaning. But habitation means people. People mean unknown intentions, unknown capabilities, unknown definitions of hospitality versus hostility when strangers approach inhabited territory. They avoid houses that show occupation, maintain distance from smoke sources, from garden activities, from evidence that territories belong to people who might defend territories against intrusion. First day covers 8 miles, progress limited by caution, by route selection that prioritizes concealment over efficiency, by energy conservation that balances movement against exhaustion. Night shelter in elementary school gymnasium, building abandoned but structurally intact, roof protection against weather, wall protection against wind. Basic accommodation that costs nothing except location security. Inside gymnasium basketball hoops, hang like goals for games nobody plays, like targets for sports that required teams and schedules and referees who enforced rules that everyone agreed to follow. Scoreboards display final numbers from final games. Numerical outcomes that mattered when outcomes determined championships, when competitions served entertainment rather than survival. They sleep on floor mats that physical education classes left behind. Equipment designed for exercise rather than accommodation. Comfort sufficient for one night when comfort means horizontal rest rather than luxury. Second day brings weather, storm clouds building from southeast, wind patterns that suggest precipitation, atmospheric pressure that affects joint pain and mood and energy levels. Rain begins during midday travel. Light drops that darken concrete, that release the smell of dust becoming mud. Environmental transition that affects visibility and footing and route selection. They seek shelter in abandoned gas station. Building designed for automotive service, for petroleum sales, for commerce that required automobiles and disposable income and infrastructure that maintained both. Inside, gas station remnants of consumer culture remain. Candy displays with empty shelves, soft drink coolers that no longer cool, magazine racks holding publications that report news from world that no longer exists. Rain increases, heavy drops that produce sound, that limit visibility, that convert dust to mud and make travel dangerous when footing becomes uncertain. Amanda discovers something behind service counter. Small object wrapped in faded cloth. Something hidden by station employees or customers or later occupants who used building for temporary shelter. Toy truck, she says, die-cast metal, paint worn but structure intact. Child plaything that represents vehicles and transportation and economic systems that produced both vehicles and toys. She holds truck carefully, studies construction details, manufacturing quality that assumed markets for toy vehicles, that assumed children who played games that simulated adult activities. Someone child played here, Marcus says, when Lena says, recently Amanda says, cloth still has color, metal shows handling wear but not weather damage. Object protected from elements, maintained by someone who valued preservation. They study toy truck with attention that object does not require, with focus that suggests importance beyond material value, symbolic weight that small objects carry when small objects connect to larger possibilities. Child means family, she says. Family means community. Community means cooperation that produces stability. That creates environment where children play games rather than work for survival. Or, meant Lena says, past tense, previous occupation, evidence of what existed rather than what continues existing. Hope versus realism, evidence versus interpretation. Mathematics that balance possibility against probability when probability calculations require information they do not possess. Storm intensifies, rain becomes downpour, weather that prevents travel. That requires shelter until atmospheric conditions improve enough to permit safe movement. They remain in gas station through afternoon, through evening, through night when rain continues but wind decreases. When storm provides sound isolation but not movement opportunity. During night watch, she studies map by flashlight, coordinates that point towards sanctuary. Geographic references that assume landmarks survive, that assume distances remain traversable despite infrastructural decay. Bridge marked 20 miles ahead, river crossing that requires structural integrity, weight-bearing capacity, foundation stability that supports pedestrian traffic, if not vehicular traffic. Beyond bridge map notation indicates sanctuary with confidence that geographic notation cannot justify, certainty that cartographers express when hope requires specific coordinates, when belief demands mathematical precision. But toy truck suggests children. Children suggest families. Families suggest communities that maintain stability sufficient for child development. For play activities that serve education rather than survival. Hope that small objects generate. That material evidence supports. That possibility calculations cannot eliminate despite probability mathematics that favor disappointment over fulfillment. Morning brings clearer weather, rain stops, wind decreases, atmospheric conditions that permit travel, that support route continuation toward coordinates that may or may not lead to sanctuary. They resume walking northeast. 8 miles per day. Progress limited by caution and energy conservation. By route selection that prioritizes safety over efficiency when efficiency requires exposure to unknown risks. Toy truck travels in Amanda pack, protected from weather, from damage, from loss. Object that carries symbolic weight, that represents possibility that children still play games, that families remain intact, that cooperation survives despite professional efforts to eliminate cooperation. Industrial district appears ahead. Factories with smokestacks that no longer smoke, chemical plants with storage tanks that contain residual materials, infrastructure that produced prosperity until prosperity became unproducible. But beyond industrial district, bridge waits. River crossing that leads toward sanctuary coordinates, toward place where map promises safety, where children allegedly play games, where hope confronts reality in mathematical equations that determine survival versus disappointment, the weight of hope that motivates continued travel, that justifies energy expenditure, that maintains direction toward coordinates that may represent salvation or may represent another empty promise in landscape filled with broken promises. But hope costs less than despair. Movement costs less than stagnation. Coordinates provide direction even when direction leads toward disappointment. Even when sanctuary exists only on maps that describe worlds that no longer exist, they walk toward bridge, toward river crossing, toward possibility that coordinates lead to communities where children play games, where families remain intact, where cooperation creates stability sufficient for hope to become reality rather than simply motivation for continued movement. Distance decreases. Bridge grows larger. River crossing approaches. Mathematics that balance hope against probability, against experience that teaches caution, against evidence that suggests disappointment more likely than fulfillment. But toy truck weighs almost nothing, carries possibility that weighs more than material substance, evidence that someone child played recently enough for evidence to survive weather and time and accumulated entropy, hope justified by small objects, by material evidence, by possibility that mathematics cannot eliminate even when mathematics favor disappointment over satisfaction. The bridge waits ahead, concrete span that crosses water flowing toward unknown destinations, structure that supports crossing or fails to support crossing, engineering that determines passage versus alternative route selection. They approach bridge with hope that costs almost nothing. That requires only continued movement, only belief that coordinates lead somewhere worth reaching, that sanctuary exists beyond river crossing, the weight of hope that enables movement despite uncertainty, despite probability calculations that favor disappointment, despite experience that teaches caution about promises that geographic coordinates cannot guarantee. But movement continues, hope continues, direction toward bridge that may support crossing, toward sanctuary that may exist, toward possibility that toy trucks represent communities where children still play games, where families remain intact, where cooperation survives despite professional efforts to eliminate cooperation through systematic violence. The mathematics of hope, where possibility matters more than probability, where movement matters more than destination, where direction matters more than arrival when arrival remains uncertain but direction remains available. Post-Apocalyptic Audiobook, chapters 11 to 20. Chapter 11, Ghosts in the Fog. The fog comes at dawn like smoke from some distant burning. Gray. Thick. It rolls across the broken highway and swallows the world until they walk through nothing but their own breathing. Lena stops walking. Marcus stops. Amanda stops. 3 heartbeats in the silence. The toy truck weighs nothing in Lena's pack, but she feels it there. Plastic wheels, painted metal. Some child dropped it running or left it behind when the world ended. She knows this. Still she carries it. Through the fog comes a sound, voices maybe, or wind through broken glass. We should go around, Amanda whispers. Around what? The fog touches everything now. Buildings disappear 10 feet away, street signs fade to shadows. Even the cracked asphalt under their boots seems uncertain. Marcus checks his rifle. 3 rounds left. He counts them every morning like prayers. Lena has 2 rounds. Amanda has none. They move through the gray like blind things feeling for walls. The voices come again. Closer. Words lost in the thickness, but human sounds. Human need. Someone calling for help or calling them closer to something worse than help. Could be survivors, Marcus says. Could be Amanda agrees. Lena knows what neither says. Could be bait. Could be madness. Could be the fog playing tricks with echoes and hope. They follow the sound anyway because survivors always follow sounds that might be other survivors. Even when they know better, the fog tastes of metal and old rain. It settles in their lungs like dust, makes them cough but quietly because sound carries strange and gray air. What seems far might be close. What seems gone might be watching. A shape moves ahead. Human height. Human gait. It stops when they stop. Starts when they start. Hello, Lena calls, not loud, just enough. The shape turns toward them. Features lost in gray. Could be anyone, could be no one. We need help, the shape says. A woman's voice. Young, tired, please. Where are you hurt? Lena asks, but keeps walking. Marcus spreads out to the left, Amanda to the right. They learn this from raiders. Angles of approach, fields of fire, lessons written in other people's mistakes. Not hurt. Lost, we got separated when the fog came. My brother is out there somewhere. How many in your group, Marcus asks. Just us 2. Have you seen anyone else? The woman steps closer. Features emerge from gray. Dirty face, torn clothes, eyes that move too much, looking past them instead of at them. Lena's finger finds her trigger. Not quite on it, just near. What's your name, she asks. Sarah. Where did you come from? North. We were heading south to Millfield. You know it. Lena knows no place called Millfield. Knows few places anymore. The map in her pack shows roads and towns, but roads end and towns empty, and names mean less than the distance between water sources. Behind them comes another sound. Footsteps. Slow and careful. Someone trying to be quiet. That's my brother, the woman says. Thomas. We found them. But the footsteps circle around. Too many feet for one person. The woman named maybe Sarah looks at something behind Lena's shoulder and her eyes change. Wide. Hungry. Run. Amanda says. They run into gray nothing. Fog swallows their footsteps, but not quite. Behind them comes pursuit. Voices calling out directions. This way. Cut them off. The river. Lena runs toward what she hopes is north, but direction disappears in fog. Buildings emerge like ships, pass and vanish. They might be running in circles. They might be running toward their hunters instead of away. Marcus stumbles, catches himself. His shoulder still weak from the raid wound, healing but not healed. Amanda helps him up, and they keep moving through gray that grows thicker. Wetter, like breathing underwater. Ahead the fog thins, a darker gray, a wall of shadow that becomes a building. Windows broken out like missing teeth, fire escape hanging loose, but shelter. Inside smells of rust and old water, footsteps echo off concrete. They climb stairs in darkness because the fog follows them through broken windows, flows like water seeking level. On the 3rd floor, Lena finds a room with one window, intact glass. She wipes away grime and looks down at the street below. Fog thick as snow, moving shapes that might be people, might be nothing. We wait, Marcus says. Amanda checks her concussion symptoms, headache, nausea, dizziness. All better now, but she still checks, still counts the days since raiders used her skull for target practice. The toy truck shifts in Lena's pack, plastic against metal. She thinks of children playing in fog, hide and seek, tag. Games where being found means safety instead of capture. Below them the voices fade, footsteps move away. The fog begins to thin as afternoon comes, but slowly, like smoke learning to dissipate. Through the window, Lena watches the street emerge, empty now. Wet pavement, abandoned cars with doors open, engine hoods raised. People took what they could and left the rest to rust. But at the far end of the block, something moves. Not fog, not shadow. A person standing still, watching their building, waiting. The woman who called herself Sarah, still there, patient as a spider. Marcus sees her too. 3 rounds in his rifle, 2 in Lena's pistol. Not enough if there are more. Never enough. Night comes early in the fog, darkness layered over gray until they cannot see their hands. Cannot see each other except as voices in black air. We should move, Amanda whispers. Where? They could be anywhere now. Could have surrounded the building, could be inside already climbing stairs in silence, or they could be gone, following other sounds, other prey. Survivors who run slower or hide worse, or trust strangers who use familiar names like Sarah. Lena takes first watch, sits by the intact window and watches fog become darkness, become fog again, listens for footsteps, for voices, for the sound of doors opening floors below. In her pack, the toy truck waits, evidence of children, of families, of places where fog lifts and people play games that do not end with bullets. She wants to believe this, needs to believe it, but belief and need do not stop footsteps on the stairs. They come at midnight, slow and careful, counting steps, testing boards for squeaks, professional quiet, hunter quiet. Marcus wakes to her touch. Amanda opens her eyes. They gather by the window with nowhere to go but up. The fire escape hangs 3 floors down, broken, unusable. The stairs provide the only exit, and hunters climb toward them 1 step at a time. In the hallway outside their room, a floorboard creaks. Someone breathing, someone waiting. The door has no lock. Never did. Just a handle and hope. Chapter 12, The Price of Mercy. The footsteps stop outside their door, someone breathing on the other side, someone deciding. Lena holds her pistol with both hands. 2 rounds. Marcus has his rifle ready. 3 rounds. Amanda grips a piece of broken concrete like a weapon. 6 people if they are lucky, 60 if they are not. The handle turns slow. The door opens slower. Gray fog drifts into the room like something alive. Behind it comes a shadow, then a face. Not the woman called Sarah. A boy. Maybe 16, maybe 20. Age disappears when people stop eating regular. Please, he says, don't shoot. I'm hurt. His left arm hangs wrong, bent where arms do not bend. Blood soaks through his torn jacket, but not fresh blood. Old blood, days old. Where are the others, Marcus asks. What others? The people hunting us, your friends. I don't have friends. Been alone since Tuesday. Tuesday. Lena counts backward. 4 days, or 5. Time moves different when every day is the same day. Survive. Move. Hide. Sleep when you can. How did you get hurt, she asks. Fell through some floorboards, broke my arm, maybe broke other things, can't tell. He steps into the room, young face, old eyes, the fog swirls around his legs like water. Got any medicine, he asks. Anything for pain. Amanda has aspirin. 3 tablets left. She saved them for emergencies. This counts. Sit down, she tells the boy. Let me look. His name is David, or he says it is. Names come cheap now. People change them when they change locations. Fresh start, new identity, new chances to make the same mistakes. His arm is broken, not compound. The bone stays inside skin where it belongs. Amanda makes a sling from torn fabric, shows him how to wear it. You were following us, Lena says. No, following the voices. Thought maybe they had food. Medicine. Help. What voices? The woman, Sarah, others with her. They had flashlights, moving through the fog, calling out. How many others? Don't know. Maybe 5, maybe 10. Hard to tell with the fog. Marcus checks the window. Street still empty, still watching, still waiting. Where did they go? David asks. Away, looking for easier prey. Am I easier prey? Everyone is easier than someone else. David tries to smile. Fails. Pain makes smiling difficult. I got some food, he says. Not much. But I can share. He shows them a can of peaches. Dented. Label gone. Could be peaches. Could be anything. Could be empty. Amanda looks at his pupils. Checks for concussion symptoms. Finds them. Headache. Nausea. Double vision. Her training comes back when she needs it. Medical knowledge preserved like seeds for spring. You need rest, she tells him. Real rest. Days of it. Don't we all, Marcus says. Outside the fog thickens again. Night fog, heavy and wet, it flows down the street like a river, covers broken cars, covers watching eyes, covers the distance between here and somewhere else. David shivers, fever or cold or fear, all three maybe. I had a sister, he says, Emma. We got separated 2 weeks ago. Raiders came through our camp, everything happened so fast. He stops talking, looks at his hands, broken fingers on the good arm, swollen knuckles. The kind of damage that comes from hitting things too hard too many times. She might still be alive, Lena says, because survivors need hope the way they need water. Yeah, maybe. She was always smarter than me, better at hiding, better at running. The fog presses against the window, gray fingers looking for ways inside. David watches it move. Are you really going to some sanctuary place, he asks. How do you know about sanctuary? I listen. People talk. Word travels. They say someone found a place where things work, where children go to school. In her pack, the toy truck shifts. Plastic reminder, painted promise. Lena feels its weight. Just rumors, Marcus says. Everything starts as rumors, then it becomes hope, then it becomes truth or disappointment. Which do you think this will be? David asks, ask me when we get there. If we get there, when? They take turns sleeping, 2 hours each. David cannot keep watch with his injuries, but he tries. Sits by the window, stares into fog, looks for shapes that might be people, might be memories. Around dawn he starts coughing, deep, wet sounds, something wrong in his lungs. Amanda gives him water, checks his temperature with the back of her hand. Fever, rising. We should take him with us, Lena says. Marcus loads his rifle, unloads it, loads it again. 3 rounds. Never enough. He slows us down, makes noise, draws attention. He's just a kid. So were we once. That's not the same thing, isn't it? We survived because people helped us, fed us, taught us, showed us which berries were safe and which would twist our stomachs into knots. David listens without pretending not to listen. His broken arm throbs, his fever climbs, his chances diminish with each passing hour. I can keep up, he says. Won't be trouble. Everyone is trouble sooner or later, Amanda says. Question is what kind. The fog lifts as morning comes. Slow reveal. Street emerges. Buildings show themselves. The world returns piece by piece like a photograph developing. David coughs again, longer, harder. Blood flecks appear on his lips. Internal injuries, Amanda whispers. Getting worse. How long does he have? Could be hours. Could be days. Hard to tell. Through the window they watch the street. Empty now. No watchers, no hunters, just broken pavement and abandoned cars and the ghosts of people who used to live here. David tries to stand, falls back down, tries again. I can make it, he says. Just need a minute. But minutes pass and he cannot make it, cannot stand without help, cannot walk without stumbling, cannot hide the sound of his breathing. Leave me some water, he says. I'll catch up later. They know he will not catch up. He knows he will not catch up, but they pretend otherwise because pretending sometimes helps. Lena gives him the aspirin. All 3 tablets. Amanda leaves her medical supplies, bandages, antiseptic, what little they have. Marcus hesitates, then leaves 1 round. A single bullet. For emergencies, David says. For emergencies, Marcus agrees. They pack in silence, check the map, mark their progress. 40 miles becomes 38, becomes 36. Numbers decreasing like days in winter. At the door, David stops them. If you find my sister, he says, Emma, tell her I looked for her. Tell her I tried. We'll tell her lure. Lena says they leave him sitting by the window, watching fog lift, waiting for whatever comes next. In her pack, the toy truck settles against her spine. Reminder of children, of mercy, of prices paid and unpaid. The street tastes of metal and old rain. Behind them, the building grows smaller. David becomes a shadow in a window. Then, nothing at all. But mercy has weight. It follows them down the street, through the lifting fog, towards sanctuary or disappointment or whatever waits 36 miles northeast. The fog clears, the sun comes out. The world emerges bright and sharp and unforgiving, and they walk towards something that might be hope. Chapter 13. Cracks in the Bond. The argument starts over water. 2 bottles left, maybe enough for today, maybe not. Marcus wants to ration, Lena wants to drink, Amanda wants to find more before they need what they have. They stand beside a rusted overpass. Below them, the highway splits into 3 directions. Northeast toward Sanctuary, north toward higher ground. East toward the river they heard but never saw. Which way Sarah's map shows northeast, but maps lie when bridges wash out and roads end and the world rearranges itself while people sleep. I say we follow the water, Amanda says. Rivers mean towns. Towns mean supplies. Towns mean people. Marcus says people mean trouble. People mean help. Lena says not anymore, they don't. The sun beats down, hot for late season. Unseasonable heat that makes the asphalt soft and the air shimmer like water. They stand in shadow under the overpass, but shadow provides no coolness. Marcus checks his shoulder, healing slow, too slow. The wound seeps fluid that smells of infection. Amanda changes his bandage, but fabric runs low. Medical supplies run lower. We should have stayed with David, Lena says. David was dying. We're all dying, just slower. Speak for yourself. I am speaking for myself and for you, and for everyone who pretends tomorrow will be different from today. Marcus loads his rifle, 2 rounds now. He gave one to David. Acts of mercy reduce ammunition, reduce chances, reduce everything except guilt. You want to go back, Lena says. I want to go forward, just not stupid forward. Not hope will save us forward. Hope is all we have. Hope gets people unlived. Hope makes them trust strangers. Share resources, take chances they cannot afford. The toy truck shifts in Lena's pack. She adjusts the straps, but the weight stays wrong. Everything stays wrong when people argue about directions they must take together or not at all. Below them, something moves. Not wind, not shadow. A person walking along the highway, heading north, away from Sanctuary, away from coordinates marked in Sarah's careful handwriting. Lena waves. The person looks up, waves back, keeps walking. We should ask them about water, Amanda says. We should ask them about nothing, Marcus says. Questions draw attention. Attention draws trouble. Everything draws trouble. Breathing draws trouble. Walking draws trouble. Existing draws trouble. So we should stop existing. Maybe we already have. The person disappears around a bend, going north toward higher ground or lower expectations or whatever people find when they stop looking for sanctuary. They decide on northeast. Not because the map says so, because arguments must end and directions must be chosen, and 36 miles is closer than forever. The road surface cracks in patterns like broken glass. Weeds push through asphalt, nature reclaiming what was never really taken, what was only borrowed and poorly maintained. Marcus falls behind. His shoulder throbs, his fever climbs, infection spreads like doubt through bloodstream. How much further, Amanda asks. Lena checks the map, measures distance with her thumb. 34 miles, maybe 33. 3 days if we keep this pace. What if we don't keep this pace? Then longer. They walk in silence. Heat builds. Pavement softens. Their boots stick to asphalt that remembers being liquid, being laid down by crews who thought it would last decades. Nothing lasts decades anymore. Nothing lasts years. Nothing lasts longer than the attention span of whoever maintains it. A sound ahead. Engines. Multiple vehicles moving fast on broken road. They dive for the drainage ditch. Lie flat against concrete that burns through fabric. Wait for whatever comes. 3 trucks pass. Military green. Windows tinted dark, going southeast toward places they left behind, or places they avoided. Hard to tell direction when everything looks the same. Raiders, Marcus whispers. Maybe. Or traitors. Or military. Or people who found working vehicles and working fuel and working reasons to keep moving. The engines fade, dust settles, heat returns. They climb from the ditch. Check for damage. Torn clothes. Scraped skin. Pride wounded, but bodies intact. Amanda looks back toward where the trucks went. Think they saw us. Hope not. Hope. There it is again. Hope that strangers will ignore them. Hope that working vehicles carry good intentions. Hope that sanctuary exists and children play with toy trucks and the world repairs itself while they sleep. But hope alone fixes nothing. Changes nothing. Hope needs tools, weapons, resources, skills, plans. Or it needs luck. Stupid blind luck that strikes random and leaves random and explains nothing about why some people survive and others do not. They reach a bridge at midday, concrete span across empty riverbed, the water went somewhere else, found different path, left bridge connecting nothing to nothing. Below them, the riverbed shows white stones, scattered trash, tire tracks from vehicles that crossed when crossing made sense. Maybe there is still water upstream, Marcus says. Maybe there is nothing upstream, Lena says. They cross anyway. Bridge holds. Concrete remembers its purpose even when purpose disappears. On the far side, the road continues northeast, cracked but continuous. Behind them, dust rises. Vehicles approaching. The same 3 trucks or different trucks, or trucks they imagined in heat, shimmer, and hope. They run, not fast, not far, but away from the road, away from engines, away from questions they cannot answer about where they come from and where they go, and what they carry that might be worth taking. The trucks pass without slowing, without stopping, without noticing 3 people hiding behind billboard that advertises restaurant closed 15 years ago. When silence returns, they return to the road, walk northeast, count miles, count steps, count breaths between arguments that simmer like heat from pavement. Evening comes early. Clouds build, storm weather approaching. They need shelter. Find abandoned gas station. Roof intact, walls solid, windows broken but walls solid. Inside smells of old fuel, old dreams, old promises that travel would take you somewhere better than where you started. Marcus sits heavily. Fever makes him clumsy. Infection makes him weak. He cleans his wound with precious water, changes bandage with precious cloth. How bad, Amanda asks. Bad. How bad is bad? Bad enough. They eat in silence. Canned peaches David would have shared, stale crackers that taste of dust, water rationed like hope, measured like time, outside thunder rolls, lightning flickers, storm comes whether they want it or not, weather ignores human preference, always has, rain begins, light at first, then heavy, then torrential, water falls through broken windows, pools on concrete floor, first water they have seen in days. They set out containers, cups, bottles, anything that holds liquid. Rain tastes of dust and distance, but water is water. Clean or dirty, fresh or stale. Wet is wet. Lightning illuminates the station. Brief glimpses of abandonment. Cash register open, shelves empty, maps scattered across counter, showing roads to everywhere and nowhere. The toy truck shifts against Lena's spine. She takes it from her pack, studies painted metal, plastic wheels, evidence of children, of families, of normal life that continues somewhere despite everything. You think it's real? Amanda asks. What? The place on the map. Sanctuary. I think the map is real. The coordinates are real. What we find there might be anything, including nothing. Including nothing. Thunder shakes the station. Rain pounds harder. Storm settling in for the night, they settle in too. Take turns sleeping, listen to water fall and collect and promise tomorrow. In her dreams, Lena sees children playing in rain, laughing, running through puddles, playing games where being caught means you are it instead of you are gone. She wakes to silence. Storm past. Morning comes gray and wet. Water collected in their containers. Enough for days if they ration, enough for hours if they don't. They pack wet, load wet, leave wet. But moving towards something that might be hope, might be home. 33 miles to go, 3 days if weather holds, longer if it doesn't, forever if sanctuary proves to be another word for disappointment. But they walk northeast anyway, because directions chosen together matter more than directions chosen alone. Because arguments end, but distances remain. Because hope might be stupid, but despair is worse. Chapter 14, The Silent City. The road ends at a wall of cars, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, stacked 3 high, welded together, rusted together, time and weather making metal into monument, into barrier, into message that reads like keep out or keep in, depending on which side you stand. Lena touches cold steel, cars from every decade, every maker. Every dream of somewhere else to be. Now they guard nothing, block passage to nothing, preserve nothing but the memory of traffic jams that became permanent. There has to be a way around, Marcus says, or through, Amanda says. They walk along the wall. Cars stretch beyond sight, east and west like horizon made of metal, no gaps, no gates, no obvious passage for anything larger than insects. Above them ravens gather, black shapes against gray sky, waiting for whatever comes next. Ravens know about waiting, about patience, about the way all barriers eventually fail. Someone built this, Lena says. When? Recently. Look at the welds. Fresh rust, new damage. This took time, planning, resources. Why build a wall here? To keep something in, or out, or both? They find a ladder. Crude thing made of rebar and hope. It climbs the wall like spine-up vertebrae, 20 feet to the top, 20 feet to see what lies beyond. Marcus cannot climb. His shoulder weeps fluid. His fever climbs with the sun. He sits in shade while Amanda goes up first. She reaches the top, looks over, goes very still. What do you see? Lena calls. City. Empty city. Streets like grid. Buildings like tombstones. Any people? No. No people. No movement. No smoke. No anything. Lena climbs up, joins Amanda on the wall top, looks down into silence. The city spreads below them, geometric, planned, streets meet at right angles, buildings rise in orderly rows. Everything designed by minds that believed in order, in progress, in tomorrow being better than today. But no people, no cars moving, no lights, no sound except wind through empty windows. How many lived here, Amanda asks. 50,000, maybe more. Hard to tell when everyone is gone. Where did they go? Same place everyone goes. Away, or nowhere, or into ground that refuses to remember names. They climb down, tell Marcus what they saw. Empty city, silent streets. The kind of place that should have people but doesn't. That should have answers but won't. We go around, Marcus says. Around could take days. Weeks. We don't have weeks. We don't have whatever is in there either. Maybe there's supplies, medicine, things we need, things people need people to maintain. Empty places stay empty for reasons. But they climb the wall anyway, all three of them. Marcus struggling, fever weak, infection slow, but climbing because going around means giving up sanctuary, means admitting 30 miles is too far when resources run thin and hope runs thinner. The city waits beyond the wall, patient as death, quiet as graves. They enter from the north, industrial district, factories like sleeping giants, smokestacks like prayers to sky that stopped listening. Everything built for productivity that produced nothing anymore. Their footsteps echo off concrete, bounce between buildings, return as whispers, as ghosts, as evidence that someone still moves through places designed for millions. Street signs mark intersections, Broadway, Main Street, Industrial Way, names that meant something when maps mattered, when destinations existed, when people had somewhere to go. A shopping cart sits abandoned, child seat folded down. Someone was shopping when the world ended, loading necessities, planning dinner, thinking about tomorrow that never came. Lena checks buildings. Doors open, windows dark, everything accessible, everything empty, like people vanished mid-sentence, mid-step, mid-breath. Inside a pharmacy, she finds shelves bare, medication gone, bandages gone, even vitamins gone. Taken by people who thought supplies mattered more than location, who chose portable over permanent. But in the back office, she finds antibiotics, 2 bottles hidden behind filing cabinet, ampicillin, penicillin, medicine that matters when infection travels through bloodstream like rumor through population. Marcus needs these. His shoulder burns, his fever spikes. Without medicine, he will not make 30 miles, will not make 30 feet. She pockets the bottles, finds water purification tablets, first aid supplies, things people missed because they grabbed obvious and missed useful. Outside, Amanda waits by the cart, checks labels, reads expiration dates. Everything expired, but expiration dates mean less when dying is the alternative. We should split up, Lena, to cover more ground, find more supplies. Bad idea. Marcus says empty places have reasons for being empty. What reasons? The usual. Radiation, disease, chemical spills, military experiments, aliens. Probably not aliens, but definitely something. They stay together, move through streets like funeral procession, quiet, respectful, aware that cities are graveyards where headstones have addresses. A school appears, elementary. Playground equipment rusted solid, swings hanging still, slides leading nowhere. Monkey bars like ribs of some sleeping beast. Inside classrooms wait, desks in rows, chalkboards clean, books stacked neat, everything ready for students who stopped coming. For teachers who stopped teaching, for futures that stopped arriving. In one room, someone wrote on the board, "Where did everyone go?" Good question, Amanda says. No good answers, Lena says. They find the gymnasium, high ceiling, wooden floor, basketball hoops like goals nobody shoots for anymore. But dry, warm, defensible. We could sleep here, Marcus says. Could. Question is should. Empty cities feel wrong, sound wrong, smell wrong, too quiet, too clean, too much like places where people should be but aren't. But night comes whether they sleep here or somewhere else. Dark comes whether buildings are empty or full. Safety comes from preparation, not location. They barricade doors, check windows, count exits, plan escape routes because empty places sometimes fill when people stop watching. Marcus swallows antibiotics. Fever breaks within hours. Infection retreats like shame. Medicine works when you have it, fails when you don't. In darkness, the school sounds different. Footsteps echo, voices carry. Even breathing seems amplified in hallways designed for hundreds, for no life. Amanda takes first watch, sits by window facing north, watches empty streets, empty buildings, empty sky that promises nothing but more emptiness. Where did they go, she whispers. Everywhere else, Lena whispers back. Same place we're going. Somewhere better, somewhere different. Somewhere that exists on maps but not in reality. You think sanctuary is real. I think we need it to be real. Whether it is or not, that's not the same thing. No, it's better. Reality disappoints. Need sustains. Outside something moves. Not wind, not shadow. Something deliberate. Something careful. Something that knows how to move through empty cities without making sound. They gather at the window. Watch. Wait. Ready weapons. Count ammunition. Same ritual. Same fear. Same hope that whatever comes can be reasoned with or fought or avoided. But nothing comes. Street empties again. Movement proves to be memory. Fear proves to be preparation. Hope proves to be the distance between seeing and understanding. They sleep in shifts, dream of empty classrooms, of students who stopped attending, of teachers who stopped believing tomorrow would be better than today. Morning brings no answers, only light through gymnasium windows, only silence through hallways, only the promise that today will be like yesterday unless they make it different. They pack supplies, check weapons, study map, 29 miles to sanctuary, 3 days if they maintain pace, longer if empty cities slow them down, forever if sanctuary proves to be another empty place with no answers and no people and no hope. But they leave anyway. Walk south through silent streets, past empty buildings, past monuments to productivity and progress and promises the future broke. Behind them, the school waits for students who will never return, for teachers who found other purposes, for bells that ring in empty hallways where echoes answer echoes and silence speaks louder than words. Chapter 15. Beneath the Earth. The entrance is just a hole, concrete steps leading down into black. No signs, no warnings, no indicators of what waits below ground level. Marcus shines their last flashlight down the stairs. Weak beam penetrates maybe 10 feet before darkness swallows everything. Could be basement, could be sewer, could be tomb. Looks like a bunker, Amanda says, or subway tunnel, or storm drain. Or any of 100 underground spaces people built when they believed in building things to last. They stand at the edge, looking down. 3 people who survived above ground wondering what survival looks like below. Lena drops a stone, counts seconds, hears it hit. Not far, maybe 20 feet, deep enough to break legs, not deep enough to break hope. Air smells wrong, not fresh, not stale. Wrong, like chemistry experiments. Like medicine cabinets, like things that should stay buried, staying buried badly, We need those medical supplies. Marcus says, his shoulder has healed but slowly. Infection fought off, but barely. Next time he might need more than antibiotics, might need surgery, might need miracles. Medical supplies live in hospitals, in clinics, in places above ground where windows let in light and doors let in people, and help comes from training, not luck. Unless those places got emptied, looted, stripped clean by people who understood that medicine matters more than location. Someone built this for a reason, Amanda says. Lots of reasons to dig holes. Storage, shelter, secrets, sewage, safety, or experiments. They circle the entrance. Look for clues. Find concrete that was poured recently, within years, not decades. Someone dug this when the world still made sense. When permits mattered, when inspectors inspected things that needed inspecting. There, Lena points. Metal door set into hillside 50 yards away, almost hidden by overgrown bushes. Paint faded, but readable. Authorized personnel only. So not subway tunnel, not storm drain, something official, something government, something that required authorization when authorization came from sources people trusted. The door is locked, was locked, rust ate the lock. Time and weather defeated security. They push and metal screams against metal but moves. Opens onto corridor that leads down into dark. Emergency lighting flickers. Red bulbs drawing power from somewhere, from batteries, from generators, from systems designed to function when main systems fail. The corridor extends beyond their flashlight range. Clean concrete, painted walls, floor tiles like those found in hospitals, in laboratories, in places where cleanliness prevented contamination, or tried to. They walk single file, Lena first, Marcus middle, Amanda rear guard. Formation learned from raiders who learned it from military, who learned it from centuries of people walking into dangerous places with insufficient information. Side passages branch off, numbered doors line hallways, everything labeled. Everything organized, everything designed by minds that believed problems could be solved through proper categorization. Door-marked storage opens onto shelves, medical supplies like Christmas morning, antibiotics, antiseptics, bandages, sutures, everything needed to repair damage caused by world falling apart. They fill their packs, take what they can carry, leave what they cannot. Mathematics of survival, reducing plenty to portions. Another door marked laboratory. Inside sit machines they cannot name, computers dark, microscopes waiting for specimens, everything covered in dust that settled when air circulation stopped, when people stopped coming, when research stopped requiring researchers. On one desk, Lena finds notes, handwriting faded but readable, test subjects showing promising results, side effects minimal, recommend expanded trials. What kind of trials, Marcus asks. Paper doesn't say. Probably classified, probably sensitive, probably the kind of information people hide underground when they perform experiments on things that matter. Amanda finds refrigeration units, powered off, warm now. Inside are vials, test tubes, samples of things that needed cold storage. That required temperatures lower than hope. The vials are labeled with numbers, no names, no descriptions. Just sequential identification for things that probably had names once, had purposes, had reasons for existing in underground laboratories where authorized personnel performed authorized experiments. Some vials are broken, glass shards mixed with dried residue. Whatever was inside escaped into air, into water, into food chain that connects everything to everything else, whether people understand connections or not. Marcus backs away from the refrigeration units. His medical training recognizes danger when safety protocols fail, when containment becomes contamination, when experiments outlive experimenters. We should leave, he says. Should. But deeper in the facility might be answers, information, resources, things worth the risk of breathing air that tastes of chemistry and abandonment. They move deeper, past offices, past meeting rooms, past places where people made decisions about things happening in other places to other people for other reasons. The corridor ends at heavy doors, reinforced, sealed, warning signs in multiple languages. Danger, Peligro. Waken, universal symbols for universal threats. Beyond the doors lies silence, but silence with weight, with presence, with something that breathes differently than empty spaces breathe. The doors are electronic, were electronic. Now they stand slightly open. Power failure or system override. Security defeated by time and entropy and things that break when nobody maintains them. Lena peers through the gap. Darkness beyond darkness. Her flashlight beam penetrates maybe 5 feet before absorption. Before whatever waits in that space consumes light like appetite. Something moves in there. Not wind, not settling. Something deliberate, something that noticed flashlight beam. Something that responds to observation by becoming more active. Close the door, Amanda whispers. Can't. Electronic locks. No power. No control. No way to seal what was designed to stay sealed. Then we run. They run back through corridors, past laboratories, past storage rooms, past evidence of experiments that required underground facilities and authorized personnel and warning signs in multiple languages. Behind them comes pursuit. Not footsteps, something else, something that moves without walking, that approaches without advancing, that follows rules other than physics. Emergency lighting flickers faster. Red bulbs strobing like heartbeat, like warning, like countdown to something they cannot prevent because they do not understand what needs preventing. They reach the entrance, climb stairs, emerge into daylight that seems impossibly bright after underground darkness. Behind them, the hole waits. Patient, hungry, ready for next visitors who mistake curiosity for wisdom. The metal door swings shut. Rusted hinges scream, but hold. Lock might be broken, but door still closes. Still provides barrier between authorized personnel and things that should stay underground. They run from the facility, from whatever they disturbed, from questions they asked by going places designed for people with better answers than survival requires. A mile away they stop running, check supplies, count medical equipment, calculate gains versus losses. They have antibiotics, bandages, antiseptics, equipment worth risks taken, but they also have knowledge. Blaze understanding that empty cities stay empty for reasons, that underground facilities hide things better left hidden, that some doors should stay closed even when locks fail. What was that thing Marcus asks? Don't know, don't want to know. Some questions have answers that make asking them mistakes. But it was alive. Alive means different things in different places. Above ground, alive means breathing. Underground, alive might mean something else entirely. They walk south, away from facility, away from questions, toward coordinates marked on Sarah's map, toward sanctuary that might exist, might provide answers, might offer safety from things that live in underground spaces where authorized personnel performed authorized experiments. 28 miles to go, 2.5 days if they maintain pace, longer if underground encounters slow them down, forever if sanctuary proves to be another facility, another experiment, another place where questions outnumber answers. The sun sets behind them. Night comes from ahead. Between darkness and darkness, they walk towards something that might be hope, might be help, might be home. In her pack, the toy truck settles against medical supplies, plastic wheels against antibiotic bottles, evidence of children against evidence of things that require warning signs in multiple languages. Which will they find at Sanctuary? Children playing games, or experiments waiting for authorized personnel who stopped coming when authorization stopped mattering. Only 28 miles to answer, only distance between questions and truth, only hope measured in footsteps and time and the weight of things they carry toward places they have never seen. Chapter 16, The Cost of Survival. Morning brings screaming, human screaming. Close, getting closer. Someone running through woods toward their camp. Someone pursued. Someone desperate enough to lead danger toward strangers if strangers might provide help. Lena wakes to sound. Marcus wakes. Amanda wakes. All three instantly alert because screaming means emergency. Emergency means decisions. Decisions mean living or dying based on choices made in seconds. A woman crashes through underbrush. Young, maybe 20, torn clothes, bleeding face. Running like prey runs when predators gain ground. Please, she gasps. Help me. They took my baby. Who took your baby, Marcus asks. His rifle ready. 2 rounds, always 2 rounds unless he fires. Then fewer. Men with trucks, military trucks, said they were collecting children for medical evaluation. Said it was temporary. Said they would bring her back. When? Yesterday, maybe day before. Hard to tell when you don't sleep, when you keep running, when time moves like injury through bloodstream. The woman looks over her shoulder, listening for pursuit, for engines, for sounds that mean capture closest distance while help remains distant. Her name is Carol, or she says it is. Names come cheap when identity matters less than immediate survival, when yesterday becomes irrelevant because today demands complete attention. Where did they take her? Lena asks. South, toward the city. Big facility. Concrete buildings. Fences. Guards. The kind of place that keeps people in or out depending on which side you stand. Sanctuary facility. Don't know, maybe. They said medical evaluation, said testing, said things that sounded official but felt wrong. Everything feels wrong when armed men take children for reasons they cannot explain clearly. Amanda checks Carol's injuries. Cuts, bruises, exhaustion, dehydration. Nothing requiring surgery, but everything requiring rest. Medical attention. Time they might not have if pursuit follows her trail. How many men, Marcus asks? 6. Maybe 8. Hard to count when you're hiding. When you're watching through leaves, when fear makes numbers unreliable. Armed. All of them. Military weapons, military vehicles, military discipline, either real military or people who learned military methods for unofficial purposes. Carol sits heavily, shakes, exhaustion and shock and awareness that running brought her here, but here might not provide solutions, might not offer help, might be another place where adults make decisions about children without consulting parents. My daughter is 3, she says. Emma. She likes toy trucks, cars, anything with wheels. She makes engine noises when she plays. In Lena's pack, the toy truck responds to mention plastic wheels against fabric. Evidence that somewhere children still play, still make engine noises, still exist in numbers requiring protection. They could be helping her, Amanda says. Medical evaluation sounds legitimate. Children need health care, vaccinations, checkups. Or they could be using her, testing things, trying procedures. Children make good test subjects because they heal fast, adapt quick, trust adults who wear official clothing and speak with authority. We don't know which Carol says. That's why I need to find out. Why I need help getting close enough to see what they're really doing. Getting close means getting caught. Marcus says, military facilities don't allow casual observation. Don't permit unauthorized personnel to evaluate their operations. I have to try. She's my daughter, my responsibility, my reason for keeping going when going becomes difficult. They break camp in silence, pack supplies, check weapons, make calculations about distance versus danger versus moral obligation to help mothers find stolen children. Carol leads them south, through woods that grow thicker, quieter, more isolated from roads and towns and places where people gather for mutual protection. The facility appears through trees like monument to efficiency. Concrete buildings arranged in geometric patterns, fences topped with wire. Guard towers staffed with people who watch approaches with professional attention. Military vehicles park in rows. Equipment staged for rapid deployment. Fuel tanks, generator units, communication arrays. Everything needed to maintain operations independent of civilian infrastructure. But no children visible, no playing, no engine noises, no sounds that suggest 3-year-olds who like toy trucks exist somewhere inside those concrete buildings. We watch, Amanda says, learn their routines, count personnel, identify weaknesses. They watch for hours, guard shifts change, vehicles enter and exit, people move with purpose between buildings, but no children, no families. No evidence that medical evaluation includes anything medical or evaluative. Around noon, a truck arrives. Canvas covered. Guards escort people from truck to building. Adults, maybe 6, maybe 8. Hard to count through canvas, but definitely adults going somewhere they do not want to go. New arrivals, Carol whispers, like they brought me and Emma, like they bring everyone who gets too close to their operation. What operation? Don't know. Never found out. Emma got scared when they separated us, started crying, I started fighting. Everything happened fast after that. The truck empties, guards return to positions, normal routine resumes. Whatever normal means in facilities that collect children for medical evaluation. Evening brings opportunity. Guards reduce numbers. Shift change creates gaps. Security depends on routine, but routine creates predictability. I'm going in, Carol says. Bad idea, Marcus says. Going in means getting caught. Getting caught means joining Emma wherever she went. Not going means leaving her with them. Whatever they're doing, however they're helping or hurting or using children for purposes children cannot understand or consent to. Lena studies the facility, counts guards, measures distances, calculates risks versus rewards versus moral obligations that cannot be measured in mathematical terms. I'll go with you, she says. Both bad ideas. Marcus says, 2 people get caught twice as easy as 1 person gets caught. Or 2 people succeed where 1 person fails. Or 2 people watch each other's backs while 1 person watches nothing but trouble approaching from directions they cannot see. They plan approach, entry route, extraction route, signals for success and failure and situations requiring immediate evacuation. Plans that sound reasonable until contact with reality proves most plans inadequate. Midnight provides darkness. Cloud cover provides concealment. Exhaustion provides opportunity when guards assume empty woods contain no threats. Lena and Carol move through shadows, between trees, around sensors that detect movement but not stillness. Security systems designed by people who understood technology better than human behavior. The fence proves passable. Wire can be cut, alarms can be avoided, barriers exist to stop vehicles and large groups. 2 people moving carefully slip through gaps designed for drainage, for maintenance, for purposes that never included preventing desperate mothers from searching for stolen children. Inside the facility looks different, less organized, more improvised. Buildings connected by covered walkways, equipment scattered without obvious planning. Everything functional but temporary, like operation designed to move quickly when circumstances require relocation. They find building marked medical. Inside are rooms with examination tables, medical equipment, computers displaying charts and graphs and data about things requiring measurement. But no children, no Emma, no 3-year-olds who like toy trucks and make engine noises while playing games that involve wheels and imagination. Another building marked research. Inside are laboratories, test equipment, refrigeration units like those found underground. Like those found in places where authorized personnel perform experiments on things that matter to science more than safety. Still no children. Still no Emma. Still no evidence that medical evaluation includes actual medicine or actual evaluation. Carol checks every room, every building, every space large enough to hide 3-year-old children who trust adults. Adults prove untrustworthy. Nothing. Empty. Like children never existed. Like medical evaluation means something other than medicine. Like collection means something other than protection. Outside alarm sounds. Lights activate. Guards respond to intrusion detection. Security systems designed to prevent exactly what they attempted. Successfully attempted until success triggered consequences. They run toward fence, toward woods, toward escape routes planned for situations exactly like current situation. Behind them, pursuit organizes, coordinates, responds with military efficiency to unauthorized personnel attempting unauthorized observation. At the fence, Carol stops, looks back at facility, at concrete buildings that might contain Emma, might contain answers, might contain nothing but equipment and personnel and purposes that require concealment. She's not here, Carol says, or she is and we cannot find her, or she was and they moved her. Or medical evaluation finished and Emma went somewhere else for reasons we cannot determine from unauthorized observation. They reach the woods, safety of trees, darkness that conceals movement, distance that reduces accuracy of pursuit weapons. Behind them, the facility returns to normal routine. Guards resume positions. Lights dim. Security systems reset for next intrusion. Next unauthorized personnel. Next, desperate parents searching for children taken for medical evaluation. Carol cries without sound, exhaustion and disappointment, and awareness that searching brought information but not reunion, answers but not solutions, understanding but not Emma. Tomorrow we keep looking. Lena says, where? How? They could be anywhere. Could have moved her, could have finished whatever they were doing and released her somewhere I'll never find. Or she could be alive, safe. Playing with toy trucks in places designed for children rather than experiments. Making engine noises while adults make decisions about her future based on love rather than utility. Hope without evidence. Faith without foundation. Belief without verification. But sometimes hope sustains when evidence fails. When faith matters more than foundation. When belief becomes action, regardless of verification. They walk away from the facility. Away from concrete buildings. Away from guards and fences and operations that collect children for medical evaluation. Toward coordinates marked on Sarah's map. Toward sanctuary that might provide answers. Might offer help, might contain Emma. 26 miles to go, 2 days if they maintain pace. Longer if searching slows them down. Forever if sanctuary proves to be another facility, another operation. Another place where children disappear for medical evaluation, but they walk toward it anyway. Carol and Lena and Marcus and Amanda. 4 people carrying hope toward destination that might justify carrying, that might reward faith, that might reunite mothers with daughters who like toy trucks and make engine noises while playing games that require imagination more than authorization. Chapter 17, Shadows of Authority. The checkpoint appears without warning. Military vehicles blocking the road, armed guards checking identification, official procedure for unofficial purposes. Lena and her group stop before guards notice them, hide behind abandoned cars, watch process unfold. People approaching checkpoint, guards asking questions, some people passing through, others directed to different line, different destination, different outcome. This is new, Marcus whispers. Wasn't here yesterday. Checkpoints move, appear, disappear. Military operations adapt to circumstances, change locations when locations become predictable. Carol watches through broken windshield, studies guards, vehicles, equipment, looking for Emma, for signs, for evidence that military personnel perform medical evaluation on children taken from desperate mothers. What do they want, Amanda asks? Control? Information, compliance. Same things authority always wants, same things people resist when resistance seems possible. The checkpoint processes dozens of people, families, individuals, groups like theirs, everyone heading south toward coordinates marked on maps, toward sanctuary, toward places that might provide safety from dangers unspecified. But not everyone passes through. Some people get directed to trucks, to detention, to evaluation that might be medical, might be military, might be something requiring concealment from unauthorized observation. Families separated, children taken, adults protesting, guards explaining procedures in voices that sound official but feel wrong. Everything legal except the laws that make it legal. We go around, Lena says. Around means days of detour, through terrain unmapped, over ground unknown. Around might lead nowhere except deeper wilderness. Through means compliance, documentation, questions about destination and purpose and authorization that they cannot because their authorization comes from desperation rather than official sources. There, Carol points. In the truck. Second window. Small face looking out. Lena looks. Sees child, maybe 3, maybe older. Hard to tell through glass and distance and wishful thinking. Could be Emma. Could be any child. Could be reflection of hope where no hope exists. We have to get closer. Amanda says. Closer means detection. Detection means detention. Detention means joining children in trucks heading toward facilities that collect people for medical evaluation. But not getting closer means uncertainty, doubt, regret that follows decisions unmade, actions untaken, chances lost because fear outweighed moral obligation. Carol moves before anyone can stop her, stands up, walks toward checkpoint, hands raised, peaceful approach. Mother seeking information about missing daughter. The guards notice immediately, weapons ready, commands issued. Standard response to unauthorized approach, to unexpected variables, to situations requiring immediate control. Stop, she calls. Don't shoot, I'm looking for my daughter. Guards surround her, weapons aimed, voices overlapping. Orders to comply, to surrender, to assume positions that make resistance impossible. From their hiding place, Lena watches, counts guards, measures distances, calculates rescue possibilities versus suicide probabilities, mathematics that reduce hope to numbers, reduce people to statistics, reduce choices to simple equations about probable outcomes. Carol reaches guards without being shot, hands still raised, voice still peaceful, still reasonable, still mother seeking daughter taken for medical evaluation. My name is Carol Patterson, she says. My daughter Emma was taken 3 days ago. Military personnel said medical evaluation, said temporary, said she would be returned. The guards exchange glances, radio communications, consultation with higher authority, standard procedure for non-standard situations. What unit took her? A guard asks. Don't know. Green trucks, military uniforms, official documentation. They seemed legitimate until legitimate became kidnapping. More radio communication, more consultation, more delays, while decisions get made by people too distant to see consequences of decisions. Finally, response comes. Carol gets directed to processing truck, to detention, to evaluation that might reunite her with Emma, might separate her permanently from hope. She goes willingly, climbs into truck, disappears behind canvas, becomes another person processed through systems designed to process people efficiently, regardless of their preferences about being processed. The truck departs, direction southeast, toward facilities, toward concrete buildings, toward places where medical evaluation requires armed guards and unauthorized personnel cannot observe procedures. Marcus loads his rifle, checks ammunition, 2 rounds. Not enough for rescue. Barely enough for resistance, insufficient for anything except symbolic gestures about moral obligations that cannot be enforced through violence. We follow them, Lena says. Bad idea. Military vehicles travel faster than walking people. Cover distance people cannot cover. Reach destinations people cannot reach in time to matter. Then we find another way, another route. Another approach to wherever they took Carol and maybe Emma and everyone else collected for medical evaluation. They leave the checkpoint behind, circle around, continue south but off-road, through woods, over terrain that provides concealment at cost of speed, of certainty, of arriving anywhere on schedule. The toy truck shifts in Lena's pack, reminder of children, of purposes beyond survival, of reasons to take risks that survival logic forbids. Sometimes moral obligation outweighs mathematical probability. Sometimes hope justifies actions that reason prohibits. Evening brings them to high ground, ridge overlooking valley, below them spread buildings, vehicles, activity that suggests major operation, permanent installation, facility designed to last beyond temporary emergencies. Through binoculars they study layout, count structures, identify functions, medical buildings, research facilities, detention centers, housing blocks, everything needed for operation that processes people for purposes requiring extensive infrastructure, and their children, playing in fenced areas, supervised, guarded, but playing, making sounds that carry across distance, engine noises, laughter, evidence that 3-year-olds still exist, still play games, still make sounds that suggest happiness despite circumstances. Maybe they are helping, Amanda says, providing care, education, services that isolated communities cannot provide without resources and personnel and equipment. Or Maybe they are using them. Testing procedures, evaluating responses, conducting medical evaluation that evaluates things other than medicine. Hard to tell from distance. Hard to determine intentions from observations. Hard to separate paranoia from justified concern when authority operates without transparency, without consent, without explanation that satisfies questions about missing children. They need closer look, better information, understanding that comes from proximity rather than speculation, from observation rather than assumption, from evidence rather than fear. Tomorrow, Marcus says, tonight we plan, study approaches, identify weaknesses, calculate chances of success versus chances of joining people already processed through systems designed to process efficiently. But tonight brings sounds, children singing, playing games, making noises that suggest normal life continues despite abnormal circumstances, despite separation from parents, despite medical evaluation that requires armed guards and concrete buildings and authorization that unauthorized personnel cannot obtain. In her pack, the toy truck listens to distant children, plastic evidence of normal life, of games played freely, of choices made by children rather than adults who make decisions about children for reasons children cannot understand. Tomorrow they will get closer, learn more, understand better, or they will become part of operation that collects people for medical evaluation, part of system that processes individuals efficiently regardless of their preferences about being processed. Either way, tomorrow brings answers, brings understanding, brings choices that cannot be unmade once made, brings consequences that follow decisions like shadows follow light, like authority follows power, like hope follows desperation toward destinations unknown. 24 miles to sanctuary. But sanctuary might be here, might be this facility, might be place where children play while adults make decisions about their futures based on evaluations that might help, might harm, might serve purposes beyond medical, beyond evaluation, beyond anything that requires consent from people being helped. Chapter 18, The Long Road. They wake to silence where singing should be. No children's voices, no games, no engine noises carrying across valley from facility below, just silence thick as fog, heavy as disappointment, complete as endings nobody planned. Lena studies the facility through binoculars, empty playgrounds, vacant buildings, vehicles gone except for skeleton crew maintaining security, everyone processed, everyone moved, everyone transferred to locations unknown for purposes unspecified. Too late, Marcus says, or exactly on time. Depends what we hope to accomplish. We hoped to find Emma, to help Carol, to understand what medical evaluation really means when military personnel perform it on children. Sometimes understanding comes after hope disappears, after possibilities end, after questions receive answers nobody wanted. They pack in silence, load supplies, check weapons, count ammunition that matters less when targets evacuate, when rescue becomes impossible, when hope transforms into different hope, smaller hope, hope that sanctuary still exists 24 miles south. Amanda finds evidence of hasty departure, food scattered, clothing abandoned, personal items left behind when evacuation prioritized speed over completeness. Operations move fast when movement becomes necessary. Where did they go, she asks. Somewhere else. Somewhere better defended. Somewhere more isolated from unauthorized observation. Military operations relocate when locations become compromised. By what? By us. By Carol. By people asking questions about children taken for medical evaluation. Questions make authority nervous. Nervousness makes authority relocate. Relocation makes finding answers harder. They descend into valley, approach facility, find gates open, guards reduced to minimum. Most buildings empty except for equipment too heavy to move quickly. In medical building, they find examination rooms, research equipment, computers wiped clean, data transferred or destroyed when destruction seemed preferable to discovery. Nothing that explains medical evaluation. Nothing that reveals purposes served by collecting children from desperate mothers. But in one room, Lena finds drawings, children's artwork left behind during evacuation. Crayon pictures of trucks, cars, vehicles with wheels drawn by small hands that understand engines make noise, and toys provide comfort, and adults sometimes take children away for reasons children cannot comprehend. One drawing shows figure labeled Mama, stick person with sad face. Another shows building with bars on windows. Another shows truck driving away with small figure in back, waving goodbye. Emma's story told in crayon, her understanding of medical evaluation, her experience of separation, her documentation of events that adults describe as temporary, but children experience as permanent until reunion proves otherwise. Carol never found her. Carol says, Carol found different kind of answer, understanding that some separations become permanent, that some medical evaluations never end, that some children disappear into systems designed to process efficiently rather than reunite effectively. They search facility completely, find evidence of research, of testing, of procedures performed on subjects who trusted adults to act in their best interest that proves misplaced when interests diverge, when best means different things to different people with different authorities. In administrative building, Amanda discovers paperwork, forms, documentation of transfers. Children move to Facility 7. Adults process through different channels, families separated permanently for operational efficiency. Facility 7, no location specified, no coordinates provided, no maps showing distance or direction or purpose served by collecting people for medical evaluation at destinations unknown. We could search, Marcus says, follow leads, track transfers, attempt reunion of mothers with daughters who like toy trucks and make engine noises while playing games. Could. But searching takes time, resources, hope, all finite quantities that decrease when spent on purposes that might prove futile. That might lead nowhere, except deeper into systems designed to process people efficiently, regardless of their preferences about being processed. Or we could continue toward sanctuary, toward coordinates marked on Sarah's map, toward destination that might provide answers, might offer help, might contain children who still play freely instead of undervision that calls itself medical evaluation. 24 miles, 2 days if they maintain pace. Longer if searching delays progress. Forever if sanctuary proves to be another facility, another operation, another place where authority makes decisions about people without consulting people about preferences. They choose sanctuary, choose coordinates over investigation, choose hope over certainty about things that might not change regardless of understanding. Sometimes knowing makes situation worse without making situation better. The road south winds through empty countryside, abandoned farms, silent towns, places where people lived until living became impossible, until evacuation seemed preferable to medical evaluation, until leaving meant survival where staying meant processing. In Ghost Town, they find market, shelves empty but building intact, place where people bought necessities until necessities became unavailable, until authority decided what people needed rather than letting people decide for themselves. Behind counter, Lena finds photographs, family pictures, children playing, adults working, community gatherings where people chose activities freely instead of having activities chosen for them by personnel who understand efficiency better than happiness. Normal life before authority decided normal needed improvement, before medical evaluation became mandatory, before children got collected for purposes that required military vehicles and armed guards and facilities designed to process people efficiently. Amanda studies photographs, counts children, calculates families separated, numbers that represent losses, separations, endings that nobody planned but everybody experienced when operations prioritized objectives over individuals. How many facilities exist, she asks. Don't know. Probably many. Probably expanding, probably processing people faster than people can avoid processing. Why? Authority always has reasons, resources, security, safety, efficiency, improvement. Reasons that sound reasonable until experienced by people being helped without consent. They leave town behind. Continue south. Walk through countryside that looks peaceful but feels empty. Like stage set after actors departed, like movie after filming finished, like world after people stopped mattering to purposes being served. Evening brings them to ridge overlooking valley. Below spreads another facility, larger, more organized, more permanent. Buildings arranged in patterns that suggest planning. Investment. Intention to operate indefinitely, regardless of objections from people being processed. But also sounds, children playing, adults talking. Community activities that suggest cooperation rather than coercion. Voluntary participation rather than medical evaluation. Choice rather than collection. Could be sanctuary, Lena says. Could be or could be better prison. Harder to escape. More efficient at processing people who believe they chose to be processed. Only one way to find out, Amanda says. Yes, only one way. Only risk. Only choice between hope and fear. Between destination and detour. Between sanctuary that might exist and continued searching that might never end. They descend toward facility, toward sounds of children playing, toward possibility that medical evaluation sometimes means medicine, sometimes means evaluation, sometimes means help that helps instead of processing that processes, toward sanctuary or disappointment, toward reunion or separation. Toward answers that might satisfy questions about children taken for medical evaluation by authority that operates without transparency, without consent, without explanation, that satisfies people who prefer understanding to efficiency. 22 miles to coordinates marked on Sarah's map, but coordinates might be here, might be this facility, might be place where Emma plays with toy trucks while Carol searches for daughter, Otter, who still makes engine noises while playing games that require imagination more than authorization. Might be sanctuary. Might be home. Might be ending that justifies journey, that rewards hope, that proves some destinations deserve reaching regardless of risks taken to reach them. Chapter 19, The False Haven. The people at the gate smile too much. Wide grins. Perfect teeth. Eyes that focus just past your shoulder instead of meeting direct gaze. Smiles that announce welcome but suggest performance. Rehearsal. Practice at greeting strangers who might not remain strangers long. Welcome to Haven, the woman says. Her name tag reads Coordinator Janet. Her smile never wavers, never reaches her eyes, never acknowledges that welcoming strangers requires trust both directions. You look tired, she continues. Hungry. We can help with that. We help everyone who finds their way here. Marcus steps slightly back, his rifle loose but ready. 2 rounds. Not enough for fight, but enough for statement. Enough for gesture toward independence when independence gets challenged. What kind of help, Lena asks. All kinds. Medical care, food, shelter, safety. Everything people need when the world falls apart, when systems fail, when individuals require community support to survive. The facility spreads behind Janet. Clean buildings, paved walkways, gardens where vegetables grow in orderly rows. Everything planned, everything managed. Everything controlled by people who understand efficiency better than autonomy. Through gates they glimpse residents, adults working, children playing. Activities that suggest normal life continues despite abnormal circumstances, despite walls, despite gates, despite coordination that requires coordinators. How many people live here, Amanda asks. About 200. Families mostly. People who found us. People we found. People who needed sanctuary when sanctuary became necessary for survival. Sanctuary. The word from Sarah's map. The destination marked in coordinates. The hope that sustained 24 miles of walking through empty countryside towards something that might provide answers. But sanctuary means different things to different people. Safety for some requires control of others. Protection for residents requires processing of visitors. Help for individuals requires subordination to community. What do you require for admission? Marcus asks. Nothing complicated. Medical evaluation, skills assessment, background screening, standard procedures for community safety, for everyone's protection, for ensuring new residents contribute to shared welfare, medical evaluation, words that trigger memories, Carol searching for Emma, facilities that collect children, authority that processes people efficiently, regardless of preferences about being processed. What does medical evaluation involve, Lena asks. Health screening, psychological assessment, compatibility testing. We want to ensure residents integrate successfully, that everyone benefits from community membership, that resources get allocated efficiently. Janet's smile adjusts, becomes slightly less wide, slightly more focused, slightly more attentive to signs of reluctance, of skepticism, of questions that suggest visitors think too much about procedures before accepting help. Of course, evaluation takes time, she continues. Few days, typically. During assessment period, visitors stay in orientation housing, comfortable accommodations, good food, medical care if needed, everything provided while decisions get made about permanent residency. Orientation housing, assessment period, decisions made by community about individuals who thought they would make decisions for themselves. Language that makes processing sound reasonable, temporary, voluntary. But doors that lock from outside remain locked regardless of language used to describe locking. Evaluation that determines residency includes evaluation of willingness to submit to evaluation. Help that requires assessment includes assessment of need for help. We appreciate the offer, Marcus says, but we need to discuss privately, make decision together. Independent consultation before community integration. Of course, Janet says, take your time, but remember, night comes early this season. Temperature drops, predators emerge. Safety increases with darkness when safety requires walls. Guards, community protection from external threats. Language that suggests danger comes from outside, from wilderness, from people who refuse community membership, from independence that threatens efficiency, from questions that challenge authority, to make decisions about individuals who prefer making decisions for themselves. They withdraw from gate, walk back toward tree line, toward distance that permits discussion without coordination, without evaluation, without assessment of compatibility with community values. What do you think, Amanda asks? Think it looks good, clean, organized, peaceful. Like place where people help each other instead of using each other for purposes requiring concealment. And sounds wrong, Marcus says. Too clean, too organized, too peaceful. Real communities have conflicts, disagreements, problems that resist organization, that require negotiation rather than coordination. Could be legitimate sanctuary, Lena says, could be place where Emma plays with toy trucks, where Carol finds daughter, where families reunite instead of separate, where medical evaluation means medicine instead of processing, or could be processing facility disguised as sanctuary. Could be place where authority operates through consent manufactured rather than obtained, where help becomes control, where sanctuary becomes prison with comfortable accommodations. Through binoculars, they study facility. Count guards, observe routines, look for signs of coercion masked as cooperation, of processing disguised as protection, of efficiency that prioritizes objectives over individuals. Children play in designated areas, adults work assigned tasks. Activities proceed according to schedules determined by coordinators who coordinate based on expertise in coordination. Everything functional, everything managed, everything controlled through systems that make control appear beneficial. But no crying children, no arguments, no spontaneous activities. No chaos that characterizes communities where individuals retain autonomy, where choices produce conflicts, where cooperation emerges from negotiation rather than coordination. Too perfect, Marcus says. Real communities are messy, complicated, full of people who disagree about important things. This looks like advertisement for community rather than actual community. Could be because they solved problems other communities cannot solve, because coordination works better than chaos, because efficiency serves everyone when everyone accepts service, or because dissent gets processed out, because questions get evaluated away, because compatibility testing eliminates people who prefer independence to integration, who value autonomy more than efficiency. Night approaches, temperature drops, darkness brings predators both animal and human. Janet was correct about external threats, even if her solutions create internal threats, even if safety requires submission, even if sanctuary costs independence. They need shelter, food, medical attention for infections and injuries, and exhaustion that accumulates when survival requires constant vigilance. Need community support, even if community requires individual submission. But need and requirement point different directions. Need suggests desperation. Requirement suggests choice. Desperation makes bad choices seem reasonable, makes processing seem preferable to exposure, makes evaluation seem better than isolation. Tomorrow we scout around, Lena says, look for alternatives, other options, different approaches to sanctuary that might preserve autonomy while providing safety. And if we find nothing, Amanda asks, then we decide between comfort and freedom, between help and independence, between sanctuary that might be false and wilderness that definitely contains dangers. In her pack, the toy truck settles against medical supplies taken from underground facility, evidence of children against evidence of experiments, hope against knowledge, sanctuary against processing, choice against efficiency. Tomorrow brings decisions, tonight brings cold, darkness, predators that hunt independent individuals who refuse community membership, who prefer autonomy to assessment, who value freedom more than safety when safety requires submission to authority that coordinates without consulting people being coordinated. But sometimes safety justifies submission. Sometimes efficiency serves individuals better than independence. Sometimes sanctuary provides hope, even when hope requires surrendering choices about how hope gets fulfilled. They make camp in woods, cold camp, no fire, no light, no signals that announce presence to coordinators who coordinate responses to people who refuse coordination, to individuals who prefer independence to integration. In darkness, they listen to sounds from facility, schedules ending, activities concluding, communities settling into routine that makes routine possible. Everything organized, everything managed, everything controlled through systems that eliminate chaos while eliminating choice, but also laughter, conversation. Sounds that suggest genuine community, real cooperation, people helping each other because helping feels good rather than because helping gets required by coordinators who understand efficiency better than happiness. Hard to tell from distance, hard to separate authentic from performance. Hard to distinguish cooperation from coercion when both produce similar sounds. When both result in activities that appear beneficial regardless of whether benefits come from choice or requirement. Morning will bring clarity, decision, choice between sanctuary that might be false and wilderness that definitely contains dangers, between help that might cost freedom and independence that definitely costs comfort. But tonight brings only cold, darkness, distance from decisions that cannot be unmade once made. From consequences that follow choices like shadows follow light, like authority follows power, like hope follows desperation toward destinations that might justify journey, or might prove journey was mistake. 22 miles to coordinates marked on Sarah's map, but coordinates might be here, might be this facility, might be sanctuary that provides safety at cost of autonomy, that offers help at price of independence, that delivers hope through systems that make hope possible while making choice impossible. Chapter 20, Echoes of the Fallen. The attack comes at dawn, not against them, against the facility, against Haven, against sanctuary that seemed too perfect to be real, because perfection requires constant maintenance, constant protection, constant defense against things that make perfection impossible. Through trees they watch trucks approach, military vehicles, armed personnel, authority arriving to collect people for medical evaluation. for processing, for procedures that require facilities like Haven to exist until authority decides facilities serve authority better than residents. No warning, no negotiation, no opportunity for residents to choose between submission and resistance. Just trucks and personnel and weapons that make choice irrelevant, that reduce autonomy to mathematical equation about survival probability. The gates open, not by choice, by explosion, by force that eliminates barriers between inside and outside, between sanctuary and processing, between hope and efficiency that serves purposes beyond individual preference. Residents scatter, some run toward woods, toward wilderness, toward independence that costs comfort but preserves choice. Others remain. Raise hands, submit to authority that promises safety through submission, through evaluation, through processing that processes efficiently regardless of individual preference. Janet, the coordinator, speaks through bullhorn. Instructions for orderly evacuation, for cooperation with personnel who understand community needs better than community understands itself. For submission that serves everyone when everyone accepts service, but residents who run get pursued, get caught, get processed anyway because authority operates through consent when possible and force when necessary, because efficiency serves objectives regardless of methods required to achieve efficiency. Lena and her group watch from distance, count vehicles, personnel, equipment, calculate chances of helping versus chances of joining people being processed, mathematics that reduce moral obligation to probability assessment. We should help, Marcus says. Help how? With what? 2 rounds of ammunition against military operation, 3 people against professional personnel. Hope against equipment designed to process hope efficiently. We should run, Amanda says. Run where? To sanctuary. That might be another haven, another facility. Another place where authority coordinates responses to people who need coordination, whether they want coordination or not. Lena studies facility through binoculars, watches families separated, children loaded into trucks, adults processed through systems that make processing appear beneficial, helpful, necessary for community safety. There, Lena points. Loading dock. Eastern building, canvas truck with children inside. Amanda looks, sees truck, sees small faces pressed against windows, sees Evan might be there. That Carol's daughter survives processing. That medical evaluation sometimes preserves what evaluation claims to improve. Too far, Marcus says, too many guards. Too much distance between here and there, between intention and possibility, between hope and practical achievement. But not impossible. Not if distraction draws guards away. Not if chaos creates opportunity. Not if rescue becomes possible when rescue seems necessary regardless of probability. Lena loads her pistol, 2 rounds. Amanda checks medical supplies, bandages, antiseptics, things needed after rescue attempts regardless of success or failure. Marcus counts rifle ammunition, 2 rounds. Not enough for firefight, but enough for statement. You don't have to come, Lena says. Moral obligation doesn't recognize individual choice, Marcus says. Right action requires participation regardless of personal preference, regardless of survival probability, regardless of consequences that follow decisions about helping people who need help. They approach facility from east, through woods, around perimeter that focuses on vehicle approaches rather than individuals who move quietly through trees, who understands stealth better than authority understands dedication. The loading dock extends from building like invitation, like opportunity, like target that presents itself when targets become necessary, when action justifies risk, when hope requires gesture toward moral obligation regardless of mathematical probability. Guards patrol in patterns, predictable intervals, professional routine that assumes threats approach professionally, that follow patterns authorities recognize, that operate through methods authority understands. But desperation operates differently, through improvisation, through actions that seem irrational until measured against moral obligation that transcends rational calculation, that values rescue above probability, that chooses right action regardless of outcome. Lena circles toward truck. Marcus provides distraction, small fire, smoke, evidence of threat that draws attention away from real threat, away from rescue attempt, away from hope that manifests through action rather than waiting. Amanda stays with medical supplies, ready for casualties, for injuries, for consequences that follow rescue attempts, whether successful or failed, whether hope proves justified or proves only that hope sometimes requires risk greater than probability justifies. The truck waits, engine running, guards distracted by smoke, by false threat, by evidence that someone opposes processing, that resists authority, that chooses action over submission even when action seems futile. Inside truck, children sit quietly, too quietly, sedated maybe, medicated, processed through chemical compliance when physical compliance proves insufficient, when cooperation requires pharmaceutical assistance, but alive, breathing, present, evidence that medical evaluation preserves what evaluation claims to improve, that processing maintains what gets processed even when processing serves purposes beyond individual benefit. Lena opens truck door, checks children, counts faces, looks for Emma, for 3-year-old who likes toy trucks, who makes engine noises while playing games that require imagination more than authorization. There, back corner, small face, frightened eyes. Recognition that help arrives even when help seems impossible, even when rescue requires risks that rational calculation prohibits. Emma Lena whispers. Mama Emma responds, voice weak, drugged but responsive, aware, capable of recognition even when recognition comes through pharmaceutical compliance. Lena lifts Emma, small weight, precious cargo, evidence that moral obligation sometimes achieves practical results, that hope occasionally manifests through action rather than waiting, that rescue sometimes succeeds when success seems mathematically impossible. Guards return, smoke cleared, distraction ended, real threat discovered. Lena runs toward woods, toward extraction point, toward Amanda and medical supplies and Marcus who provided distraction that made rescue possible. Behind them, pursuit organizes, professional response to unauthorized rescue, to theft of property, to interference with processing that serves community needs better than community understands itself. But woods provide concealment. Distance provides safety. Darkness provides protection from authority that operates best under controlled conditions. Under circumstances that permit efficient processing of people who prefer efficiency to autonomy. They reach extraction point. Amanda ready with medical supplies, Marcus ready with rifle. 2 rounds. Not enough for extended combat, but enough for statement about moral obligation that transcends mathematical calculation. Emma stirs in Lena's arms, pharmaceutical compliance wearing off, awareness returning, recognition that rescue happened, that hope manifested, that moral obligation sometimes achieves practical results regardless of probability assessment. Mama, she whispers again. Soon, Lena promises, soon we find Mama. Soon families reunite instead of separate. Soon medical evaluation serves medicine instead of authority that evaluates for purposes beyond medical necessity. They move deeper into woods, away from facility, away from pursuit, away from authority that processes people efficiently regardless of individual preference about being processed, toward wilderness that costs comfort but preserves choice, that values autonomy more than efficiency. Behind them, haven burns, not literally, but symbolically. Hope that seemed too perfect proved too perfect, because perfection requires constant maintenance, constant control, constant submission to authority that coordinates without consulting people being coordinated. But Emma breathes in Lena's arms, lives, survives processing, evidence that rescue sometimes succeeds, that moral obligation occasionally triumphs over mathematical probability, that hope manifests through action when action seems necessary, regardless of outcome. In her pack, the toy truck waits, plastic evidence of normal life, of children who play freely, of games that require imagination rather than authorization. ready for reunion with child who likes toy trucks, who makes engine noises while playing games that matter more than efficiency. They walk away from facility, away from sanctuary that proved false, away from hope that required submission, toward wilderness that might contain real sanctuary. Authentic community, genuine cooperation that emerges from choice rather than coordination, toward whatever waits beyond false haven, beyond processing that processes, beyond authority that serves objectives rather than individuals. Toward place where Emma can play with toy trucks while Carol searches for daughter who survived medical evaluation, who escaped processing, who proves rescue sometimes succeeds when success seems impossible. 20 miles to go, to coordinates marked on Sarah's map, to sanctuary that might be real, that might provide safety without requiring submission, that might offer hope without demanding surrender of autonomy that makes hope worth having. Emma sleeps against Lena's shoulder, rescued, safe, alive. Evidence that moral obligation sometimes achieves practical results. That right action occasionally succeeds regardless of probability. That hope manifests through decision to act rather than calculation about outcome. They walk towards something that might be sanctuary, might be home, might be place where children play freely while adults make decisions based on love rather than efficiency, where hope serves individuals rather than systems, where rescue leads to reunion rather than separation, toward sanctuary or disappointment, toward truth or another false haven, toward answers that might justify journey or might prove journey was preparation for different destination entirely, for understanding that transcends geography, that values action over location, that measures success by moral obligation fulfilled rather than coordinates reached. But they walk toward coordinates anyway, because hope requires destination even when destination proves less important than journey. Because sanctuary means different things to different people, but means something to everyone who needs safety, who seeks community, who values cooperation over coercion. Emma stirs, opens eyes, looks at world through awareness unclouded by pharmaceutical compliance, sees trees, sky, distance from processing, freedom from evaluation that evaluates for purposes beyond individual benefit. Soon she will play with toy trucks again. Make engine noises while playing games that require imagination more than authorization. Reunite with mother who searches for daughter taken for medical evaluation, who never stopped hoping, who proves love transcends systems designed to process love efficiently. Soon, when they reach sanctuary, when coordinates become reality, when journey justifies itself through destination that provides what journey promised, what hope required, what moral obligation demanded regardless of mathematical probability or practical consideration or rational calculation about outcome. Soon, Chapter 21, The Breaking Point. The weight becomes too much. Lena's legs fold beneath her like paper in rain. Marcus catches her elbow before she hits the cracked pavement. The world tilts sideways. Buildings lean into each other like old men sharing secrets. You can't carry everything forever. The body knows this before the mind accepts it. Her knees scrape against broken glass. The sound is small and sharp, like stepping on eggshells in an empty house. The fever started 3 hours ago. Maybe 4. Time moves differently when your skin burns from the inside. Marcus presses his palm to her forehead. His hand is cool as river stones. We need shelter, he says. The words float between them. Simple truths in a world that has forgotten simplicity. A church stands at the end of the block. Its steeple points toward gray sky like an accusation. The doors hang open on rusted hinges, dark rectangles that promise nothing and everything. Marcus slides his arm under her shoulder. Her weight shifts to him. 2 people becoming one walking thing. The fever makes her see shapes that aren't there. Movement in windows, faces in doorways. The mind creates what it needs when reality becomes too thin. Their feet crunch on leaves that fell last autumn, or the autumn before. Seasons blur together when no one rakes them away. The church steps are chipped concrete, worn smooth by feet that no longer walk. They climb slowly, each step a negotiation with gravity. Inside smells of dust and old prayers. Wooden pews stretch in neat rows like broken teeth. Sunlight filters through stained glass. Red and blue patterns dance across the floor. Marcus helps her to a pew near the back. The wood is solid beneath her, real in a way that fever dreams are not. She closes her eyes. The darkness behind her lids is soft and welcoming. When she opens them again, the light has changed. Evening creeps through windows like water through cloth. Marcus sits beside her. His hand rests on her shoulder. "How long was I gone?" she asks. 2 hours, maybe 3. The fever has broken. Her skin feels normal temperature again, cool and dry as autumn leaves. Marcus opens a can of peaches. The metal lid curls back to reveal yellow fruit floating in sweet syrup. He hands her the can. The peaches taste like summer, like the world before it ended. Sugar and sunshine and afternoons that lasted forever. She eats slowly, each piece a small celebration. Outside, the wind picks up. It rattles windows and whispers through cracks in the walls. The sound is lonely but not unfriendly. "We can stay tonight," Marcus says. "Rest. Plan our next move. The pews make decent beds if you don't mind hard wood." Marcus finds blankets in the vestry, wool that smells of mothballs and forgotten Sundays. They arrange their sleeping area near the altar. The cross above them is dark wood against white wall. A simple intersection of lines that once meant everything to someone. Lena lies on her side. The fever took something from her, left her hollow and light, like a bird's bone. The sounds start just after midnight. Footsteps on gravel, quiet voices, the scrape of metal against stone. Marcus is awake instantly. His hand finds her arm in the darkness. They listen without breathing. The sounds circle the building like water around a stone. The voices are too quiet to understand, but their intent is clear enough. Hunters finding prey. Marcus moves to the window, stays low, peers through colored glass at the world outside. "How many?" Lena whispers. 5, maybe 6. They wear dark clothes and move with purpose. One carries something that might be rope. Another has tools hanging from his belt. These are not casual scavengers. These are professionals. Marcus returns to her side. His face is calm, but his eyes are sharp. The building has 3 exits. Front door, side door near the vestry, back door through the fellowship hall. All 3 are probably watched. They could wait until dawn, hope the hunters lose interest, and move on. But hope is a luxury they cannot afford. The side door is their best option, closest to the tree line, farthest from the street. They gather their belongings in silence, every movement deliberate and quiet. The floor creaks beneath their feet, old wood remembering the weight of congregations. At the side door, Marcus pauses, his hand on the handle. The metal is cold under his palm. On the other side is night and uncertainty and men who mean them harm. He turns the handle slowly. The mechanism clicks like bones settling. The door opens to reveal a narrow alley. Brick walls on both sides, darkness thick as syrup. They step outside. The air is cold and sharp. It cuts through their clothes like wind through wheat. Behind them, the church stands empty, waiting for the next refugees to stumble through its doors. The alley ends at a chain-link fence. Beyond it stretches wasteland, broken concrete and twisted metal, the bones of civilization picked clean. Marcus helps her over the fence. The metal is cold and rough under their hands. On the other side, they pause, listen for sounds of pursuit. The night is full of small noises. Wind through rubble, distant sirens that never stop, the city breathing in its sleep. They walk toward the horizon, 2 figures against the vast emptiness. Behind them, voices rise in the church, angry and frustrated, the sound of doors slamming, windows breaking. The hunters have found their nest empty. Ahead, the wasteland stretches endlessly, but somewhere beyond it waits sanctuary, or the promise of sanctuary. They walk until the church disappears behind hills of debris. Chapter 22. Faith Under Siege. Dawn finds them in a valley of rust and ruin. The remains of cars stretch in neat rows. A parking lot that became a graveyard. Metal bones bleaching under endless sky. Marcus kicks an empty oil drum. It rings hollow as a church bell. They have walked all night. Their legs remember the rhythm of escape, step after step into nowhere. Lena sits on a car hood that still holds paint, blue like summer water. She runs her fingers along the smooth surface. In the distance, smoke rises from hidden fires, other survivors cooking breakfast or burning the past. Same difference now. Her stomach makes sounds like angry animals. The last of their food went into the fever, burned up like wood in winter. The body consumes everything when it fights to live. Marcus searches through car trunks. Most are empty, cleaned out years ago by smarter scavengers. In a station wagon, he finds a first aid kit, bandages yellow with age, pills that rattle like dice in a cup. The expiration date reads 3 years past. But expiration is a luxury concept. When you need medicine, you take what medicine exists. Under the bandages, he finds something better. A candy bar wrapped in silver foil. The chocolate has turned white at the edges, but chocolate is chocolate. Sugar and fat and the memory of sweeter times. They split it between them, each piece dissolving on their tongues like communion wafers. The sweetness makes their stomachs cramp. Bodies not used to such richness. A dog appears from behind an overturned truck. Not wild like the pack animals that hunt in groups. This one remembers humans. Its tail wags uncertain hope. Brown and white with patches of fur missing. Ribs show through thin skin like ladder rungs. It approaches slowly, head low, eyes watchful. Lena extends her hand, palm up, empty but friendly. The dog sniffs her fingers. Its nose is cold and wet. Normal things in an abnormal world. "Hey there," she says. "You hungry too?" The dog has no collar, no tags, anonymous as weather. Marcus finds a can of beans in another trunk. Dented but sealed, he opens it with his knife. The smell brings the dog closer. Its whole body trembles with want. They share the beans 3 ways. Cold from the can, metallic and salt-sweet. The dog eats carefully, like it might be a trick. Like kindness might disappear if acknowledged too directly. When the can is empty, the dog stays, sits at a polite distance, not begging but not leaving either. Animals know things humans have forgotten, which people are safe, which places hold danger, which roads lead home. Marcus stands and stretches. His back pops like breaking twigs. "We need to find water," he says. The dog's ears perk up. It trots toward a gap between 2 crushed buses. "Follow the local guide," Lena says. They walk single file through the maze of metal. The dog leads, confident and sure-footed. Behind a semi-trailer, they find what might once have been a gas station. The pumps stand like sentries, red and silver monuments to better days. The dog goes straight to a drain pipe, laps at water that pools in the concrete depression. Marcus kneels beside it, cups the water in his palms. It's clear and cold. Tastes of rain and rust, but nothing worse. They drink deeply, fill their bottles, splash water on faces that feel like leather. The dog watches them with intelligent eyes, brown as autumn leaves. "You want to come with us?" Marcus asks. The dog tilts its head. Considering the offer, freedom means different things to different creatures. For some it means the open road. For others it means belonging. The dog stands, shakes itself once, then sits back down. Partnership accepted. They spend the afternoon moving through the car graveyard, looking for supplies, finding mostly disappointment. But the dog knows where to look. It leads them to a minivan with camping gear still strapped to the roof. Sleeping bags that smell of campfire and better times. A propane stove with half a tank of fuel. Water purification tablets wrapped in foil. Treasure in a world that has forgotten abundance. They make camp as evening approaches. The stove burns blue and steady. Water boils for the first time in weeks. The dog curls up between them, its warmth surprising and welcome. Lena runs her hand along its back. The fur is coarser than it looks, but warm, alive. "What should we call you?" she asks. The dog opens one eye, as if considering the question. "Scout," Marcus suggests, "since he found us water." Scout closes his eye again. name accepted through indifference. They eat hot soup from a can. Chicken noodle that tastes like childhood and safety. The sun sets behind mountains of twisted metal. The sky turns red and orange and purple. Beautiful despite everything, or because of everything. Night brings different sounds. Owls calling across the wasteland. The distant hum of machinery that never stops. Scout raises his head, ears pricked forward. At first, they hear nothing. Then footsteps, multiple sets, moving with purpose. The hunters from the church. Marcus kills the stove flame. Darkness drops over them like a blanket. Scout growls low in his chest, not loud enough to give away their position, just warning. The footsteps circle their camp, staying just outside the ring of abandoned cars, waiting. Lena and Marcus sit back to back, each watching half the darkness. Scout presses against Lena's leg. His body tense as a bowstring. The waiting becomes unbearable. Better to act than react. Marcus picks up a chunk of broken concrete, throws it toward the far side of the lot. It crashes against a car door. Echo rings through the graveyard. The footsteps move toward the sound. Quick and eager. Now, Marcus whispers, they move in the opposite direction, Scout at their heels. Between the cars is a maze only they know, paths memorized during daylight reconnaissance. Behind them, voices call out. Frustrated and angry, traps spring in empty air. They reach the edge of the lot. Open ground stretches beyond, nowhere to hide but distance. They run. Scout keeps pace easily, his legs built for this, for the long chase across broken ground. Behind them, lights appear, flashlight beams sweeping back and forth, but they have a head start and the dog's nose to guide them. They run until the lights fade to pinpricks, until their breath comes in ragged gasps, until the car graveyard is just another dark shape on the horizon. Chapter 23, The Edge of Madness. 3 days without real sleep. The mind begins to fray at the edges like old cloth. Reality becomes negotiable. They walk through streets that might be memory, buildings that could be dreams. Scout trots ahead, his paws silent on broken pavement, the only one who still trusts his senses completely. Lena sees her mother at a bus stop. The woman sits patient and still, hands folded over a purse that matches her shoes. Mom, Lena calls. But when she runs to the bench, it holds only shadows and wishful thinking. Marcus doesn't comment. He has his own ghosts walking beside him. The lack of sleep is a drug. It changes the chemistry of perception, makes the impossible seem merely unlikely. Water has become their obsession. They finished the last bottle this morning. Now every mirage looks like oasis. Scout leads them down an alley that stinks of things better left unnamed. His nose wrinkles, but he doesn't turn back. At the end stands a fire hydrant. Red paint faded to rust, but the connection might still work. Marcus kneels beside it, runs his hands over the metal surface, looking for a way in. The wrench they need is probably in some firehouse miles away, but desperation makes engineers of everyone. He finds a piece of rebar, uses it as leverage against the valve. Metal screams against metal, but slowly the valve turns. Water bursts out brown and bitter, like the city's blood finally flowing again. They wait for it to run clear, catch the stream in their bottles. Scout drinks directly from the flow, his tail wagging with simple pleasure. The water tastes of iron and old pipes, but it's wet and clean enough. They drink until their stomachs ache, fill every container they own. Wealth measured in liquid ounces. The hydrant keeps flowing. They can't shut it off completely. Water runs down the alley like a small river. Someone will notice eventually. Water draws attention like honey draws flies. They move on before the hunters can triangulate. The city changes around them. Buildings grow taller. Windows reflect sky instead of emptiness. This district survived better than most. Glass still covers most openings. Doors still hang straight on their hinges. But survival doesn't mean occupied. The emptiness is perfect. Too perfect. Store windows display mannequins in clothes that match no season. Restaurants have menus posted for meals no one will order. A museum of what was, preserved in amber of abandonment. Lena stops at a bookstore window. Paperbacks arranged in neat pyramids, romance novels and mysteries and self-help guides, how to live your best life in 10 easy steps. The irony would be funny if irony still existed. Marcus reads over her shoulder. His reflection joins hers in the glass. Think any of those have survival tips, he asks. She almost laughs. The sound comes out cracked and strange. Sleep deprivation makes everything either hilarious or terrifying. Sometimes both. Scout whines at their feet, his ears flat against his skull. Animals feel wrong before humans do. Something about this place sets his instincts on edge. They walk faster through the perfect emptiness. At an intersection, they find the reason for the preservation. A checkpoint, concrete barriers and razor wire. Concrete barriers and razor wire. Guard booth still manned by figures in military gear. But the guards haven't moved in hours, maybe days. Marcus approaches carefully, hand on his knife. The guards are gone in the way that leaves uniforms behind, perfectly arranged, like they simply evaporated. Papers scatter in the wind, forms and requisitions and orders from command structures that no longer exist. One page catches against Scout's leg. He shakes it off with disgust. The barrier gate stands open, red and white striped arm pointing toward whatever lies beyond. Through the checkpoint, the city becomes itself again, broken and honest and real. Behind them, the perfect district shimmers like heat mirage. They don't look back. The sun sets orange and violent. Pollution turns sunset into art. They find shelter in a pharmacy. Glass doors, spiderweb but intact. Inside smells of antiseptic and old hope. Shelves picked clean of anything useful. But the roof doesn't leak. Scout claims a spot near the door. Curls into a tight ball. Lena and Marcus share the last of their canned food. Peaches and syrup that taste like liquid gold. The sugar makes her dizzy, or maybe that's the exhaustion. She lies on her sleeping bag and watches shadows dance across the ceiling. The shadows become people she used to know. Co-workers and neighbors and friends who scattered like leaves when the world ended. Are they dead or hiding or gone somewhere she'll never find them? The questions have no answers, but sleep-starved minds ask them anyway. Marcus sits with his back against a wall, his eyes closed but his body alert. Even unconscious, he's listening. Ready to wake at the first wrong sound. Scout's breathing changes, from deep sleep to watchful quiet. His head rises, nose testing the air. Outside, something moves with purpose, not random scavenger wandering. Directed search. Footsteps on broken glass, whispers too low to understand. The hunters again, or different hunters. The city breeds them like bacteria. Lena forces herself to full awareness. The fog of exhaustion cleared by adrenaline. 3 figures outside, maybe 4. Hard to tell through cracked glass. They move with coordinated patterns. Professional, military trained. Not the church hunters then. Something worse. Marcus signals toward the back exit. They gather their gear in silence. Scout understands without words. He pads toward the rear door. But as they reach it, the handle turns from outside. They retreat to the center aisle, surrounded by empty shelves and diminishing options. The front door opens with the sound of grinding glass, boots on linoleum, steady and confident. A voice calls out, clear and authoritative. "We know you're in here. Come out with hands visible, no sudden movements." The words echo off bare walls, professional courtesy that promises nothing. Marcus and Lena exchange looks, no good choices left. Scout growls low, a sound like distant thunder. Counting to 3, the voice says, "Then we come looking." 1, they have nowhere to run. 2, surrender means capture. Capture means unknown intentions. 3, lights flood the pharmacy, brilliant white that turns night into harsh noon. They raise their hands, squint against the glare. 3 figures in tactical gear, faces hidden behind goggles and masks. "Step forward slowly," the leader says. Hands where we can see them. They comply. What choice exists? Scout stays close to Lena's leg, his hackles raised but his growl silenced. Smart dog. Knows when to fight and when to wait. The leader approaches, his weapon lowered but ready. "You've been hard to track," he says. "Led us quite a chase." His voice is almost friendly, professional admiration for worthy opponents. but underneath runs something colder, the tone of someone who enjoys the hunt more than the capture. Behind him, the other two spread out, covering angles, blocking exits that don't exist anyway. Names, the leader says. Lena and Marcus stay silent, the leader sighs, like their silence disappoints him. We can do this easy or hard, he says. Your choice. The words hang in the bright air, promise and threat wrapped in polite language. Around them, the empty pharmacy waits, shelves that once held healing now witness to whatever comes next. Chapter 24, The Gatekeepers. Test. The soldiers lead them through streets that become cleaner with each block. Broken glass swept into neat piles, graffiti scrubbed from walls, order imposed on chaos like bandages on wounds. Scout walks between them, his leash improvised from paracord. The soldiers insisted. For everyone's safety, they said. The phrase tastes like metal in Lena's mouth. Ahead rises a wall, concrete and steel and razor wire. 20 feet high and topped with things that gleam sharp in morning light. Guard towers every 50 yards, manned by figures that never seem to blink. The gate is steel reinforced with symbols Lena doesn't recognize. Official looking. Government issue. The leader speaks into his radio. Numbers and codes that mean nothing to outsiders. The gate opens with hydraulic precision. No creaking, no grinding. Well-maintained machinery in a world where most things break and stay broken. Inside is another country. Streets swept clean, buildings painted in cheerful colors, people walking with purpose instead of desperation. Children play in a small park. Their laughter sounds almost normal, but everyone wears the same clothes. Gray uniforms with numbers instead of names, and everyone watches the newcomers with eyes that never quite look away. The processing center sits in the middle of town like a steel and glass heart. Inside smells of disinfectant and bureaucracy. A woman behind bulletproof glass slides forms through a slot. Name, age, previous occupation, medical conditions, next of kin. The questions march down the page like soldiers. Lena fills in half-truths and comfortable lies. Marcus does the same. Scout sits at their feet, his presence tolerated but barely. The woman reviews their forms with practiced efficiency. Temporary housing assignment, she says. Block 7, Building 3. Report for work duty at 0600. She slides plastic cards through the slot. ID badges with their photos already attached. When did they take their pictures? The cards show faces they recognize but somehow don't own. Clean and hopeful. Nothing like the people they've become. Block 7 sits at the edge of town, furthest from the center, closest to the wall. Building 3 is concrete and uniform, efficient as everything else here. Their apartment has 2 rooms and furniture that matches the Civil Defense Manual. Functional and impersonal, but the water runs clear from the tap. The electricity works. Heat flows from vents when the temperature drops. Luxuries they've almost forgotten existed. Scout explores every corner, his nose cataloging scents of previous occupants. The refrigerator holds basic rations, canned goods and processed meat and vegetables that taste of nothing and everything. They eat until their stomachs ache. Bodies not used to abundance. Outside their window, other buildings stretch in neat rows. People move between them on schedule. Purpose without individual choice. A knock at the door interrupts their meal. The visitor is young and clean and smiles like it's her job. Welcome to Haven, she says. I'm your integration specialist. Her name tag reads Jennifer. Her clipboard holds forms and schedules and friendly tyranny. Tomorrow you'll begin orientation, Jennifer says. Learn the rules. Find your place in the community. She speaks like someone reading from a script she's memorized but never understood. What kind of rules? Marcus asks. Jennifer's smile never wavers. Community standards, safety protocols, contribution requirements. The words mean nothing and everything. Are we prisoners? Lena asks. Jennifer laughs like the question is silly. Of course not. You're residents. Protected and provided for. But the laugh doesn't reach her eyes. She leaves more forms and a schedule that divides their lives into efficient blocks. Sleep, work, meals, recreation, repeat. Scout whines at the door after Jennifer leaves. He wants out of this place already. Smart dog. That night, they lie in beds softer than anything they've known in months. But sleep doesn't come easy. The silence is wrong. No distant sirens, no wind through broken windows, no sounds of a world trying to heal itself, just the hum of air conditioning and the soft whisper of other people breathing in identical rooms. Lena stares at the ceiling, smooth and white and perfect. Everything here is perfect. That's what makes it terrifying. Morning brings chimes instead of sunrise, electronic bells that tell them when to wake, when to dress, when to report. The cafeteria serves breakfast in measured portions, protein and carbohydrate vegetables calculated for optimal nutrition. It tastes like nothing and leaves them hungry for flavor. Other residents eat in silence. Forks clink against plastic trays. No conversation, no laughter, no human mess. Jennifer appears beside their table, still smiling, always smiling. Ready for orientation, she asks. They follow her to a room filled with folding chairs and a projector screen. The presentation begins with cheerful music and graphics that hurt to look at. Haven Community, where safety meets purpose. The narrator's voice is warm and professional, like a commercial for happiness. They watch people in gray uniforms working in gardens, operating machinery, caring for children who all look the same, everyone contributing, everyone protected, everyone equal. The camera never shows faces clearly, just bodies performing functions. After the video, Jennifer distributes more forms, work assignments, based on previous experience and community needs. Lena gets sanitation duty. Marcus gets construction maintenance, essential services, important contributions. The words taste like sawdust. Their first day of work reveals the machinery behind the cheerful facade. Supervisors with clipboards track every movement. Quota systems measure productivity down to the minute. Bathroom breaks require permission. Rest periods are timed. Conversation is discouraged. As Lena cleans the same floor over and over, the dirt never seems to stay gone. Marcus repairs things that work perfectly, busy work disguised as maintenance. They return to their apartment, exhausted in ways that have nothing to do with physical labor. Scout meets them at the door, his tail wagging with desperate relief. At least someone here still remembers how to be happy. Dinner is more measured portions and calculated nutrition. Afterward comes recreation hour, organized activities in the community center, board games with missing pieces, books with pages removed, television that shows only approved programming, entertainment filtered through committees. They slip out early, walk the streets under lights that never dim. Everything here works. Everything here is maintained. Everything here serves the greater good. But nothing here lives. At the edge of town, they find the wall again, concrete and steel and razor wire. On the other side lies chaos, broken things and wild growth, and people making their own choices. The wasteland suddenly looks like freedom. A guard calls from the nearest tower. Curfew in 10 minutes. Return to your quarters. His voice carries no hostility, just facts delivered with mechanical precision. They walk back through streets that could be anywhere. Identical buildings housing identical lives. In their apartment, Scout presses against the window, his nose leaving fog patterns on glass. He sees what they're beginning to understand. Safety has a price, and sometimes that price is everything worth saving. Chapter 25, The Fragile Peace. 3 weeks in Haven. The routine carves grooves in their minds like water cuts stone. Wake, work, eat, sleep. Repeat until the pattern becomes automatic. Lena's hands grow soft from cleaning the same surfaces. Marcus's tools fix problems that don't exist. Scout learns to walk on leash without pulling. Good dog. Obedient dog. Dog who remembers wildness but doesn't act on it. The other residents nod but never speak, smile but never laugh, move through their lives like ghosts haunting themselves. In the apartment, they whisper conversations that die in antiseptic air. How long do we stay? Marcus asks. Until we find what we need, Lena says. But what they need keeps changing. Food becomes rest. Rest becomes purpose. Purpose becomes escape. The wall surrounds everything, not just the town, but possibility itself. Jennifer visits weekly, still smiling, still checking boxes on forms. "How are you adjusting?" she asks. "Fine," they say. "Great. Couldn't be better." The lies come easier each time. She reviews their work reports with satisfaction. Excellent productivity scores, minimal infractions, model residence. The words should feel like praise. Instead, they feel like epitaph. After Jennifer leaves, Scout always needs extra attention, as if her presence leaves a bad taste in the air. Smart dog. The crack in their perfect life starts small. Lena notices it first, walking to work through streets that never change. A window in Building 5 shows movement that doesn't match the schedule, someone pacing, back and forth, quick steps that speak of contained panic. That afternoon, the window is boarded up. Maintenance, the supervisor explains, but no maintenance crew worked on Building 5. Lena checks the next day, and the next. The boards remain, fresh wood over whatever was behind the glass. Marcus finds his own crack during tool inventory. A screwdriver missing from the organized collection. Not lost, removed. The supervisor makes notes on his clipboard. Equipment accountability is community responsibility. But tools don't walk away by themselves. That evening, they sit by their window and watch the street. Everything normal, everything scheduled, everything perfectly wrong. Scout whines low in his chest, not loud enough to draw attention. Just commentary on what he smells. Fear. Even beneath the disinfectant control, fear soaking into concrete like old rain. The food tastes different too. More bitter, like medicine mixed with nutrition. Everyone eats without complaint, but everyone's eyes look increasingly distant. Pacification through chemistry. Old trick made new again. Lena starts palming her vitamins instead of swallowing them. Marcus does the same. The clarity that returns is sharp as broken glass and twice as dangerous. They see the cameras then, small and discreet, watching from corners and door frames. They see the patterns in work assignments, people separated from friends, couples split between shifts. They see the children who play in the park, how they never cry, never fight, never do anything that children naturally do. Perfect little people in gray uniforms, acting their age without feeling it. The realization comes like fever breaking, sudden and complete. Heaven isn't sanctuary. It's processing. The question becomes how to leave without seeming to want to leave. The answer comes from an unexpected source. Building 7 catches fire on a Tuesday. Not large flames, just smoke and sparks from faulty wiring. The residents evacuate in perfect order. No panic, no rushing. Everyone following procedures that exist for exactly this situation. But in the confusion, Lena sees something that makes her blood freeze. Building 7 houses the sick ward. People who couldn't adjust, couldn't contribute, couldn't fit the mold. As the smoke clears, she counts the evacuees. 12 residents went into Building 7 yesterday. 8 come out today. No one mentions the missing 4. That night, Scout paces the apartment like a caged wolf. He knows. Animals always know when it's time to run. Lena and Marcus make their plans in whispers that barely disturb the air. One chance. Maybe not even that. But freedom means risk. Safety means death by degrees. They choose risk. The next morning brings announcement over the PA system, resident medical evaluations, random selection, report to processing center immediately. 3 names echo through the streets. Marcus Thompson, Lena Rodriguez, and one other. Jennifer appears at their door within minutes, still smiling, but the smile has edges now. Routine procedure, she says. Nothing to worry about. They follow her through streets that suddenly feel like corridors. Scout tries to come, but Jennifer blocks the doorway. Pets wait here, she says. For everyone's safety. The words taste like metal and broken promises. In the processing center, they join other selected residents, all looking slightly confused, all wearing expressions of polite concern. The medical facility smells like the church where they sheltered. Old prayers and new desperation. But the equipment is modern, efficient, built for processing rather than healing. A doctor with kind eyes and steady hands checks their blood pressure, temperature, reflexes. All normal, he says. Good, strong responses. But his notes say something different. Code numbers that mean nothing to them and everything to the system. They wait in a room with magazines from before the world changed. Articles about problems that no longer exist. Through the window, they can see the wall. Concrete and steel and razor wire between them and everything beyond. A nurse calls Marcus first. He squeezes Lena's hand once. Quick pressure that says goodbye and I love you and don't give up. Then he follows the nurse through doors that close with electronic clicks. Lena waits in the room with its cheerful magazines and distant view of imprisonment. Time moves like honey in winter. Outside the window she sees smoke rising from another building. More faulty wiring. More evacuations. More people disappearing into the spaces between numbers. When her name is called, she stands on legs that remember running. The hallway stretches ahead like a throat waiting to swallow. At the far end, a door stands open. Beyond it lies whatever Haven does with people who don't fit. She walks toward it with the steady pace of someone who has already decided. Some choices you make with your mind, others you make with your feet. Chapter 26. The Enemy Within. The examination room has no windows, just white walls and medical equipment that hums with electronic purpose. The kind of place where people go in but don't always come back out. Dr. Peterson sits behind a desk that matches everything else in Haven. Functional, clean, designed by committees who never had to use it. He reviews her file with the attention of someone reading grocery lists. Lena Rodriguez, he says, age 31, former nurse, no significant medical history. The words sound wrong when someone else speaks them, like he's describing a stranger. How are you adjusting to community life? He asks. Fine, everything's fine. The lie comes automatic, but Dr. Peterson's pen keeps moving across paper. Any concerns, difficulties, things you'd change if you could. She forces her face into pleasant cooperation. Just another resident grateful for safety. Nothing I can think of. But her eyes scan the room while she speaks, looking for exits that don't exist. The door they came through is the only way out, and it closes with electronic locks. Dr. Peterson sets down his pen, folds his hands like someone about to deliver difficult news. We've been monitoring your integration process, he says. Some anomalies in your behavior patterns. Anomalies, like she's a data point instead of a person. What kind of anomalies? His smile is professional and empty. Difficulty following schedules. Resistance to nutritional supplements. Unauthorized movement during rest periods, each accusation delivered without emotion. Facts in a file that knows her better than she knows herself. I wasn't aware those were problems, she says. Dr. Peterson opens a drawer. Inside rest syringes arranged like silver soldiers. Not problems, he says. Symptoms, indicators of incomplete adaptation. The words hang in sterile air. Clinical language that makes resistance sound like disease. We have treatments, he continues. Therapies to help residents find their proper place. His hand moves toward the drawer. Casual, like reaching for coffee. What kind of treatments? Chemical assistance, behavioral modification, whatever it takes to ensure community harmony. The syringe in his hand catches fluorescent light, clear liquid that promises peace through chemistry. Lena thinks of Marcus somewhere in this same building. Facing the same gentle voice, the same helpful treatment. She thinks of Scout waiting in their apartment, tail wagging at every sound, hoping they'll come home. Some hope deserves protection. The syringe moves closer. Dr. Peterson's other hand reaches for her arm. This won't hurt, he says. Most patients find the transition quite peaceful. Most patients. The phrase tells her everything about the 4 residents who didn't evacuate Building 7. Her hand finds the metal pen on his desk, silver and heavy, built to last. She drives it into his wrist before he can react. Blood wells around the point, not spurting, just flowing steady and red. Dr. Peterson drops the syringe. It shatters against white floor. He looks at the pen in his wrist like it belongs to someone else. "That was unwise," he says, his voice still calm, still professional. Alarms don't sound, no guards rush in, just the quiet hum of medical equipment and their breathing in sterile air. She pulls the pen free. More blood follows. "Where is he?" she asks. Dr. Peterson wraps his wrist with gauze from the desk drawer. "Efficient and practiced. Who?" "Marcus, the man they brought in with me." "Processing continues," he says. Each case evaluated individually. The words taste like metal and broken glass. She holds the pen like a knife. "Point toward his throat. Take me to him." Dr. Peterson finishes bandaging his wrist, tests his fingers for mobility. "You're making this more difficult than necessary," he says, but he stands, moves toward the door. The hallway beyond stretches in both directions, doors every 10 feet, each one numbered and locked. Behind them, people wait for treatment, for processing, for whatever Haven does with broken parts. Dr. Peterson walks left. His keycard opens doors with electronic clicks. Each room they pass is identical. White walls, medical equipment, chairs that restrain without seeming to. In room 7, they find Marcus. He sits upright, but his eyes are distant, focused on something beyond the walls. A nurse adjusts an IV drip, clear liquid flowing into his arm. "What did you give him?" Lena asks. The nurse looks to Dr. Peterson for instruction. "Mild sedative," he says, "helps with anxiety during evaluation." Marcus turns toward her voice, his movements slow as honey. "Lena," he says, "that you." His words slur together, but his eyes recognize her. She moves to the IV stand, yanks the needle from his arm. Blood drops onto white floor, small red dots like scattered thoughts. "We need to go," she tells him. He nods, but his body doesn't respond quickly. Whatever they gave him travels through his system like fog. Dr. Peterson speaks into his radio, calm voice requesting security assistance. They have maybe minutes before professional help arrives. Lena helps Marcus stand. His weight leans into her like a falling tree. The hallway spins around them, too bright, too clean, too many doors leading nowhere. Good. She chooses the direction they didn't come from, toward whatever lies at the building's far end. Their feet make soft sounds on polished floor like whispers in an empty church. Behind them, voices echo. Organized search beginning. The building has exits. It has to. Fire codes exist even in places like Haven. At the corridor's end, they find emergency stairs. Red exit sign glowing like salvation. But the door won't open. Electronic lock. Card reader. System that knows who belongs and who doesn't. Marcus slumps against the wall, the chemicals in his blood making everything an effort. "Window," he says, his voice thick but determined. The window at the stair landing shows the courtyard below, 20 feet down to concrete and landscaping, too far to jump safely, not far enough to guarantee anything useful. Lena looks back down the hallway, footsteps getting closer. The fire axe hangs in its glass case like a promise. She breaks the glass with Dr. Peterson's pen, takes the axe in both hands. The weight feels good, solid, real in a place that specializes in artificial. 3 swings break the window. Glass falls like frozen rain. The drop looks smaller from inside. Or maybe desperation changes perspective. She helps Marcus onto the sill. His legs dangle into open air. The chemicals make him clumsy but not stupid. He understands what happens next. "See you at the bottom," he says. Then he pushes off. His landing is bad but not fatal. He rolls and lies still, breathing but not moving. Lena follows before she can think about it. The concrete rises to meet her like an old friend. Pain shoots through her ankle. Not broken but not good. Marcus groans but sits up. Blood on his forehead, but his eyes are clearing. Above them, the broken window shows faces looking down. Dr. Peterson and others in white coats. No alarm sounds, no sirens wail, just quiet voices discussing contingencies. They help each other stand. 2 people becoming one limping thing. The courtyard connects to the street through a gate meant for deliveries. The gate is locked, but gates are just suggestions when you're running for your life. Lena uses the fire axe on the chain. Metal rings against metal until something gives. They stumble through into streets that suddenly feel like freedom. Even gray uniforms and scheduled lives look better than processing rooms. Building 3 sits 6 blocks away. Scout waits behind walls that might as well be made of hope. They walk as normally as possible. 2 residents returning from medical appointments, but Marcus still moves like someone underwater. And Lena limps on her twisted ankle. Every step broadcasts their status as escapees. A patrol vehicle turns the corner ahead, moving slowly, searchlight sweeping doorways. They duck into an alley between buildings, press against brick walls, and try to become invisible. The light passes over them twice, hunting for shapes that don't belong, then moves on to easier prey. In the distance, they hear vehicles starting, radios crackling with coordinates. The hunt has begun. They reach Building 3 as the search grid tightens around them. Scout meets them at the door, his tail wagging relief and welcome, but his ears stay flat. He smells the danger on them. "How long do we have?" Marcus asks. "Not long. They'll check apartments systematically. Their belongings fit in 2 backpacks. Everything that matters can be carried. Everything else was just weight they didn't know they carried." Scout's leash goes around his neck, not because regulations require it, but because they need to move as one unit. The window shows their street filling with purposeful activity. Door-to-door searches, polite but thorough. The back exit leads to an alley that connects to the drainage system. Storm drains that carry runoff beyond the wall. If they can reach the tunnels, they might reach the outside. If the tunnels aren't watched, if the grates aren't locked, if hope means anything in a place designed to eliminate it, they slip out while the searchers knock on their front door. Behind them, Haven continues its perfect routine: wake, work, eat, sleep. But now some residents will wonder what happened to the couple in Building 3. And wondering is the first step toward asking questions. Questions are the enemy of control. Maybe their escape will plant seeds in other minds. Maybe running away is contagious. Maybe hope spreads like viruses in communities that try too hard to stay healthy. The drainage tunnel swallows them into darkness that smells of rain and possibility. Chapter 27, The Final Trek. The tunnel spits them out 3 miles beyond Haven's wall, into wasteland that feels like coming home. Broken concrete and twisted metal and weeds growing through cracks in civilization, ugly and honest and free. Scout shakes himself all over, ridding his fur of antiseptic smell. Marcus sits on a chunk of debris, his head in his hands, whatever they gave him still clouding his thoughts. "The chemicals will pass," Lena says. He nods without looking up. Even that small movement seems to cost him. She checks their supplies while he recovers. 2 days of food, 1 bottle of water, the fire axe that got them out. Not enough for the journey ahead, but enough for now. Above them, the sky holds the gray of late afternoon. Storm clouds building like mountains. Rain coming. They can smell it in the air. Scout's nose tests the wind. His tail wags at sense of real weather instead of climate control. "Where do we go?" Marcus asks. "Away from here. Far away." But away is direction without destination, and direction without destination is just wandering. The radio signal that started this whole chase came from the north, maybe 40 miles through wasteland that gets worse with every mile. But worse is relative when your starting point is a place that processes people like manufacturing defects. They walk while light remains. Marcus moving steadier as the drugs fade from his system. Scout ranges ahead, checking corners and testing air for threats. The landscape changes from urban ruin to suburban decay, houses that families abandoned when the world shifted. Windows dark, doors hanging open, lives interrupted mid-sentence. In one yard, a bicycle lies on its side, pink with streamers from the handlebars. Some child rode it to school on the last normal day, never knowing normal was ending. The bike's tires are flat now, its chain rusted, but the streamers still flutter in wind that carries stories of before. They find shelter in a garage that still has most of its roof. Inside smells of motor oil and tools that solve problems people no longer have. Lena starts a small fire in a coffee can, warmth and light that doesn't show through windows. They eat cold soup from cans, drink water that tastes of nothing but wet. Outside, the storm arrives with thunder that shakes glass in window frames. Rain hammers the roof like impatient fingers, steady and insistent. Scout curls up between them, his warmth better than any blanket. Marcus stares into the small fire, the flames dancing in his eyes. "You think they'll follow us?" he asks. Lena feeds another piece of wood to the flames, probably, but not far. They have other people to process. The words taste bitter, but bitter is honest. Heaven functions because most people want to be saved, even if salvation looks like imprisonment. They want someone else to make decisions, provide safety, take responsibility for tomorrow. Freedom scares them more than control. But some people choose the scary option. The storm passes near midnight, leaving air that smells washed and new. They take turns sleeping, one watching while the other rests. Scout keeps watch even while they sleep, his ears turning towards sounds only he can hear. Dawn comes gray and wet, water dripping from everything that can hold it. They pack in silence, routine refined by necessity. The road north leads through districts that never recovered, buildings like broken teeth, bridges that end in midair, nature reclaiming what humans abandoned. Vines grow through windows, trees split foundations, flowers bloom in what used to be offices, beautiful in its own way, like watching the world heal from wounds it gave itself. By noon they reach the edge of the burned zone. Here even ruins don't survive, just ash and blackened stumps and earth that still smells of smoke. The fire happened years ago, but some burns take generations to green again. They cross the wasteland in silence, nothing to say that fits the emptiness. Scout's paws leave prints in ash that used to be homes. On the far side they find the remnants of a highway. Pavement cracked but mostly intact, leading north toward whatever broadcasts that signal. A truck sits abandoned in the right lane, blue paint faded to primer, hood up like a mouth frozen mid-scream. Marcus checks under the hood, his hands move with muscle memory. "Battery's gone," he says, but the engine might run. They scavenge batteries from other vehicles. Most are corroded beyond use, but a school bus yields something promising. Heavy and awkward, but with enough charge to wake sleeping engines. It takes 3 hours to make the transplant. Tools improvised from debris, knowledge earned through necessity. The truck coughs to life on the 4th try. Engine rough but willing. Smoke pours from the exhaust, black and oily, but the wheels turn. Scout jumps into the truck bed, his nose testing air that moves past them. The fuel gauge shows half a tank. Maybe 100 miles if they're careful, enough to reach the signal's source, or close enough to walk the rest. They drive through landscape that grows stranger with each mile. Trees twisted into shapes that hurt to look at. Water in roadside ditches that reflects colors not found in nature. Something changed here. Something that left marks in the soil and air. Scout whines from the truck bed, his instincts telling him this place remembers things better forgotten. But the road continues north, and north is where hope might live. The truck dies just as the sun sets. Not suddenly, just a gradual loss of power until they coast to a stop. Out of fuel, out of luck, but not out of distance covered. The signal is close now, strong enough to hear without equipment. A voice repeating coordinates, promising sanctuary for those who can find it. They shoulder their packs and walk toward the voice. Behind them the truck sits in gathering darkness, another monument to journey's end before destinations, but they carry what matters, each other, Scout, the knowledge that Haven wasn't the only option. Ahead the signal grows stronger, and stronger signals mean someone with power to broadcast. Power to broadcast might mean power to help, or power to harm. But choice between unknown possibilities beats certain processing. They walk toward the voice that calls across the wasteland, 3 figures against the vast night. moving toward whatever waits at coordinates they've memorized like prayers. Chapter 28, The Last Stand. The signal leads them to a factory that ate the horizon. Steel and concrete rising from flat earth like a metal mountain. Windows dark except for one floor near the top. Light that might mean hope or might mean trap. They've learned the difference costs everything. Scout's hackles rise as they approach, his nose working overtime. Too many scents, some human, some not. All mixed together like ingredients in recipes no one should cook. The main gate hangs open on twisted hinges. Beyond it stretches a courtyard filled with vehicles. Military trucks, civilian cars, motorcycles and buses, and things that used to be other things, all arranged in careful rows, like a museum of how people tried to escape. Lena counts license plates, different states, different years, different stories that ended in the same place. We should go around, Marcus says, but around means more walking, and their food ran out this morning. And the signal comes from inside the building, clear and strong and promising help. Sometimes you choose the dangerous path because the safe path doesn't exist. They walk through the gate like entering a mouth. The vehicles tell stories if you know how to read them. Bullet holes in windshields, doors torn from hinges, blood on seats that rain couldn't wash away. Not everyone who came here came voluntarily. Scout stays close to their legs, his body pressed against them like he's trying to become invisible. Smart dog, knows when to hide. The factory's main door is steel reinforced with warnings in multiple languages. Authorized personnel only. Danger. Restricted access. The words mean nothing now. Authority comes from different sources. Inside smells of oil and metal and things that died badly. Machinery fills the floor space. Conveyor belts and assembly lines designed for mass production, but not production of goods, production of people who fit specific requirements. Haven was subtle, clinical, professional. This place makes no pretense of helping anyone. Voices echo from the upper floors. Too distant to understand, but close enough to hear. The elevator shaft holds twisted cables and empty space. Stairs it is. They climb through levels that show the building's evolution. Ground floor was manufacturing, second floor was offices, third floor was storage, and the fourth floor was laboratories. The equipment here is sophisticated, expensive, built for research that required special permits, test tubes and microscopes and machines that hum with electronic purpose, and cages. Lots of cages. Most are empty now, but the smells remain. Scout whines and pulls toward the exit. Whatever happened here left marks on the air itself. Fifth floor is where the signal originates. They follow the sound through hallways lined with doors. Each door has a window. Each window shows a room. Each room tells a story no one wants to read. At the corridor's end, they find the broadcast station, equipment that costs more than most people see in lifetimes, arranged around a desk where someone sits with their back to the door. The voice they've been following comes from speakers mounted in the ceiling. Sanctuary at coordinates 47.2. Safety for all survivors. Protection guaranteed. The same message repeating over and over. Like a prayer no one believes anymore. Lena knocks on the doorframe, the chair swivels around. The person inside wears a military uniform from some branch that doesn't exist anymore. Stars and ribbons and medals that mean nothing now. General Morrison. Or what's left of him. One side of his face is human. The other side is machinery. Metal and wires and electronic eyes that don't blink. Half man, half machine. All madness. Welcome, he says. His voice is the same one from the radio, recorded and rebroadcast, trapped in electronic loops. We heard your signal, Lena says. Morrison's human eye focuses on her. The mechanical one scans constantly, looking for threats that exist only in damaged circuits. Of course you did. That's what it's for. He stands on legs that move with hydraulic precision. Swarce, you've come for sanctuary, protection, safety from the wasteland. Marcus steps forward, his hand near the knife on his belt. What kind of sanctuary? Morrison's laugh is half human sound and half electronic noise, the best kind. permanent, unchanging, perfect. He gestures toward windows that show the courtyard below, all those vehicles, all those people. They came seeking the same thing, and they found it. The mechanical eye clicks and whirs, focusing on Scout. Even pets are welcome. We improve everything that enters. Improve. The word hangs in recycled air like smoke. Behind them, footsteps echo in the hallway. Multiple sets, moving with coordinated purpose. Morrison's smile shows teeth that are partly metal. My staff will help with your transition. The process is quite painless. The footsteps reach the doorway, men in surgical scrubs carrying instruments that catch fluorescent light. Not quite human anymore, but not fully machine either. Hybrids. Experiments. Failed attempts at improvement. Their eyes hold no recognition, no compassion, no memory of what they used to be. We need to go, Marcus says, but the doorway is blocked, and the windows are 40 feet above concrete. Scout growls low in his chest, not at the hybrid staff, but at Morrison himself. Animals sense wrongness better than people do. Morrison tilts his head. Mechanical servos whirring. Resistance is inefficient, he says. Cooperation speeds the process. One of the hybrids moves forward. His hands end in surgical tools instead of fingers. Lena raises the fire axe, metal blade reflecting overhead lights. Stay back. But there are 6 of them, and only 2 axes. Morrison watches with scientific interest. Fascinating. The attachment to organic existence. We can correct that. The first hybrid lunges with scalpel hands. Lena swings the axe, blade meets neck, but the hybrid doesn't bleed properly. Hydraulic fluid instead of blood. Sparks instead of screams. It keeps moving even with its head hanging sideways. Marcus tackles another one, his knife finding gaps between metal plates. But disabled doesn't mean stopped. The hybrids repair themselves, faster than they can be damaged. Scout attacks the nearest ankle, his teeth finding wires that carry important signals. The hybrid stumbles. Electrical systems shorting, but others take its place. They fight toward the window. Axes and knives and determination against precision engineering. The glass breaks under repeated blows. Wind rushes in carrying sense of freedom. 40 feet down to concrete, too far to survive intact. But intact isn't the only option. A drainage pipe runs down the building's exterior. Rusty but solid. Lena goes first, sliding down metal that tears skin but holds weight. Marcus follows with Scout under his arm. The dog's claws find purchase on his shirt, holding tight as they descend. Above them, Morrison appears at the broken window. His mechanical eye tracks their progress with electronic precision. Inefficient, he calls, but entertaining. They reach the ground running. Behind them, the factory erupts in activity. Lights in every window. Machinery starting up. Mass production beginning. But production of what remains unclear. They run through the vehicle graveyard toward the gate. Scout leads the way, his nose finding clear paths through the metal maze. The truck they passed on the road sits where they left it, still out of fuel, still dead. But other vehicles offer possibilities. A motorcycle with keys still in the ignition. Marcus kicks it to life, engine coughing then roaring. Lena climbs on behind him. Scout jumps into a sidecar attached with wire and hope. They ride into darkness that hides pursuit. But pursuit will come. Morrison's broadcasting equipment works both ways. Other facilities will receive updates, coordinates, descriptions. The network that promised sanctuary plans their capture. But networks have weaknesses, and weaknesses can be exploited if they live long enough to learn how. The motorcycle carries them north through landscape that grows stranger with each mile, toward coordinates that might hold different promises, or might hold more of the same. But motion beats standing still, and questions beat certain answers when the answers are wrong. Behind them, the factory shrinks to a point of light, still broadcasting hope to survivors who don't know hope can be weaponized. Still producing improvements that nobody asked for. Still running experiments on the last free humans, but not on them. Not tonight. Tonight they ride toward whatever waits beyond the horizon, 3 figures on a machine that burns fossil fuel and possibilities in equal measure. Chapter 29, The Dawn of Hope. The motorcycle dies at sunrise. Not dramatically, just a gradual loss of power until they coast to silence beside a road that leads nowhere in particular. Out of fuel, out of momentum, but not out of forward direction. They've put 20 miles between themselves and Morrison's factory. 20 miles of broken pavement and twisted landscape. Not enough distance, but enough to breathe. Scout jumps from the sidecar and immediately starts investigating scents, his tail wagging at smells that don't include surgical tools and hydraulic fluid. Normal dog behavior in an abnormal world. Marcus kicks the motorcycle's tire, metal and rubber that carried them this far. Good bike, he says. Served its purpose. They shoulder their packs and walk toward hills that rise like green promises. The landscape here is different, cleaner, like whatever poisoned the southern regions never reached this far. Trees grow straight, water runs clear, birds sing songs that don't sound like screaming. Recovery happening, slow but steady. By noon, they reach the crest of a hill that shows them the valley beyond, and in the valley sits a town, not abandoned like most. Not controlled like Haven, not twisted like Morrison's factory, just a town where people live because they choose to live there. Smoke rises from chimneys, gardens grow in neat rows, children play in streets that someone sweeps clean. Normal life happening despite the abnormal world. Scout's tail wags faster, he smells what they see. People who chose cooperation over control. They walk down the hill toward voices that call to each other across garden fences. Friendly voices, curious rather than suspicious. At the town's edge, a woman works in a vegetable garden, her hands black with soil that grows things instead of burying them. She looks up as they approach, wipes her hands on an apron that's seen honest work. Travelers, she says. Been a while since we've seen any. Her voice holds welcome without wariness. Like strangers might bring gifts instead of problems. We're looking for sanctuary, Lena says. The woman's smile reaches her eyes. Real expression instead of practiced response. Aren't we all? Question is what kind of sanctuary you need. She straightens with the care of someone whose back remembers decades of garden work. I'm Helen, welcome to Millbrook. The name sounds like something from before. Normal and comfortable and boring in the best possible way. We heard radio signals, Marcus says. Coordinates that let us hear. Helen nods. We broadcast when we can. Let people know there are alternatives. She gestures toward the town with hands that know useful work. Not perfect here, but honest. People contribute what they can, take what they need. Simple as that. Simple. The word tastes like clean water after months of recycled promises. They follow Helen through streets that wind like natural rivers. Houses built with materials at hand. Functional rather than impressive. Homes instead of units. People wave from windows and doorways. Not the scheduled greetings of Haven. Just human acknowledgement of other humans. Children run past chasing a ball that bounces with innocent randomness. One stops to pet Scout. Her hands gentle and confident. What's his name, she asks. Scout, Lena says. Good name. He looks like a scout. The child runs after her ball, hair flying like flags of ordinary happiness. Helen leads them to a building that serves as town hall, or meeting place, or whatever communities need when they need it. Inside smells of coffee and wood polish and conversations that matter. People sit around tables discussing crop rotation and water rights and who should fix the bridge. Boring problems. Wonderful problems. Problems that assume tomorrow will happen. A man with carpenter's hands looks up from blueprints. New arrivals, Helen announces. The man extends a hand that's honest with calluses. Tom Bradley. Town coordinator. Though that's a fancy way of saying I help settle arguments. His grip is firm but not possessive. Like someone who understands the difference between authority and responsibility. Where are you coming from? He asks. South. Through some places we'd rather forget. Tom nods. We get that sometimes. People running from things that don't deserve existence. He spreads a map on the table. Hand-drawn but accurate. You can stay long as you like. Contribute what you can. Leave when you need to. Only rule we have. The simplicity is shocking after Haven's regulations and Morrison's improvements. What do you need from us? Marcus asks. Tom shrugs. What can you do? Basic medical training, Lena says. Construction work. Whatever helps. Tom's smile shows teeth that aren't perfect, but are his own. Medical training's always useful, and we've got a clinic that needs expanding. He points to a building across the square. Small but clean. Windows that let in natural light. Dr. Martinez runs it. Good man. Lost his family early on, but kept helping people anyway. The clinic, like a memory of what healing used to mean. Housing's over there, Tom continues. Empty apartments above the bakery. Nothing fancy, but the roof doesn't leak. He hands them keys that look handmade. Metal worked by someone who understood function over form. Take your time settling in. Find your place. No rush. No rush. Like time belongs to them instead of schedules. They walk to the bakery through streets that smell of bread and ordinary purpose. Above the shop they find 2 rooms with furniture that matches nothing but works for everything. A kitchen with a stove that burns wood. A bathroom with plumbing that works because someone maintains it. Windows that show gardens where people grow food they'll actually eat. Scout claims a spot by the window. His nose pressed against glass that frames ordinary miracles. Lena sits on a bed that's soft without being artificial. Think this is real, she asks. Marcus tests the faucet. Water flows clear and cold, real as anything gets now. That evening they join the community dinner. Long tables set up in the square, food brought by whoever cooked it, shared because sharing works better than hoarding. Conversations flow like wine, stories and jokes and arguments about nothing important. Human noise, beautiful and messy and alive. Dr. Martinez sits beside them, a man whose eyes have seen too much but still look for healing. Heard you have medical training, he says to Lena. Some. Enough to help. Good. Because help is always needed, but he doesn't push, doesn't demand, just offers possibility. After dinner, children gather for stories, tales of heroes and magic and happy endings that might actually happen. Scout lies among them, patient with small hands that pet his fur, good dog accepting love from people who still remember how to give it. Later, in their rooms above the bakery, they listen to sounds of a town settling into night. Voices calling good night across garden fences, dogs barking at shadows that aren't threats. Normal sounds of people who feel safe enough to sleep. Tomorrow will bring work, purpose, the chance to build something that lasts. But tonight they rest in beds that no one will take away. With a dog who chose them and a community that chose acceptance over control. Outside their window, Millbrook sleeps under stars that shine the same for everyone. Free and wild and beautiful. Like hope when it finally finds a place to grow. Chapter 30. A New Beginning. 6 months in Millbrook. The clinic has new walls and doubled beds. Lena's hands remember healing instead of just surviving. Marcus built the addition with wood that grew in local forests. Honest materials for honest work. Scout has appointed himself town greeter, his tail wagging welcome for every newcomer who stumbles down the hill. Some stay, others rest and move on. But all leave knowing alternatives exist. Spring brings plantings that assume harvest will happen. Lena works the garden behind the clinic, herbs for medicine, vegetables for meals, flowers because beauty matters too. Her hands are black with soil that grows life instead of processing it. The work feels different here, purposeful without being monitored, useful because use matters more than efficiency. Dr. Martinez teaches her procedures she forgot existed. Surgery with tools instead of improvisation, medicine with supplies instead of desperate measures. Together they've delivered 3 babies, set dozens of bones, treated illnesses that respond to actual treatment, healing instead of just preventing death. Marcus helps with construction projects that strengthen rather than contain, a new bridge over the creek, houses for families that keep growing. Workshops where people fix things because fixing works better than discarding. His tools serve cooperation instead of control. In the evenings, they sit on their porch above the bakery. Scout at their feet. Coffee in cups that match nothing but hold warmth perfectly. Below them, the town conducts its ordinary business. Children playing games with rules they make up as they go. Adults solving problems through conversation instead of force. Normal life. Extraordinary in its normality. A radio sits on their kitchen table. They listen to broadcasts from other communities. Towns like Millbrook scattered across the wasteland, each finding their own way forward. Not connected by authority, but by shared understanding that cooperation beats control. Networks forming, not of power, but of mutual aid. Some broadcasts come from darker places. Morrison's factory still produces improvements nobody wants. Haven still processes refugees into residents. But more voices join the conversation every week. People choosing difficult freedom over easy security. Tonight brings news that matters. A caravan approaches from the south. 50 people. Families with children. Old folks who refuse to give up. Refugees from a settlement that collapsed under its own contradictions. Tom Bradley organizes the Welcome Committee, not to screen or evaluate, but to help. Food and shelter and medical attention for anyone who needs it. No processing. No improvement, just help offered because help is needed. Lena packs medical supplies, bandages, and antiseptic, and been running a long time, he says. Forgot what it felt like to sit still. Around them, conversations flow like water finding its level. Natural and unhurried. A woman teaches children songs from before, melodies that survived when everything else changed. A man shares tools with strangers because tools work better when used than when hoarded. Community forming. Not through regulation, but through recognition that shared problems require shared solutions. Later that night, Lena and Marcus walk the perimeter where volunteers keep watch. Not guards checking papers, but neighbors protecting neighbors. Tom Bradley walks with them, his radio crackling with reports from other watchers, all quiet. Stars bright, night peaceful as night should be. Beyond the camp lights, the wasteland stretches toward horizons that hide other communities, other experiments in cooperation over control. Some will fail, some will succeed. All will teach lessons worth learning. The failures will teach what doesn't work. The successes will teach what does. And gradually the lessons will spread like seeds on wind. Tom stops at the hill's crest, his radio silent for once. Think this will last, he asks. Nothing lasts forever, Marcus says, but some things last long enough. Long enough for children to grow up safe, for old people to die with dignity, for everyone between to find purpose in honest work. Tom nods, checks his watch with hands that know useful time. Shift change in an hour, better get some rest, but none of them move to leave. The night air carries sense of growing things and wood smoke and human habitation. Normal smells. Beautiful because they're normal. A baby cries in one of the tents. Normal sound that speaks of life continuing despite everything. The cry is answered by gentle voices, comfort offered without conditions, love in its simplest form. Care given because care is needed. Scout appears from the darkness, his patrol complete, all perimeters secure. He settles at their feet with satisfaction of duty performed. Good dog protecting people who chose protection over processing. They walk back toward town through fields where refugees sleep under stars that shine the same for everyone. Tomorrow will bring work. Integration of new residents with old. Problems solved through conversation instead of force. Challenges but not threats. Difficulties but not impossibilities. The kind of problems communities face when they choose to be communities instead of facilities. In their apartment above the bakery, they listen to final sounds of evening settling. Voices calling goodnight across garden fences, dogs settling into comfortable sleep. Normal sounds of people who feel safe enough to rest. Lena sits by the window, her medical bag packed for tomorrow's work. Outside, a new family arranges blankets in a tent that will become a home. Children whisper stories to each other, tales that end with mourning instead of processing, hope in small doses, administered one day at a time. Marcus cleans tools that build instead of destroy, hammers and saws that serve cooperation. Tomorrow, he'll help frame houses for families that plan to stay, permanent structures, built to last because lasting matters. Scout curls up between them, his body warm with satisfaction. Good dog who found people worth protecting, people who protect each other. The radio on their kitchen table crackles with late-night broadcasts, voices from other communities, sharing news and needs and small victories. A clinic opened in the eastern settlements. A school started in the mountain towns. Gardens growing in places that forgot how to grow. Networks of mutual aid spreading like green shoots through concrete. Not perfect, not easy, but honest. Built on recognition that survival means more than just not dying. It means building something worth living for. Outside their window, Millbrook sleeps under stars that promise nothing but possibility. In the distance, thunder rumbles, not the sound of war, but of weather. Rain coming to water gardens planted by people who believe in harvest. Normal storm bringing normal rain to wash normal streets. Beautiful because it's normal. Because normal is what they fought so hard to find. The thunder grows closer. Lightning illuminates fields where new residents sleep safely. Tomorrow will bring work and weather and the ordinary challenges of ordinary life. But tonight, they rest in beds no one will take away, with a dog who chose them and a community that chose cooperation over control. 3 survivors who found something worth surviving for. Outside, the storm arrives with rain that falls on gardens and refugees and rooftops that shelter honest dreams, water flowing towards soil that grows life instead of processing it, toward rivers that carry stories of recovery instead of reports of processing, toward oceans that remember when the world was whole and might remember again. If enough people choose building over breaking, if enough communities choose cooperation over control, if enough stories end with mourning instead of machinery. The rain falls steady and clean, washing away the dust of long journeys, preparing ground for whatever grows next. In fields where refugees sleep under canvas and stars, in gardens where medicine grows beside food, in workshops where tools serve healing instead of harm, in children's dreams where tomorrow comes with possibility instead of processing. The rain falls on Millbrook and beyond, on other towns making other choices, on networks of mutual aid that connect without controlling, on the slow green recovery of a world learning to heal, one garden at a time, one clinic at a time, one choice at a time, until the wasteland blooms with ordinary miracles, until hope takes root in soil that remembers how to grow, until the last horizon holds promise instead of processing. The storm passes before dawn, leaving air that smells washed and new, like the world after long fever, clean and ready for whatever comes next. Outside their window, the first refugees emerge from tents to greet morning. Children splash in puddles that reflect sky instead of ceiling. Adults stretch muscles that remember rest instead of processing. Dogs bark at nothing and everything, happy to be alive in a place that celebrates living. Normal sounds, beautiful sounds, sounds of life continuing because people choose continuation over control. Scout raises his head at the commotion, his tail wagging at familiar chaos. Time to get up, time to help, time to build something that lasts another day. Lena rises first, her hands reaching for the medical bag that serves healing. Marcus follows, his tools ready for work that matters. Scout stretches like the world is new, which maybe it is. Outside, Millbrook wakes to another ordinary day. Extraordinary because it's ordinary, because ordinary is what they fought so hard to find. Another chance to choose cooperation over control. Another chance to plant seeds that might grow into harvest. Another chance to prove that hope can take root anywhere people let it grow. The sun rises over fields where refugees become residents, over gardens where medicine grows beside food, over workshops where tools serve building instead of breaking, over children who dream of tomorrows that come with possibility instead of processing. The light falls on everything equally, free and wild and beautiful. Like hope when it finally finds a place to grow, like life when it chooses living over processing, like morning when it promises another day of ordinary miracles. And in that light, they begin again. 3 survivors who found something worth surviving for, building toward horizons that hold promise instead of processing. One choice at a time, one day at a time, one hope at a time. Until the wasteland blooms with communities that choose cooperation, until the last horizon holds healing instead of harm, until the story ends with mourning instead of machinery. Forever and for always, or at least for today, which is enough, which is everything, which is hope taking root in soil that remembers how to grow.